Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Psychic Vampire Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was barely older than 6 years old when he thought he killed Kaken. He was told that yes, he had the body for a quirk to manifest. The doctor told him he was probably just a late bloomer. The quirk was waiting for the right circumstances to activate. Thinking back, he had shown signs of his quirk for a few years now. Only now did he use it against another person. Inko Midoriya and Mitsuki Bakugo often got together for tea, kicking the kids out the house to play. Since Izuku was told he should get a quirk, Kaken and his classmates weren't too harsh on him at the time. Now, though, they were starting to think Izuku was a quirkless freak who made it all up. Come on, Odette. You're falling behind. Kaken sneered, marching with a stick in the air. Deku wheezed and tried catching up. His friend wouldn't wait for him. All of his classmates and teachers noticed his dwindling energy. His inability to keep awake for too long. Playing like the other kids was simply out of the question at this point. I'm trying, Kaken. He sniffed and willed himself to move faster despite his lungs yelling to stop. It's been 2 years since Kaken discovered his quirk, and he's been making progress. Izuku knows the progress is from showing off so much, but he'd never say that to his face. You're never going to be a hero if you can't even walk. Maybe when you get your quirk it'll be a speed one. Izuku wanted to ask how that made sense to him. Maybe. You'll never be better than me. No, why? Because you're the best, Kaken. Izuku knows any other answer just gets him bruising or burns. Walking up a hill, Izuku staggers a bit. I don't think you meant that dash, Kaken turns, seeing Izuku latch onto a tree for support. Come on. You're too weak. Izuku's friend marches over, grabbing his arm and dragging him. Izuku didn't realize how hungry he feels. It's not exactly hunger. Something else. Kaken. Please, stop. I don't feel good. He knows what good this'll do. Don't talk back to someone more powerful than you Deku. The flinch comes at the telltale smoke of Kaken starting his explosions. It's only been a year since he started beating the submissiveness into those around him. Quirkless Izuku got the worst of it all. He winds a fist back and hits Izuku, sending him down the hill a bit. Tired, Izuku doesn't move. You're not even going to fight. How can you be a hero when you don't fight? Kaken marches over, picking Izuku up by the collar. He's expecting a fight. They both know he won't get one. He can't get one. Yet again, Kaken decides to use Izuku as a punching bag. A means to train his quirk. When they go home, he'll say it was from rough housing or that Izuku fell. His arms go limp as Kaken hits and kicks him, putting his quirk into every hit. He wants to call out to Kaken and ask him to stop. Izuku can't find his voice. The more of his quirk Kaken puts behind his fists, the hungrier Izuku feels. Tired and hungry. It's all he can think about. He almost doesn't feel the pain of being hit anymore. The starvation hurts more than anything he's ever felt. Kaken pulls his arm back to send an explosion directly to Izuku, but Izuku snaps. He launches onto Kaken, pinning the boy to the ground in shock. Izuku isn't thinking. He's just hungry. Not once did he think it was wrong to sink his teeth into his friend's neck and drink. Not once did he think about how his friend screamed and kicked and thrashed at him. For the first time in his life, Izuku felt full. He still didn't want to get up. Deku. The voice is soft, almost broken but not yet there. It shocks him into getting off of Kaken. There's no way that scared voice was Kaken's, was it? Horror overcomes Izuku when his friend dies. Kaken died. I killed Kaken, oh my god, oh my god. While Kaken wasn't dead, it was found that he was in a coma. Now a teengar, Izuku has accepted his title of being quirkless. The only person his age who ever found out about his quirk was Kaken. Well, Kaken hated him, avoided him. He'd let his lackeys do what they wanted to Izuku, but Kaken himself wouldn't go near him. Not that I blame him. I'm a monster. Izuku has sworn off using his quirk against other people. While he still struggles with it, it's rare he gives in to it. The coma he put Kaken in for 2 weeks terrified him. He doesn't want to do that again. He'll just put up with the bullies until he gets into UA without using a quirk. Yes, he knows it's practically impossible, but that doesn't mean it is impossible. Even as he sits in class with a phone charger bank in his hand, USB cable being bitten down on, his classmates still call him quirkless. Look at that freak faking an electricity quirk. He hears a classmate's not-so-whisper behind him. While it's true he's feeding off the energy from the charger, it's not really electricity he needs. It's just a disgusting substitute for chi to him. He needs life energy to survive and to even try using his quirk. Electricity is so artificial and bland to him that he has to intake a constant supply of it in order to not snap. By time he gets home, he greets his mother and hides away in his room. She knows what this means. An episode's coming on. He loves her too much to be near her right now. If he hurt his mother, he'd never forgive himself. He makes it through the day, up until the middle of the night where he jolts awake. Wiping the sweat off his face, he tries taking a cold shower. It doesn't help. Izuku can't think. His quirk mimics the feeling of hunger pangs, driving him mad. Izuku can sense life energy all around him. He knows his mother's still in bed. He knows how easy it'd be to stop that. After pushing the thoughts out of his head, he writes a note to his mom and leaves the house. Shoyuta jumps from roof to roof on his nightly patrol. It's Tuesday. Not a lot of crime, but more than anyone wants. He's yet to face a single villain. Mostly just punks harassing people, drag deals, simpler things. Jumping over an alleyway, he pauses when he lands. What's that? He takes a few steps closer to the ledge, seeing a small boy in an alley sobbing. His knees are pulled to his chest, arms restraining himself. Homeless kid, prof. Shoyuta jumps down to talk the kid and make sure he's safe. The kid snarls at him. Okay, this is going to be a long night, isn't it? What's worse is that Shoyuta is trained to move almost silently. The sound of night traffic should have drowned out his steps entirely. This boy either has a hearing quirk, or somehow sensed him. I'm not going to hurt you, Shoyuta says softly, putting his hands up to show it. Every step closer he takes, the more he realizes the kid is scared. Go away, he snaps. I don't want to dash. The boy's words are muffled by his arm. You don't want to what? I don't want to kill you. Now he can see the face clearly. Green curly hair, green eyes. His canines are sharp. Not fangs, but just sharp enough to notice them. He has bags under his eyes, like he's been running on empty for a few years now. Please, get away from me. Shoyuta has seen this look from villains before. The look of wanting to rip someone's throat out. Only now does Shoyuta also see something apologetic in it. Like he doesn't actually want to, but he needs to. Volatile quirk? He asks, getting a nod. With your teeth, I'm assuming you consume flesh or blood? The child seems to think it over before shaking his head a bit. I can drink blood. That's how it usually happens. But it's not the blood I need. What do you mean? I need life energy. He didn't say, he said, need. It's rare that a quirk interferes with someone's ability to keep alive. I've never heard of a quirk like this before. And you can drink blood to get it? The boy nods, looking down. Shoyuta sighs, sure he's about to do something stupid. He's seen plenty of kids in these alleys starving to death. When he looks at this kid, he just sees someone who's starving. He left wherever he was in the middle of the night and hid away in a place like this just so he wouldn't hurt someone. If you want, I'm sure taking some of mine won't dash. No, whoa, Snappy. Shoyuta lives his life logically. If it'll save the kid right here and now, he'll do it. If anything gets out of hand, he can just erase the quirk. Have you tried blood drives and things like that? It has to be fresh. Anything older than 6 hours has no energy left in it. So he did try that as a solution. I tend to just use electricity, but it's not filling. Tonight's one of the times where it gets unbearable. He's been trying a substitute, but it hasn't been working. What's your name? Izuku Midoriya. You're Eraserhead, right? Shuta's surprised to see someone who knows him. He just nods. Midoriya sits with his knees still hugged to himself, nails digging into his arms hard enough to draw blood. His pupils are unnaturally dilated, and in the darkness, his eyes glint a yellowish color. Staring at Shoyuta, the kid is practically drooling. It's obvious he's liking his canines behind his lips. Sorry, I'm a hero fan. That usually doesn't include underground ones. Shoyuta sits beside the kid, still considering his options. He doesn't miss the way Midoriya tenses. It almost seems like he's sniffing the air. Not to smell something, but for some sense that other people don't have. What do you want? Shoyuta asks after a while. You can either take my blood and go home, or you can be sent to a hospital for the night. The boy's eyes snap to him. I can't go to the hospital. There's way too many people. It'd kill them all. Midoriya snaps his mouth shut. We could ask to get you some blood bags. Fresh ones. That'd be taking them from people who need them. I can't interfere with that. This is the most morally sound vampire I've ever encountered. Shoyuta sighs. And I can't take your blood. I wouldn't be able to stop. Sounds like it's happened before. Do you know my quirk, Midoriya? It's not really known, but I guess some sort of erasure? Midoriya doesn't look at him as he answers. He looks straight ahead, avoiding Shoyuta now. His eyes dart about the alley, trying to focus on anything else. If I give you blood, I can cancel your quirk when I see fit. I doubt he'd keep going without his quirk driving him. Is there any other way for you to take energy from a person? Midoriya gives a short nod. Why? Using any chakra, I can. Or touching someone in general, I can take their energy. As long as I make contact, I can. Then why blood? If I have a direct source, there's no stopping me. By time you even realize it, it's too late. So the blood itself acts as a buffer. More of a filler than what he actually needs. Midoriya must have had quirk tests after it manifested to test other ways. Anything else about your quirk? Generally speaking, I can sense people and tell them apart solely by energy. I can feel the general nature of a person's quirk, but not exactly what it is. I can use other psychic abilities if I have the energy to, but I haven't had much practice with it. Midoriya mumbles something into his arm. What was that? I said the more powerful a quirk is, the more I want it. He said, want this time. It's like putting a buffet in front of a starving man and telling them not to have some. So if you met someone like All Might? At this point I'm trying to keep him distracted from the situation he's in. I don't think I could kill someone that strong, but I'm still scared of what I'd do. Shoyuta hears Midoriya grinding his teeth. Here. I have to get back to my patrol and get this kid home before his parents lose it. He shoves his left arm towards the kid, and it's surprised at how quick he moves to grab it. The force of the grab itself would have made Shoyuta think he had a strength quirk. The pain of him sinking teeth into the man's wrist isn't much, compared to his pro. He watches Midoriya closely, planning to cancel the quirk the moment he sees fit. He's feral like this. The kid's an animal. Shoyuta starts feeling more tired than usual, no doubt from the loss of energy. Well, it's a good thing he's used to feeling tired. That's enough. He tries telling Midoriya, just to see if he could listen in a state like this. Midoriya doesn't listen. It's like he can't even hear Shoyuta. From the feel of it, moving his arm with the boy's teeth in it might just tear it open. A person without Shuta's quirk might just have to kill him before he kills them. Sighing, he activates his quirk on the boy. Only, his quirk doesn't activate right away. He's slowed down my ability to use my quirk. Would he be able to completely stop it? The moment Midoriya's quirk is erased, the boy lets go of his arm, staring a bit numbly at it. Feel better? Shoyuta asks, taking some gauze out of his belt and wrapping it. Better? That's an understatement. The bags under his eyes are gone, he looks healthier and awake. It makes him wonder, when was the last time you had chi instead of a substitute? Midoriya hums. I snapped and attacked a civilian. He says civilian likes he's not one. I already blinked, he seems completely fine now. I wonder how long that'll last him. He helps the boy up, asking where he lives. Are you parents aware that you left? Yeah, he sadly answers. This has happened before, so I make sure to leave my mom a note. At this point, they're walking towards Midoriya's home. See, can I ask you something? I don't see why not. Do you think I can be a hero? Not using a quirk. What kind of stupid question is that? Of course. Don't be stupid, kid. Shoyuta pretends not to see Midoriya starting to cry. That's the first time anyone ever said that to me. He sobs. You're what, 13? What kind of life have you led? The taste of blood in my mouth is. Was that a pun? Give me my blood back. Thank you, by the way. He sniffles. You're welcome. It's what heroes do. Shoyuta thinks a moment. You want to be a hero? I want to help people. I thought about the police and all that, but I want to be a hero so I can do whatever has to be done for the greater good. That's why I became a hero, so I have less rules to abide by to get the job done. The two make it to Midoriya's apartment, saying short goodbyes. Shoyuta wants to go home and sleep a decade straight. Shoyuta walks through the park, using it as a shortcut to Nezu's favorite diner to discuss the possibility of altering the entrance exam this coming year. As much as he wants it to change, he can't stand the thought of being alone with that disaster of a rodent. Oi, Deku, where do you think you're going? The sound of hostility draws his attention. Maybe I can use this as an excuse to skip plans. Curious, he hops into a tree, making his way to the tree above the voice's source. Midoriya? Why'd they call him Deku? 3 kids surround him in a patch of grass. He wants to see what this future hero will do. No need to shake in your boots, you quirkless runt. They think he's quirkless. One of them gives Midoriya a hard shove, causing him to stumble backwards. One with unnaturally long fingers grabs Midoriya by the arms and holds him still. Shoyuta moves to step in, but he sees something strange. The grass beneath Midoriya's feet is going brown, dying. The nearby tree is losing leaves. He's draining them of their energy. It's been about 7 months since he last saw him. This is all entirely new. You. Midoriya points at the one directly in front of him. You're scared of quirkless people because you think they might try and take your quirk. The boy falters back a step, mouth open. You. He points to the other one. You're scared that you'll be stuck working a 9 to 5 all your life. Where is he getting this? It looks like it's true, but the kids never said it aloud. Oh yeah. Midoriya snaps his head back, smacking the nose of the boy holding him. He lets go and tries to stop the bleeding. Which one of you took my charger? Charger? It's not like you need it. You're just a quirkless nobody. We don't buy it. The corner of Midoriya's mouth twitches, as if he's trying not to bare teeth. He's not going to attack them, is he? It's like this boy isn't the one he met all those months ago. What changed? Who hurt him? Did I ever say I was quirkless? He steps out of the center of them. Maybe I did what Kaken said and jumped off the roof, hoping I was born with a quirk in the next life. His classmate told him to kill himself? Did the teachers just sit there and let this happen? Shoyuta tries to ignore the boiling of his blood. You've never shown a quirk. There's no proof. The one with creepy hands yells. Do you think I feed off a phone bank for sheets and giggles? The blink at him. The kid probably never swears. I'll ask one more time, which one of you skankles took it? Bakuga did. He saw you dropped it and took it. Kaken took it, huh? Something in his tone is defeated, like that's the only thing that'd discourage him from getting it. Leave me alone. You don't tell us what to do. One yells, moving to fight. You can't use your quirk on me. Why is that? The quiet one speaks up. Someone's erasing it. He knows I'm here? That's useful for hero work. Yeah, right. You just want to scare us. One moves to swing, most likely to use a quirk against the boy. He doesn't move, because Shoyuta is already erasing their quirks. What kind of freak are you? The one with the hands asks. Meanwhile, one of them starts to hyperventilate. Right? He mentioned being scared of his quirk being taken away. The other two move to take their friend away from Midoriya. They say they'll deal with him later. The moment they leave, Midoriya wanders over to a bench and sits. His head rests in his hands. Shoyuta jumps down. Thank you. Midoriya mumbles. You sensed me from the tree? Nods. My quirk doesn't see walls. You could be in a bank vault and I'd still know you're in there. Shoyuta has his eyes on the slight tremor in Midoriya's hands. I want to ask why you seemed like an entirely different person. Oh, that. Yes, that. The way he child says it makes it sound common. The whole psychic thing I have going on causes it. If I'm surrounded by 3 people who are sad, whether or not they even show it, chances are I'll cry. That's called empathy. Midoriya nods, already knowing it. If he were to be surrounded by villains, would he beat them mercilessly? Or would he join them? Shoyuta decides he needs this kid in UA. If he can teach him to use that quirk, he'll be okay. Left in the wrong hands, or with a teacher that can't erase his quirk, he's worried of what might happen. So, they think you're quirkless? I don't know why. Midoriya snorts. I basically sit in class with a charger in my mouth like a phone, and they think it's an act. Oh, that's what he meant. They took it from him? Shoyuta sends Netsu a text, canceling. They've never seen my actually use it. I make sure of it. You killed all the grass, you know. They wouldn't even think that was me. Their collective anger caused me to get mad. I started using my quirk. He sounds sad. Shoyuta so desperately wants to ask why a kid got away with telling him to kill himself, but he knows what that'll cause. He'll keep an eye on it. Do you remember that question you asked about All Might? Shoyuta nods, wondering where this is going. I met him. Turns out, I don't want his energy. What? That's gotta be the motherlode of quirk power. That's what I thought. It is. It's almost overwhelming, actually. So, it's just that. Midoriya searches for the right words. Gosh, I don't want to sound rude. He's one of my favorite heroes. It's just that his energy is rotten. Rotten? Shoyuta repeats, not sure if he heard it right. Midoriya quickly nods, already looking guilty for what he said. I couldn't even bring myself to look at him, in the end. I think he's dying. It was like his energy itself is poisoned. He sounds almost haunted recalling it. When did you meet All Might? Do you remember that sludge villain attack not too long ago? I was his first victim that day. After All Might said that to me, I went home. The villain got loose again because of me and attacked my classmate. Wait, what did All Might say? What did All Might say to you to make you look so down now? I wanted to reaffirm what you said. I asked if he thought I could be a hero too. He said no, not without a quirk. I better be hearing that wrong. But people have told me no my whole life. What's one more person? He's forcing himself to cheer up. Everyone knows the impact that buffoon's words have. You already told me I can, so I'll just have to prove you right. For the first time ever, Shoyuta sees a beaming smile from him. Guess so. Shoyuta mutters, do you have telepathy? Midoriya nods. It still takes a lot of energy. But if I have enough and focus very hard, then yes. After a while I get headaches and nosebleeds and things like that. Wait, what exactly is your quirk called? Psychic. They were going to call it Psychic Vampire, but that would be too excluding of my other abilities. So they went vague. Telekinesis? For me it'd be called psychokinesis, but no. I don't have it. Midoriya huffs, deflating a bit. That was my good charger too. Shoyuta rolls his eyes, grabbing his wallet. What are you doing? I can't possibly dash. Would you not try and feed a starving child? I would but dash. Are you not starving? Shoyuta narrows his eyes, knowing Midoriya won't win this. Not yet. Yet. Shoyuta hands the boy cash, glaring at him when he hesitates to take it. This is way too much. They aren't this expensive. It's enough for you to get 2 high-end ones. Keep both with you, one solely as a backup. Shoyuta hums a moment. Tell me if you manage to break or lose one and I'll replace it. Technically, this counts as hero work. If keeping this kid fed keeps civilians safe, then he should help. My lifestyle also isn't very expensive. I have more than enough for myself. Midoriya gives a small smile, thanking him. Do you have a high school picked out yet? I'm going to you. Not trying? Going? It's a good school. You better get in. Shoyuta gets up, walking away. He pauses a bit. I'll give you my number in case you need someone to erase your quirk, or to buy a new power bank. When he turns, his lips quirk into a small smile at the fact that the kid already has his phone out. Right, hero fanboy? The UA entrance exam is in less than 2 weeks, and Izuku is both terrified as he is excited. Eraserhead sent him a link to a diet plan and exercise routine that'd help his body type. Apparently, Izuku's body is built for speed more than muscle. Following All Might all these years kept from realizing that he's just not cut out for muscles. His mom has been more than supportive in helping with the diet plan, joining him. She also wishes to express her gratitude to Eraserhead for not only telling Izuku what he's always needed to hear, but for offering to pay for the power banks. She works all day, struggling as a single mother. Any expense taken off of her load helps quite a bit. Mama Midoriya has also gotten lenient with his curfew, allowing him to do things whenever he wants so long as she knows he's gone. This helps with his morning jogs and late-night exercises when he can't sleep. Even Kaken has noticed the changes in his life. Izuku tries not to make eye contact, but he's seen how Kaken watches him more than he has in the past 6 or so years. Izuku knows Kaken is smart, probably seeing how much happier Izuku is right now. After the incident in the park, most of Kaken's lackeys have left him alone. They still taunt and tease, but many of them keep their distance. The one who's scared of his quirk being taken doesn't come anywhere near Izuku anymore. Midoriya. School's almost over, when are you going to put down a second school to fall back on? His teacher sighs. When I fail my exam, sir. So never. The class gets quiet, never hearing this tone from Izuku before. He's become more confident in his physical abilities. If he truly were quirkless, then he feels he'd be unstoppable. I don't think it's logical for someone like you to hold onto a future that won't exist like this. I know he's trying to help me, but he's not doing a very good job of it. Someone like me? You have our paperwork. Are you implying I'm quirkless? All eyes are on him. He's nervous, scared. Preparing to be a pro, he's learned to get a better handle on letting his emotions not show. He just struggles with hiding his need for energy. Well, the teacher stammers. I thought you were supposed to side with logic? You've never used your quirk. Izuku furrows a brow in confusion, picking his power bank off the desk and holding it up. I use my quirk every time I use my power bank, sir. You know this. Izuku feels like he's in the center of a drama. Still, his class is silent. Even Kaken is watching on for once. Unfortunately, it looks like Izuku embarrassed the teacher, because he storms over and snatches the power bank out of his hand and takes it to his desk. I don't know what's gotten into you, but you need to learn to watch your tone. The teacher snaps at him. Stay calm, stay calm. I'm innocent. He'd take out his other power bank, but he knows it'd be taken too. The move Izuku's teacher made must have shocked everyone else too, because they seem equally unsure of what to do. Give it back. He all but snarls. Hungry. Stop it. I'm not a villain. Izuku can't help himself from liking his canines, as if that'd make him feel better. Fine, I'll spook him into giving it back. Izuku focuses, trying to take energy from the lights. After 10 seconds of silence, they start to flicker. Give it back. He repeats. Be brave, stand up for yourself. Please. Whoever's using their quirk to mess with the lights, stop it. The teacher scolds the class, only getting confused nods. If Izuku starts getting angry, he'd likely lose control. He can settle for upset and disappointment. I think you should give it tea to him. The lackey that fears Izuku speaks up from his seat, getting a confused look from Kaken. Please, sir. Izuku adds, straining to sound polite. The lights keep flickering, before eventually shutting off. The teacher remains unconvinced. Whoever's doing this, cut it out. He doesn't even believe it could be me. That fact somehow stings. Midoriya, if you keep relenting, I'll give you detention. Stay calm. Stop getting angry. It's only prejudice against a group of people. That train of thought only increases his anger. He walks towards his teacher before settling a hand onto his shoulder. The man tenses, unsure of what Izuku will do. Izuku knows his eyes are probably going golden, showing he's activating his quirk to a fuller extent. He drains the energy from the man directly, furious. Just give it back to him. Kaken's voice snaps him out of it. He yanks his hand off the teacher, severing the connection. Oh, I know why I did that. The strongest emotion in the room was Kaken's fury. I almost hurt someone because I got a little mad. How does Kaken live like that? Oh my god, I am so sorry-ish. Izuku panics, looking into his teacher's scared eyes. If you were an actual teacher, you would suggest the fucker think rationally and move the F on. But no, you had the gall to take something from a student that's clearly needed in his day-to-day life. Kaken? Not only is Izuku shocked beyond belief, but his class is too. Focusing harder, Izuku realizes why Kaken is telling the teacher off for him. Kaken's scared. He's scared he was going to put the teacher in a coma just like Izuku did to him. Izuku feels sick, grabbing the bank from the desk, getting his bag and sprinting out the room. He calls to let mom know he's coming home early, explaining everything that happened and how he's so ashamed of what he almost did. A part of Izuku is terrified that he really does have a villain's quirk. That it'll drive him to do something he can never take back. Unsure of what to do, sitting alone at home, he does something stupid. Izuku, I know you hate me and all, and that even talking to you is probably a death wish, but I just wanted to say thank you. For both helping me get my charger bank back, and for stopping me from what I was about to do. Kaken, the F, do you take me for shitty Deku? I'm a FNG hero. I'm not going to sit and watch a villain kill my teacher. Don't thank me for having some common FANG sense. Did he just call me a villain? Well, Izuku thinks that he deserves that blow. What he did was pretty villainous. That night, his mother came home and became a shoulder to cry on. The two decided it'd have to be a diet cheat day, so Mama Midoriya made katsudon for dinner. For the remaining time before his exam, his classmates left him alone entirely. Not quite sure why Kaken and the other boy defended him, but definitely not wanting to find out for themselves. The teacher refuses to even look at Izuku more than a small moment. Izuku can't blame him. Izuku's mother thought it best for him to take today off from school. After all, he has the entrance exam tomorrow. Izuku spends the day before his exam trying to think of literally anything else. At some point, he even considers thinking about his quirk as less distressing than the exam. What if he has to fight people? What if he has to use a quirk for the exam? Without a doubt, Izuku knows he has the written portion in the bag. It's just a matter of if he's physically good enough. He decides it best to eat breakfast with his mom and go on a morning jog. I might spend a little longer, trying to calm down. Izuku slows down to a walking speed. He only thinks about speeding up at the feeling of Kaken near him. Izuku turns. Right, I'm near their house. Except Kaken isn't hidden from sight, he's also jogging. Don't look at him. Don't even think about breathing in his direction. They jog, acting like they're completely alone. They're on the route past Dagoba Beach. The air is nice even when the view isn't. Does this mean Kaken took the day off too? He has perfect attendance. As they jog, Izuku feels a familiar energy. It causes him to stop his jog mid-step, almost stumbling. If Kaken notices, he doesn't acknowledge it. You could tell that easy? Eraserhead calls from a nearby roof. He's by some police vehicles, a crime scene. He jumps down and beckons Izuku over. I was going to get in touch with you today anyways. I have an idea about the exam. You can't. Isn't that classified information? There's no rule saying I can't tell someone about it, no. I just can't give answers for the written portion. As for the practical, it's fair game. This is considered fine because heroes can gather intel before going into a fight blind. I don't see Kaken, but he's still nearby. I see. Izuku hums, distracted. Do you think you'd be able to fast? Energy-wise, that is. The thought alone scares me. I don't know, to be honest. I've been trying to get the exam changed for years now. It's no good for people with non-combative quirks, like me. So we have to fight something and it's not people? If you want me to fast, they're probably electronic. Robots. You just have to fight robots for points. That's easy for Kaken. Do you think you can drain them without getting hurt? He's not saying it aloud, but he's really asking about hurting others. If I fasted, yes. I could do it either way, but I'd be too hungry to not attack them. Izuku wants to ask more, but he feels Kaken getting closer. He turns to the side, directly meeting Kaken's eyes. The blonde is on the opposite side of the street, looking at Izuku at a crime scene. Please don't think I did this. You must have saw it before, right? Who's that? Eraserhead asks, following his gaze. No one fond of me. Izuku brings the conversation back to Eraserhead. There's no way Kaken can hear the conversation from there. Why do you know so much about UA? I didn't think this through, did you? Anyways, I want you to get into UA because the teachers there can get your quirk under control. It's better to get it over with sooner than later before you lose what little hold of it you have. To learn my quirk? I plan on being a hero without it. Will that be accounted for too? Naturally. I have to go do paperwork at the station now. Try the fasting thing, but if you think you'll snap, it's okay to have something to hold you over. Thank you, sir. Aizawa leaves just like that. Slowly, Izuku meets Kaken's eyes again, and sure enough, he's still there. Taking a deep breath, Izuku bolts. Kaken can't harass him if Kaken can't catch him. He turns corner, navigating through alleys to loop back to his house. Izuku doubts Kaken knows these paths like he does. Once he thinks he shakes him, Izuku catches his breath. His quirk doesn't sense Kaken. Good, I can go home and do my cool-down stretches there. Trying to distract himself, he makes lunch. Eating tends not to satisfy him at all, in terms of not whether or not he feels hunger. However, he loves the taste of it, so he'd never complain. Mama Midoriya made plenty of extra katsudon for Izuku to have for lunch. Now he just makes a pot of coffee. Izuku can at least pretend caffeine helps with his tiredness. Once in the living room with his meal, he throws on one of his favorite All Might movies from when he was a kid. Yes, All Might may be seen in a slightly different light now, but it's All Might. Izuku's sure he was just saying what he thought would keep him safe. Like Mom did all those years ago. No one but Eraserhead has told him those words before. Tomorrow he'll get into UA and demand the world to tell him he can be a hero. Well, it's nice to hope, right? Sometimes, the only way to get something from the world is to speak it into existence. Most of the time, Izuku feels like he's screaming into a void. Only now is it beginning to scream back. Izuku takes the train to UA, trying to avoid any icy glare Kaken might give from across the train. He did as Eraserhead suggested and fasted, but he's getting antsy because of it. His feet tap on the floor, and he mindlessly scrolls through his Hero News app. There's a lot of questions regarding why All Might is in town to begin with. Izuku would like to know too, but he'd probably never speak to the man again. He's always so busy. At UA, he gawks at the campus. It's so beautiful. It's like something out of a movie. This is it. His first step into his future. It's his first fall as well. He's mentally bracing for impact. Note to self, fasting decreases coordination. I guess this is it. He stops with his nose mere inches from being Detroit smashed into bits. Someone returns him to an upright position. Sorry for not asking permission to use my quirk on you. I just thought it'd be bad luck to trip. Her energy is airy, pink, and full of bubbles. There's never been a clear way for him to describe energies with words. It's like his quirk gave him a new sense that's just an amalgamation of the other 5. He'd call it a sixth sense, but that's not what he... The girl walks away. I forgot to actually thank her. Oh my god, that's so rude of me. Izuku moves to catch up and thank her, but a shoulder bumping into him distracts him from it. Out of my way, shitty Deku. Good luck to you too, Kaken. Izuku takes a step back, hoping to get as much distance as he can from people. Just wait until the robots. You'll be fine. He absolutely is not fine. He wasn't warned about having to sit in an auditorium full of kids. Even with his eyes closed, he can pick out powerhouse students. The most prominent energy near him just so happens to be right next to him. Not a word. Kaken hisses. He looks at the student IDs they each have, listing their name, quirk, and arena. They're keeping people from the same schools separate. As told, Izuku doesn't bother giving input. There's still time before the exam begins, allowing students with longer rides time to make it. Izuku's having an issue thinking straight. He's so tired, all he can think of are all the students. It's like a buffet. Liking his teeth, he tries to keep from actually drooling. He just keeps tapping his feet, forcing any other meaningless thought to be something to focus on. I can't. There's too many people in here. Trying to drown everything out, Izuku puts his head in his hands. It doesn't work. It's like trying to sleep with see-through eyelids. Are you listening, sheet for brains? Izuku's hair gets yanked to the side, towards Kaken. I don't know what's been going on with you lately, but you need to chill the F out. Kaken doesn't let go, like he's scared he's the only thing stopping Izuku from a massacre. He very well may be. With his other hand, Kaken takes his phone out, bringing up the front-facing camera and showing it to Izuku. Look at yourself. Izuku's pupils are fully dilated, only a ring of gold left to act as an iris. His expression is more animal than human. Did my canines get longer? Where the F is that charger you use? Is he trying to look out for my well-being? No. He's trying to look out for everyone else's. His well-being. At home. He manages. At this point he's biting the inside of his cheeks, and his hands are balled up so tightly he draws blood. What the F is wrong with you? Do you even want to get into this school? What kind of dipshit leaves the one thing they need to live at home? I don't need it to live, Kaken. Kaken grabs his hair again, forcing Izuku to meet his eyes. If you're implying that you need something other than electricity to live, you're pretty fucking, sadly mistake. He wants me to only use substitutes. I do too. You don't understand it, Kaken. Izuku no Kaken is just scared. He has every right to be. Izuku is a monster, and he's being treated as such. A man steps out to the stage and very sleepily requests that everyone settle down. He explains the basic rules to the written portion, which is basically, just don't cheat, and they begin. The test is fairly easy for the hero fanboy. It's like he came out the womb knowing half these answers. A lot of them seem to be either common sense or to test basic morals. Focus on the questions. It'll be fine. In the dead silence of the test, Izuku's stomach growls very loudly. Suddenly, death doesn't seem so bad. Kaken glares at him from the side but continues his test. While Izuku is grateful for Eraserhead giving him blood that night, it's changed his life a bit. Izuku nearly forgot what it felt like to have chi, to a point where he only feels empty without it now. His tolerance for electricity has definitely decreased, and that worries the boy. It's like his quirk has gotten a taste for chi again and won't settle for anything less. That's exactly what's happening. By time the test is over, Izuku's done. He spent the remainder of the time with his head down, arms restraining himself. All right, listeners. On to the fun part. His head shoots up to see Present Mike shooing the other man off stage. This next test is what you're all really thinking about. Present Mike goes on to explain all the robots and their respective points. A blue-haired student interrupts, asking about a possible misprint. Windy energy, citrus feeling. Mobility quirk? They're allowed to leave for their assigned arena, and Izuku makes sure to linger in the back. Almost. The fast is almost over. Izuku genuinely feels proud of himself for going this long. Start. What, you thought you'd get a real start? Nope. The gates open and students flood in, already destroying robots. Izuku dashes away from the crowd, going off to the side of the arena. The robots might be worth less, but he's alone with a source to feed from. Lasers? Izuku dodges and swoops under its swiping arm, jumping onto the robot and draining it immediately. It stops and powers down. Thank God. Only this is nowhere near enough. It reminds him of a first bite of food with an empty stomach, somehow making you hungrier the moment it touches your mouth. He takes down a few more, not caring how many points they're worth. Along the way, he sees energies trapped under rubble, or about to be hurt by either a robot or another quirk. He gets them out and pushes people out of harm's way. Izuku makes sure not to linger near people for too long. One boy in particular looks like his quirk doesn't work at all, a sadness overcoming his tired energy. Non-combative quirk. Must be used on people. I noticed that your quirk doesn't seem to be suitable for combat. Is there any way I can help? Izuku asks a purple-haired boy, making sure to keep distance between them. The kid stares at him before sighing. If you're okay with brainwashing, sure. Would I have any control over my own actions? None. Perfect. You can use me to stop the robots. It wouldn't be fair for him to not get any points. Why? Well, something invades Izuku's mind, driving out all current thought and all emotion. He's barely aware of what's happening. Stop robots for me. Izuku feels his head nod in a bob, already sprinting and attacking the closest robot. Vaguely, Izuku recognizes that his body moves different on autopilot. Less human. To stop the robots, he presses a chakra directly against the cool metal. The way I'm actually supposed to drain energy. It's called the third eye. The center of my quirk. Many more robots are taken down for the boy before he stops. Izuku hits the ground and has control back. Why'd you stop? Izuku asks, somewhat missing the feeling of being on autopilot. The 0-pointer is coming. The boy says, thanks, I guess. He runs off. Izuku turns to join the fleeting crowd of students, but he senses one last energy near the robot. Bubbly, it's that girl from earlier. She's trapped. Izuku's feet move. I can drain it. I just have to be fast enough. He sees other kids staring at him, watching him move to save her but not helping. They worry for their own lives. He only has one thing on his mind. Save her. The girl's legs look caught under concrete and seems too dizzy to move on her own. Izuku tells her to hang tight and goes to make direct contact with the robot. It's surprisingly easy to drain. It must be made easy to stop for situations like this. Right? Because there's no point in making it a difficult enemy if it's not meant to be taken down. The 0-pointer shuts down, leaving Izuku with a gross taste in his mouth. Are you okay? He asks the girl, moving the concrete off of her. Yeah, I think I just sprained an ankle. She's feeling sick. You overused your quirk too, right? She nods. He picks her up bridal style, careful to hold his breath. Still tempting to take chi, but the fast is over. I should be good for a day or so with all the robot's energy. Recovery girl herself comes over and has him set the girl down. She heals the girl, and Izuku is very quick to slink away from the crowd. The moment they're dismissed, he starts for the exit. I know that girl and the tired boy are watching me. They're both anxious, having something to say. As guilty as it makes him feel, he leaves. Kaken stands in front of Yue, looking for something. His eyes lock onto Izuku before he glares and leaves. Izuku sighs, knowing why this just happened. He wanted to make sure I came out of the exam alone. He wanted to make sure I didn't kill someone. Izuku is both annoyed at Kaken's watchful eye but somewhat grateful for it. He knows that if he snaps, Kaken wouldn't hesitate to put him out of his misery. As he's stepping off campus, his foot hovers a bit. Why is All Might in you? He can feel thousands of different energies around him, but All Might's dying light stands out among them. Scrunching his nose a bit, Izuku goes home. Izuku! A letter from you. It doesn't matter, I doubt I got in. I sacrificed points to give that boy some. Izuku wonders if they could both get combat points, or if only one of them could. I'm scared, Mom. He admits, taking the letter with a shaking hand. Mama Midoriya takes him into her arms, planting a kiss on his forehead. No matter what happens, I love you and I am so proud of you for taking this risk. She lets him retreat to his room, but Izuku can feel that she's hovering outside the door. I can't help but feel guilty. I should have said something other than sorry. Izuku hears his mother's thoughts. When he has more than enough energy for the day, sometimes his quirk gives him random input from people's mind. Sometimes, Izuku doesn't immediately know it's not being said aloud. It's led to some bad conversations before. The letter is heavy. There's something electronic in it. He opens it, letting a small disc roll out and start a projection. 'Tis I. All Might. All Might. What is he doing here? Izuku Midoriya, you passed the written exam with flying colors. The practical exam is all that could deny you access to our school. Let us watch. A screen comes up, showing moments of his exam. You got a decent amount of combat points, but started to get less towards the end. Any idea why that is? Oh no. Your heart decided it had to save people rather than pass the exam. You sacrificed your own free will to be another student's puppet, allowing him to get combat points as well. The image changes, following the boy. It appears that after you left him, he felt inspired to help other injured students away from the 0-pointer. You inspired him to act. But did I pass? All Might just ended if I'm not going to get in. His heart can't take the anticipation. About your final robo takedown. You ran towards danger in order to save a girl you didn't know. You decided to put your life on the line, just like a hero does. That is why we have rescue points. Izuku Midoriya, your final score is 12 combat points and 64 rescue points. Welcome to UA High. Izuku feels his face wet with tears as he starts screaming in disbelief. His mother all but breaks down the door to give him a hug. Hours later, when he calms down, he texts Eraserhead the news. In response, Izuku simply gets a thumbs up emoji. For the rest of the school year, he's left alone by most of his bullies. He still hears comments every once in a while, but no one picks fights with him. Even his teacher has backed off entirely. Kaken is clearly furious that Izuku got in, with 1 point less than him, but doesn't come anywhere Izuku to express his anger. Izuku's mother runs out and picks up his UA uniform when it's ready. It's perfect. It comes in its own little suitcase. Inside of the suitcase is another, smaller, secret suitcase. Upon opening it, he sees a note, some remotes, and a shock collar. Reading over the apparent instructions that come with his uniform, Izuku finds it's not exactly a shock collar. It looks close enough to it to disturb the Midoriya family nonetheless. We at UA aim to create heroes. Sometimes in order to do that, a person must keep a volatile quirk under control. Eraserhead has informed the staff upon your acceptance that you have little to no control over your quirk. This collar is required to be on you at all times when on campus. When presented with the idea of light jolts to snap you out of a quirk-induced fit, Eraserhead got very disappointed with us. He suggested that the collar is used to administer small to large doses of quirk suppressants whenever needed. The small button on the center of the collar is a panic button. Apply pressure and anyone with a remote will be notified of your location. So there's also a tracker in this. Please feel free to give us any sort of feedback, as this is the first time we've had this kind of quirk to assist. If it feels uncomfortable, stressful, or you feel that it doesn't work, we will do whatever we can to help. Izuku picks up the remotes, reading over their note as well. These remotes can be given to whomever you believe should have one. If you feel the need to give more than provided, that can be arranged as well. The screen only shows your location if you press the button on the collar. There's no need to worry about your location being watched. The button on the left is to administer a small dose of quirk suppressants. The button on the left is to administer large doses. The button on the right should only be used in a life-threatening emergency. Do not press on button more than once at a time. The note simply says it's from support. If they had given me an actual shock collar, it could have been a source of energy and would worsen the situation. Curious, Izuku puts it on. I thought it'd make me feel more like a monster, but it feels oddly grounding. Maybe it hasn't been long enough. It isn't very wide, so it looks more like a weird choker with a red button in the center. He turns to show his mother how it looks. You look very stylish, dear. She says softly, eyes scanning over everything. Are you all right with wearing that? Her energy is flickering about, worried. If it means I'm not a threat to people, then yes. I'm all right, Mom. It doesn't feel that bad, it's almost easy to forget it's there. Izuku wonders if he could accidentally drain the energy from it. He'll have to ask about that. His mother hugs him, telling him he'll be a great hero. You've never said that to me in a serious tone before. He forces himself not to cry. Here. He gives her one of the remotes. I won't wear it at home, but if I press the panic button, you have every right to know my location. Thank you, honey. You can know my location, but please do not go to it. I wouldn't forgive myself if something ever happened to you. When he meets her eyes, they water as well. I know. I'll worry and call and demand answers, but I'll respect your wishes. Thanks, Mom. Eraserhead, did you read over all the notes for that necklace? He's not calling it a collar. Izuku, why did it say you were the one to inform them? Eraserhead, I work at UA. Izuku, were you the one who suggested a literal collar? Eraserhead, no. That's its own long story. I asked about having a panic button for you to use, as a means for me to erase your quirk. Shortly after your acceptance, Nedzu received a letter from someone explaining that you have a villain's quirk, and will most likely, and I quote, Go apes hit and murder the whole FING school. Kakin did this. Eraserhead. Nedza decided that because of my request, and that disturbing letter, it'd be best to have you wear something while in school. I explained that your quirk works mostly based on chakras, and they decided the throat chakra was the best placement for it, seeing as most other spots are awkward. They discussed a shock collar, but I had to step in and remind them that you are a child, and that I'd ruin their lives if they did that. Thank you. Izuku. I think I know who sent that letter. It's fine, if it makes him feel safer in the same room as me. I have a question about it, though. Is it possible for me to drain the energy from the collar itself? Eraserhead. They made it so that if it senses a sudden drop in battery life, it'll assume you've used your quirk on it and give an automatic dose. Just try not to use your quirk on it and you'll be fine. You have to charge it every few days. Izuku. Okay, thank you. Izuku feels a lot better about the situation after discussing it with Eraserhead. He was worried about wearing a collar, but it doesn't seem so bad when it's only for actual emergencies. If it were an actual shock collar, he fears the shocks would be too sudden for him to even use his quirk and rein in some of that power. While it's probably what they wanted, his mom would probably sue if that happened. Today's the first day of UA for Izuku, and he was so excited he barely slept. When he got up before his alarm, he was surprised to find his mother up too. You're excited too, huh? She jokes, cooking breakfast. At the table, they eat and make light chatter to break silence. I have to talk to you about something. You probably remember this very clearly, but I said something to you when you were 4. I regret it every day of my life. I should have told you that you could be a hero. I was just so sad looking at my poor baby crying that I said, I'm sorry. Not what I should have. When I finally did get my quirk, she didn't treat it as one. She began to treat it as an illness that had to be monitored. Mom was just so worried about me. Mom, it's okay. He says very softly, now picking at his food. No, sweetie, it's not. You know it's not. I'll do better. Be a great mom for you. You're already the best mom, so there's not much else you can do. They stare at each other a long moment, breaking into gentle smiles. When he gets ready for school, his mom takes a picture of him. Go get him. She whispers as he hurries out the door. On the train, Izuku feels Kakin. He's out of sight, still avoiding Izuku. I wonder if he'd confess to being responsible for this. The train runs a bit early, so they'd have downtime in homeroom. Maybe I can explore the campus. Once there, he does just that. For a while he sits against a tree, away from everyone. Mama Midoriya triple-checked that he had both charger banks with him. He does, and has gotten the school's permission to have them whenever and wherever he wants. He made sure that the teachers are not allowed to take it away like his last one did. Sometimes, he still has nightmares about what could have happened. It's time to go. I still have to find the class. Call it cheating, but Izuku just followed Kakin's energy to a door that says 1A. He only knew they were in the same class because his lackeys constantly hassled Kakin for information about the school. There's only a few students in there. Kakin is yelling at the windy blue guy from the exam. The tired boy from the exam is also there, sleeping. Other that there's a boy with a quiet energy. Nature-related, feels like how freshly cut grass smells. Izuku looks to find his seat and is horribly disappointed upon realizing it's behind Kakin. Kakin's eyes settle on Izuku, then onto his collar. The other boy follows his gaze. You. The boy comes over. Most of his energy is in his lower legs. Built for speed. What does citrus have to do with his energy? My name is Tenya Ida of Dash. I heard that part. I must apologize. You saw through the exam and saved others for points. I thought less of you for thinking you through the exam. I did throw the exam. I couldn't sit there and get points knowing other people were getting hurt. The tired boy's energy livens up as Izuku says it. He's not actually asleep. I see. I apologize all the same. He bows and walks away, letting Izuku get to his seat. Kakin turns around and smacks his desk with both hands. Does it work? He hisses. Kakin is somehow scarier when he's not swearing. Which part? Kakin's eye twitches. All of it. I haven't needed to find out. That seems to satisfy Kaken enough to huff and turn back around. More classmates start pouring in, and Izuku is suddenly grateful he's not in the middle of the classroom. Curly hair. Izuku turns, seeing the bubbly girl. Energy in hands. 5-point quirk? I wanted to thank you for saving me. I guess it was bad luck to trip. She laughs. My name is Uraraka. Her attention gets grabbed by something else, and she drops the conversation. Someone walks into the room and Izuku suddenly feels hungry. A boy with red and white hair sits in the back, straight-faced. His quirk is stronger than Kaken's. It's hot and cold, like sweet and salty, and I want it. Izuku's fairly quick to snap out of it, remembering he actually has some self-control. That boy's energy fills the room, and Izuku is forced to get out his charger bank to distract from it. It's a little better. Another boy walks in, and Izuku finds himself torn on how he feels. It's chi but electricity. I wonder how that'd feel to take. Must be an electric quirk. The fact that it's electric is strangely off-putting to Izuku, but he's still curious. The class chatters to each other, eager to get to know each other. To distance himself a bit, Izuku puts his head down. Shoyuta, what are you doing? Hisashi asks, sitting beside Shoyuta. I have taken on a student who's a bit difficult. The rubber around his bicep pulls on his arm hair, being somewhat annoying. So you're donating blood, why? Hisashi looks at the medical supplies on the table, eyes settling onto a box of something. Hun, why am I seeing juice boxes next to the needles? I said he was difficult. His quirk requires blood. Hisashi tenses. You've taken it upon yourself to provide? Shoyuta gives a small nod. It's clear no one else was willing to. I've seen what happens to him without it. He's never had a chance to try and manage his quirk. That's where I come in. Recognition sparks in Hisashi's eyes, nodding with a small smile. You can use your quirk to train him. Shoyuta, you big softy. Shoyuta grabs one of the blank cardboard juice boxes and fills it with a few vials he's already filled. He said it has to be consumed within 6 hours of leaving the body. That means Shoyuta can also account for lunch now. If that kid isn't a force to be reckoned with by time he graduates, Shoyuta will find a way to take back all his blood. This isn't going to be some wasted opportunity. I hope you're not scared of needles. At some point I'll go around taking blood from teachers as part of a training exercise I have in mind. Hisashi's eyes widen at Shuta's manic grin. You mean ask, right? You're not literally going to take it? Right. The blonde only gets a chuckle as a response. I wonder how he'd do in a fight against Vlad King. Looking at the clock, he yawns and starts putting away all the supplies he used. He has everything in a small case he keeps under his desk. For the juice boxes already full, he has a mini fridge hidden in the podium of his classroom he can store them in. He's sure to write the time it's taken on them. He can hear the chatter of his new class all the way down the hall. Putting on his best, I'll give you a decade of detention face, he stands in the doorway. Shoyuta doesn't say a word, he just stands there and waits for anyone to notice him. Sure enough, the moment he approaches the door, Midoriya's head snaps up. He looks so confused. That's funny. Shoyuta notes how Midoriya is acting right now. His arms look like he's holding himself, eyes fixed on Shuta's hands. You can tell, huh? To get the attention of everyone else, he clears his throat. It took you 8 seconds to be quiet. That won't do. I am Shoyuta Aizawa, your homeroom teacher. His eyes scan the class, trying to pick out the problem children this year. Shoyuta puts one of the juice boxes in the fridge. He's about to give the other one to Midoriya, but he sees something interesting. Midoriya looks like he's almost sniffing the air, nose scrunched up in something akin to disgust. The boy turns his attention from the blood in Shuta's hand to the door. Shoyuta turns in time to see All Might pass by in his powered-down form. I knew Midoriya called his energy rotten, but I didn't expect it to have that effect on him. It seems the moment All Might isn't so close, Midoriya's eyes snap right back to the blood. Fine. Here, you little brat. We're going to head outside for some quirk assessment tests. Go to your locker rooms and chants and meet me outside. You may go. He's already at Midoriya's desk. The kid is practically drooling. His quirk is fully active, as shown by the eyes being dilated and golden. Here, breakfast. Midoriya all but snatches it before starting to drink. Unfortunately, the straws are see-through. So it's clear he's drinking something red, but no one should actually guess it's blood. Students' eyes watch the interaction with curiosity before they leave. The only person who looks at it with disdain is Bakugo, a name Shoyuta recognizes Midoriya having said once. He told Midoriya to kill himself, I believe. Shoyuta wants to ask why Bakugo has 2 small dots on his neck. He knows the reason for those scars, he just needs confirmation. Thank you. Midoriya's eyes water a bit, and it seems he's in much less of a frenzy, taking casual sips. So he can settle down after the initial sip. Noted. He catches up with his classmates. Shoyuta has a feeling it's going to be one long year. In the locker room, Izuku practically hides in the back corner where no one is. Well, there's the quiet boy, but that's about it. Everyone else is eager to chat. I just have to settle in. He can't believe Eraserhead's his teacher. This is perfect, he can teach Izuku how to use his quirk and then be a quirkless hero. Not to mention the blood. He's so appreciative of it, but he's going to make sure Aizawa doesn't let this affect his health. The last thing Izuku wants is to guilt-trip someone into helping him. I think I'm going to like it here. His thought is cut short by a hand grabbing his throat and slamming him against a locker. Kaken's hand is warm, probably ready to use his quirk. This part of the locker room is cut off from the rest. They can hear the slam, but can't see what's happening unless they seek it out. Deku, what did I effing tell you? What did he tell me? The hand around his throat tightens. The tired boy watches on, eyes wide but energy unsure. Did you tell me something, Kaken? During the entrance exam. I thought I got it through that shitty little fucknugget of a skull you have, that you're only to use chargers. He seethes, pouring his anger directly into his energy. Izuku can't tell if it's on purpose. I'm sorry but I dash. But what huh? Kaken lets go of Izuku, moving to the juice box sitting on the bench. It's a decent size, and very little of it has been drank from. You have those stupid fucking chargers? Izuku slowly nods, scared of what Kaken might do. Good, because you're not allowed to have any more of this sheet. I don't have time to train to be a hero if I gotta deal with you being a goddamned monster every second. Kaken picks it up, and Izuku immediately feels panic. Where are you going with that? He squeaks, following him. Imma, throw the sheet away. Where else, Dad? He moves to the nearby garbage can, holding it over. In that second, Izuku moves, grabbing the drink. Kaken takes a step and Izuku snarls at him. When realization hits, he throws a hand over his mouth. Kaken's scared. Hey, can you move? The tired boy speaks up. T-dash. Leave him alone and go outside. Kaken's movements stop. His mouth snaps close and he does as told. The boy looks to Izuku a long moment. I don't know what's going on, but I advise that you stay away from him. He came after me. He points out. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to give him reasons why he should keep pursuing. Izuku sighs at his answer. I can put up with him. Always have. He's just angry He trails. I won't pry. The boy walks out without another word. Izuku likes him. His energy is calming, centered in the third eye as well. He knows it's brainwashing, so that makes sense. One thing that Izuku hasn't decided an opinion on is just how tired he is. So much so that the boy's energy doesn't even register as a source of chi to him. Too little energy. Risk outweighs reward. Don't bother. How could such a cool quirk rely on so little energy? Izuku's quick to join the rest of the class. His eyes settle on an invisible girl, mostly because she's fairly visible to him. At least her energy is. He looks at all the students, trying to pick apart what their quirks are. The boy with red and white hair is on the other side of the group. It's like a candy cane. He has to take a sip of the juice box to keep from actually drooling. You will all go through a series of tests. You can use your quirk however you please. He calls Kaken up to do the ball throw as an example, getting 702 meters. That's pretty good. Some of you have quirks that are entirely non-combative. There will be another test for that. His class lines up to do the running first. I feel relatively good right now. Energized. Midoriya. You can leave your breakfast with me in between tests if you want. But please do not just leave it on the ground. What? And waste such a thing? Yes, sir. Thank you. Most of the tests get average scores. Well, above average for Izuku, seeing as he feels awake for once. Above all, it makes him happy. Must be a high or something. Maybe I'm just not used to it. During the ball toss, he messes up. The ball only soars a few meters before landing. All Might? He looks around trying to find him. Midoriya, why did you mess that up? Aizawa asks, sighing. He follows Izuku's gaze to the corner of the school. They see All Might watching from the corner. Distracting, right? Do you want me to erase your quirk for this? Izuku nods after a moment. Izuku throws the ball again, getting 93 meters. Fairly decent without using a quirk. He's only saying that because he knows its progress. He takes the juice box back and joins his class. When he turns to them, he feels odd. With his quirk still erased, he vaguely feels like he can't recognize them. He shakes it off when Eraserhead gives it back. Weird. Kaken glares at him, so he scurries to the other side of the group. Ida, the windy one, turns to him. Sharply. Midoriya, is it? I think I ought to warn you about how wearing jewelry is prohibited. He starts to scold. Jewelry? What are you talking about? Izuku trails. Ida blinks at him a moment. Oh, did you forget about your necklace? It's dash. Obviously, it's a support item. The tired boy cuts in. He's defending me? Probably out of pity. It's probably for his quirk. Well then. Ida bows. I am incredibly sorry to make such an accusation. It's okay. Izuku vaguely feels like he'll burst into flames with all the attention currently on him. Now then, take a good look at your scores. Consider what you have to improve to score well in the next set of tests. Come on. Izuku is in third to last place, followed by people named Shinso and Hagakure. Hagakure must be the invisible girl because she's rather vocal about her disappointment. He lingers in the back as usual. This time he notices that the tired boy does as well. I'm Shinso, he says. Seeing as people tend to say your name around here, I know you're Midoriya. Yeah. Thanks for before, by the way. That's a cool quirk. Shinso turns to him. His energy screams disbelief. You don't believe me, huh? That's fine. I understand that feeling. They walk in silence. They go to another one of those fake cities that were used for the exam. You all know the game hide and seek, correct? This will go a little differently. Now the real fun begins. Izuku startles. Already enough energy to hear thoughts? I wonder when I can learn to do that at will. You will break into teams of 2. Me and 2 teams at a time will split up and hide in the city. The rest of you guys have 15 minutes to find us. Each person found is a point for the team. Good, now I can get that shitty Deku to stay where I can see him. I hate having to babysit. Kaken turns, and Izuku is already hiding behind Shinso. Is there a reason for this? Shinso mumbles. Kaken wants dash. Deku, come on. You'll be on my team so you can't F up. Kaken is already approaching. He's already on my team. Both Kaken and Izuku freeze at what Shinso says. Besides, he clearly doesn't like being near you. His tired energy is soothing. Izuku steps out from behind him and looks to Kaken. I'm already on his team. He repeats softly. Almost on cue, an energetic red-haired kid comes over, stealing away Kaken's attention. Saints, both of you. Midoriya, I suggest you finish that up. I won't be able to hold it during this exercise. Be done before you get called up. Yes, sir. Despite Kaken's general presence, Izuku feels fairly happy already. Now, he just has to prove that he belongs here. Hitoshi sits in the grass beside Midoriya. He's a little surprised at how far from the rest of the kids Midoriya chose to sit away from. Already the first day of school, and this kid is already teacher's pet and has a mortal enemy. Hitoshi gets the feeling he's known those 2 before today. Especially the angry one. Was his name? Bakugu. For whatever reason, he was pretty angry with the fact that Midoriya's drinking a juice box. Hitoshi finds himself intrigued by the way Midoriya snatched it back, like it was the only thing keeping him grounded. He looks to Midoriya, surprised that the boy's eyes immediately snap to his. Oh sorry. You scared me. He apologizes. I scared him just by glancing at him? Talk about being on edge. Do your eyes always do that? Hitoshi can't help but ask. Do what? They're yellow and kinda remind me of a cat. Not that that's a bad thing. The boy's face turns red. It happens when I use my quirk. So you've been using your quirk only when drinking that stuff? I actually use my quirk all the time, but certain aspects activate my eyes, I guess. I see. I want to ask what his quirk is, but I heard Bakugo call him a monster. There has to be a reason why he's wearing a collar. There is. Excuse me? I didn't say anything. Midoriya's eyes widen considerably before he takes the straw out his mouth and sets the juice box down, as if that has to do with anything. It felt like he was responding to my collar comment, but that'd be ridiculous. Hitoshi watches the students going first. They seem utterly lost. Only 3 students so far seem to have quirks good for this kind of thing. Do you think you'd be able to find people easily? My quirk doesn't help with that sort of thing. I've already found everyone. Midoriya mutters, sounding a bit unfocused. You did. Count Hitoshi impressed. This exercise might be the easiest for me out of everyone here. Unlike the people with hearing quirks or like that guy Dash, he points to a boy sitting in the grass, 6 limbs turning into different things like ears, mouths, and eyes. I don't need any time to hunt them down. Not digging the use of the word hunt, but okay. What's your quirk? Midoriya doesn't seem startled by the question, but more so saddened by it. I'd rather not talk about it. Fair enough. That'd make me a hypocrite. His first memory of Midoriya was how he offered help, all too eager to surrender his free will. Then it was how he ran towards the 0-pointer like there was nothing else he could have done. Running simply wasn't an option for him. That's fine. Midoriya's eyes seemed to look around for something, his fingers drumming on the juice box. There's a garbage over there. Hitoshi points. Oh, thank you. He gets up and throws it away, taking the longer way around to avoid being near the students. What did the time written on the box mean? It's kind of like an expiration. 6 hours from the time written and I can't use it. Use? The heck are you drinking? Hitoshi pretends to nod with understanding. From the crowd, Hitoshi sees Bakugo glaring at them every once in a while. Though, it seems more like he's checking up on Midoriya. Bakugo keeps staring and it's getting kind of creepy. He admits. Midoriya gives a small chuckle. He's just scared of me. Hitoshi wants to laugh, because as far as he can tell, this kid is harmless. His voice is so soft and he's so calm. What does Bakugo have to fear? Friendship? So he thinks he has to keep an eye on me, like a babysitter? Well, you do have kind of a baby face. Midoriya looks at him with incredibly confusion before the joke sets in, making him laugh quietly. I know I do. He hums. They watch the next groups go in. They're up next. After a few minutes, the time starts. Found them. It's a good thing I picked you. Hitoshi chuckles. Well, it's not quite a chuckle. A fond breath of air is a more suitable thing to call it. Thanks for that too. Well, it's rare that I hear someone else being scared of for their quirk. He's a D-dash. Don't thank me for having human decency. Midoriya looks thoughtful. Like a word Hitoshi said doesn't match up with how he feels. Next group can go up. The redhead calls. They wait at the entrance, giving the people hiding time to find their spots. Found them. He hears Midoriya mutter, head tilted a bit. Good thanks. He answers, unsure of how to respond. The light above the entrance turns from red to green, and Midoriya is already onto the roads. Hitoshi follows closely behind. The city itself is quiet. How are we supposed to find 4 people in a city this big? It seems unfair. Hitoshi realizes that yes, it's unfair, but it's unfair for almost everyone here. The kids with the flashy quirks wouldn't have any more of an easier time with this than Hitoshi would. Midoriya turns a corner sharply, walking in a way that screams, a predator hunting for food. Without a word, Midoriya stops in front of a dumpster and kicks it rather hard. Someone screams, before the lid gets knocked upward. You scared me. Can't you make noise when you walk? A boy with black hair and large elbows laughs, clearly embarrassed by his scream. Now that Hitoshi was thinking about it, Midoriya did move silently despite having such large sneakers. Sorry. He rubs the back of his neck, a nervous habit that Hitoshi also has. They leave the kid they found so he has time to hide again. It seems Midoriya is already tracking down the next person. He's going by whoever's closest, staying on a set path. The pattern continues, finding several kids over and over again. They were usually the same three. Hitoshi almost cracked a smile at how angry the invisible girl gets when she's found so easily. Is there a reason you haven't gotten to Aizawa yet? Hitoshi asks, snapping Midoriya out of whatever daydream he was in. Hitoshi's noticed that whenever Midoriya gets lost in thought, or uses his quirk, that collar thing on him starts to blink a red light. It stopped as soon as Hitoshi got his attention. He's not worth it. He says finally. Not worth what? We just have to find him. Would you like to? I have his location. I don't see why not. Maybe he's secretly worth double points. Recognition sparks in Midoriya's eyes, telling him that Aizawa definitely would do something like that. He nods, leading Hitoshi back out to the center road of the city. Midoriya leads them forwards, before stopping so fast his foot catches on the pavement a bit. He's there. Midoriya points to a building, but also there. What does that mean? That he's trying to throw me specifically off his trail. Midoriya huffs, a look of challenge in his eyes. Oh no. He's a weird one. At that thought, Midoriya cuts a glare at him. Did I say that out loud? Stomping forward, Midoriya takes off to the building on the left, walking in and taking the stairs. He doesn't bother checking other floors. He goes directly up to the 7th floor, marching into an empty office. His body drops lower to the ground. Hitoshi can't help the chill that goes down his spine, recalling Bakugo's words. He's harmless. When Midoriya stops, his mouth hangs open in disbelief. Are those fangs? On the ground is a very small puddle of what looks like blood. He's tracking people by blood? Oh, you're effing on. Midoriya seethes, voice barely over a whisper. Checking his watch, they have less than 3 minutes left. The light on Midoriya's necklace is beeping again. Midoriya spins on his heels and makes for the stairs. He practically jumps down them one set at a time, and Hitoshi has to thank his height for being able to keep up with him. How can someone with such tiny legs move so fast? Midoriya is basically sprinting to the other building, further out of Hitoshi field of vision. He turns a corner, and Midoriya's gone. Well then. He breathes, able to take a break and recover stamina. Was that Midoriya who just swore and ran off like that? No. It couldn't be. Time's up. A voice on the intercom calls. Hitoshi decides to wait until Midoriya shows up again. That's not fair and you know it. Midoriya's voice comes into earshot again. When Hitoshi sees him, he holds his breath to keep from laughing. Aizawa has Midoriya wrapped up in his scarves, carrying him like a piñata. You're the only student here that could find us without any trouble. I was leveling the playing field for others. Aizawa looks like he's being stern, but Hitoshi can see the faint amusement tugging at his features. He drops Midoriya with no prior warning, not that it's an issue. Midoriya lands perfectly. Midoriya joins Hitoshi's side, going quiet once more. The beeping has stopped. Maybe it's heart rate? Aizawa walks away, leaving them alone. The kid's eyes are green again, matching his hair. He told us to stay. We're hiding next. Hitoshi nods, surprised to hear the shy voice from Midoriya after that. Can I hide with you? No rules against it. Midoriya hums. We'd move at a constant rate. I'll just avoid everyone and appear hidden. That's fine. It's a matter of if you're fine with carrying dead weight. Don't say things that aren't true. His voice was serious and steady. He meant it. Hitoshi shrugs, letting Midoriya take the lead. Again, they go as planned and hide from anyone who comes near them. At some point, Midoriya entirely freezes up. His eyes are wide with panic, like a deer. There's only one person Hitoshi can think of that'd hold that kind of power of Midoriya here. Bakugo. Without thinking, Hitoshi looks to Midoriya and pushes him behind the corner. When Bakugo comes into the alley, all he sees is Hitoshi. Where the F is Deku? He seethes, waltzing right up to Hitoshi. Who? Hitoshi raises an eyebrow and pps his head to the side, looking down at Bakugo. Deku, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Afraid I don't. Smoke fills the air, coming from Bakugo's hands. Right, his quirk is explosions. Whatever. Bakugo walks away, not interested in the match of hide and seek going on. Hitoshi leans back to check on Midoriya, and it seems like he's not even breathing. He's gone. I know. He whispers after a while. Midoriya comes back out of the alley, standing by Hitoshi. I guess our fear of each other is pretty mutual. But why is he scared of you? The class ends with Aizawa talking about his general goals for the heroics course. They seem pretty straightforward and simply enough, but no doubt will require a lot of hard work. Hitoshi has a feeling that the bags under his eyes are going to worsen over the next year. Not that he minds, if he means he finally gets to prove the world wrong and become a hero. Midoriya's quick to leave the locker room when they change, no doubt because of what Bakugo did earlier. That, however, does not stop Bakugo from coming over. He left already, he sighs, stifling a yawn. I wasn't waiting around for that piece of sheet. I waited so I could give you a warning. Warning. Hitoshi narrows his eyes, already aware of where this is going. If you love the F out of your life or whatever, stay the hell away from Deku. Pretty bold of you to assume I love life. He snorts, getting a glare. Bakugo, he's harmless. That little sheet may look harmless, but get him to snap and you'll see. That's not really. Bakugo, I think any person can be dangerous when they snap. That's kind of why it's called that. Shut the hell up, you fucking cabbage. Sure, people can snap whenever they want, but Deku is dangerous. A monster when not kept in check, got it? Sure, buddy. Got it. He snorts, thinking about little harmless Midoriya. Yeah, the kid might have seemed a bit like a predator at times, but that's probably because Bakugo already planted the idea in his head. Hitoshi leaves the locker room to go get lunch. Before he was more than happy to sit alone, but now things a bit different. Hitoshi feels like someone needs to protect Midoriya from Bakugo. His tired eyes search the cafeteria for any sight of green hair. He finds him sitting with Aizawa. Walking over, he sees him giving Midoriya another juice box. It sounds like they're arguing a bit. I promise I'm fine. I don't need to really eat. Real food. Yes, but you can and you very well should. I'll look like a bad teacher if you didn't ever eat lunch. At that, Midoriya holds up the juice box, shaking it. I am. He whines. Should I not sit with him? You can sit, Shinso. His voice is soft. Aizawa's eyes look to Hitoshi and nods as well. He sits next to Midoriya, wondering why his teacher is here. Shinso, please tell your classmate food's important. Aizawa deadpants. Well, it is. What's going on? I have all I need in a small box, eraser. Midoriya huffs. Aizawa leaves, returning a few moments later with a small bowl of rice. He slides it to Midoriya and walks away. Hitoshi eats silently, used to not having company at all. Thanks for sitting with me. It's whatever. As he eats, his attention gets caught by Midoriya slowly sliding his bowl of rice towards Hitoshi. I'm not going to eat it. He mumbles. Is that stuff really all you need? Midoriya cuts him an unreadable look before nodding. They eat and make small talk about classes so far, until Midoriya stops responding entirely. He's not even drinking that stuff anymore, just staring. A look at his face worries Hitoshi. His eyes are dilated and yellow, and it looks like he's about to start snapping his teeth at something. When he follows his gaze, he smirks a bit. Todoroki, huh? Huh. Midoriya blinks, turning a little. You're practically drooling. Go talk to him. Midoriya's face goes bright red. No, it's just. He takes a deep breath. It's my quirk. It's a bit hard to control. So his quirk requires him to drink whatever's in that box, can track people down, and causes him to stare at the class's residential pretty boy? Not buying it. You can admit that you like his face. It's not that. He whines, putting his hand over his face. My quirk is very distracting. Some people have a bigger presence than others. He's just a distraction. He sounds sincere enough, but I'd like the chance to pick on him. You have a weird-sounding quirk. Midoriya hums thoughtfully in agreement. Today was structured differently, meaning all they have left to do is grab a syllabus and go home. Hitoshi and Midoriya walk to the train station together, despite Bakugo's angry glares. Midoriya walks up to a train and nods to it. This is my train. His voice sounds subdued more than anything. Don't look so sad, I'm on this train too. Hitoshi clambers in after him, not mentioning the look of absolutely confusion on Midoriya's face. It's because he's tired. He makes out some of the muttering, grabbing phrases here and there. That or Kaken blocked his presence entirely. Oh, I was just too distracted by it. I'll let him do whatever this is. The train ride is essentially just Midoriya muttering and Hitoshi listening. For once, it feels nice to have someone filling the silence he's used to. When they exchange waves goodbye, Hitoshi can't help but feel like he has to stay with Midoriya. Him and Bakugo are going one way and he the opposite. Who knows what could happen between today and tomorrow? That night Hitoshi can't sleep. Not that he ever really does. He stares at his ceiling, wondering if it's even worth getting out of bed. Sure, he could get water or do something productive. Or he could lie here for the remainder of the night just counting bumps in the ceiling. Wiping his eyes a bit, he gets up. Yeah, 1 hour is plenty. He snorts to himself, putting some clothes on. Exercise tends to help him fall back asleep. It's helpful in more ways than one. He slips out of his window unnoticed. Not that his parents would. They make sure to be polite to Hitoshi but never really interact. He starts with a jog down the street, only focusing on the feeling of his feet hitting pavement. This is going to be a good year. It has to be. It's my start at being a hero. His thoughts are cut short by a trail of blood on the ground. Don't follow. I'll end up like them. All he wants is to spin on his heel and go back to bed. It's not an option. He knows that. He's going to be a hero, he can't just say, nope, and leave the scene. Taking a deep breath, he investigates. The blood goes around the corner, down the street. In the middle of the road is a body. It would look like a car accident if the blood smears didn't indicate they were dragged there. When he walks closer to inspect the body, he starts seeing something wrong. He can't quite figure out what it is though. Hitoshi reaches down to check for a pulse, but his arm gets snatched. It was a trap. They used themselves as bait. The person turns, mouth opening up to be thousands of teeth. Is he in a nightmare? Is this person real? He tries pulling away, coaxing a verbal response out of them. Nothing works. I can't be a hero if I'm dead. Hitoshi's trying to pull back, but the thing pulls his arm towards its mouth. Towards death. Someone clearing their throat get both of their attention. Midoriya? He sees him standing on the other side of the street, wearing a shirt that says, villain, in all capital letters. Now is not the time to have a sense of humor. Is this a bad time? His voice sounds scared or unsure, but his face looks at the monster in cold fury. Hitoshi watches as Midoriya stares at the thing. That can't be a quirk, it's too. Well, he'd say villainous, but that'd make him a hypocrite. Let him go. Midoriya quietly says, and I won't hurt you. The monster, person, twitches their head to look at Midoriya, eyes zeroing in on him. Hitoshi can feel the grip on his arm loosening ever so slightly. Is he going to take that thing on himself? Is he crazy? Under the limited light from the street lamp, he can see that Midoriya isn't wearing that collar. What that means he isn't sure. The way Midoriya's eyes glint in the light is almost mesmerizing. Oddly comforting. He's like a cat. The villain freezes when Midoriya starts walking towards them. If you let him go, you can have me instead. What? That's suicide. The villain's mouth snaps back into a normal one, a grinning expression stares back at Midoriya. Why would I want a small fry when I can have a whole meal? I won't hurt you if you let him go. Wait, I can use my quirk if it can talk. As he thinks it, Midoriya's eyes look onto his, shaking his head. Is he telling me not to? How does he know what my plan was? For a small moment, it looks like the villain felt threatened by what Midoriya said. To be fair, it was unsettling even to Hitoshi. Without another word, Midoriya closes the distance. His eyes remain focuses on the villain. Luckily, the villain tenses up rather than tries to kill Hitoshi. He flinches when he sees the villain's mouth return to the grotesque void of teeth it was before, ready to kill. Midoriya, what are you doing? Hitoshi asks, suddenly scared for his acquaintance. Chills go down his spine when Midoriya just winks at him with a small but vicious smile. He holds a hand out to the monster, person, and they go still upon contact. They let go of Hitoshi and he falls to the ground, scurrying away. Midoriya has two hands on the face as it morphs back into a person's. Their eyes roll into the back of their head, body starting to go limp but not yet there. They call me a monster, but it seems you can do far worse in far less time. The villain snickers. Midoriya blinks but says nothing. Maybe your friend will have something to say. With the arm closest to Hitoshi, the villain quickly gets a knife out and swipes his leg, making a cut. Midoriya makes a strangled noise before the villain falls unconscious. Is he breathing? As if hearing his thoughts, Midoriya checks for a pulse. He'll live. His voice is soft. If Hitoshi didn't know any better, he'd say Midoriya was ashamed. You're hurt. He wanders over to inspect his injuries, grabbing his arm before his leg. Drowsiness begins to overcome Hitoshi. But this isn't my usual brand of tiredness. I think his quirk had something to render victims helpless. Midoriya gets up and grabs the villain's hand, showing it to Hitoshi. The palm of the hand is covered in small needles. Actually, they look more like small teeth. A look at Hitoshi's arm shows that yes, something did prick him. Being hauled to his feet, he manages to get out his address. A moment later, he loses the battle against sleep. Hitoshi wakes up with a gasp, shooting straight up in bed. His hands find the sheets, grasping at them. I'm awake. Last night really was just a nightmare, huh? Bizarre. His alarm is set to go off in a few minutes. He might as well get up now. Standing up startles him into alertness. Without thinking, he pulls his pants down to his ankles, wincing at the bandages around his thigh. Last night was real. His arm also has major bruising from the person's grip, and small cuts where they used their quirk on him. In the shower, Hitoshi comes to a new realization. Midoriya saved my life. Why was Midoriya outside in the middle of the night? How did he find him? Well, maybe he used whatever tracker his quirk gave to find him. What did he do to that person? They called Midoriya more villainous than them. Yet he saved me. Distantly, Hitoshi wonders if Midoriya will take that comment to heart. He hopes not. What was with that ugly t-shirt Midoriya was wearing? He shakes it off. He'll get answers soon enough. Izuku paces around the train station, nervous. Apparently, having a good supply of chi upsets his sleep schedule. Not that he really minds, besides the fact that he was bored out of his skull. He didn't mean to commit accidental vigilantism last night. Izuku felt nothing but guilt when he met Eraserhead to explain what happened. He'll never regret saving Shinso. Why was he up anyways? I have my reasons, but there's no excuse for him to wander around unarmed like that. After Eraserhead got to them, Izuku was ordered to get Shinso home. Shinso regained consciousness a few times, mumbling about it just being a dream. Hopefully he still believes that. There's no way Izuku is talking about what happened last night. That villain calling me a worse monster kinda stung, but I'm used to it. His feet go back and forth along the empty benches, waiting for their morning train. Kaken's there too, but hasn't done anything else but glared at Izuku thus far. Someone clearing their throat next to him makes Izuku Diamond near jump out his skin. Sorry, Shinso tiredly apologizes. You look like you're on several drags right now. I'm anxious, Izuku admitted, doing nothing to slow down his pace. Shinso hasn't asked anything yet, but he wants to. Mood. Shinso yawns, having a seat at the bench. His eyes follow Izuku's movements. It'd be so easy to just stick a leg out and trip you. I guess it would be yeah. You've stopped. Congrats. Izuku looks down to his feet. He spooked me out of my walk. He sits beside Shinso with a sigh. Why are you freaking out? His gaze holds suspicion. Did he get hurt last night? Shinso thinks, letting his eyes drift over Izuku as if injuries could be seen over his clothes. In all honesty, Izuku did get hurt. Nothing too bad, just practically mauled by that villain when they woke back up before Eraserhead arrived. They said something about their quirk needing human flesh to survive, yet they didn't want Izuku. It wasn't because of their completely unneeded, small fry comment. Izuku was told it was specifically because of his quirk. He can't help the shudder. Cold? Shinso asks. No. He wants to itch at the bandages around his torso. They ruined my shirt. Well, if Shinso finds out, maybe I can apologize for having to take his pants off to clean and wrap his wound. The cut was deep. He won't be surprised if he has a limp. Can I suggest that he sees Recovery Girl without sound sketchy? The train pulls in and they get on in silence. He keeps looking over at me. When's he going to ask? The train ride is mostly peaceful, until Izuku feels a disturbing presence. Perversion. His head whips around, trying to see if anyone's in danger. Across from them and a few seats down, he sees a girl from another school being talked to by an older businessman. She looks terribly uncomfortable. One look into that man's thoughts send Izuku on his feet. Sir, he says, firmly grabbing him by the tie. What do you want, brat? Can't you see I was talking? You weren't talking. You were stalking. Chill the F out. Izuku yanks his tie and wraps it around one of the poles, securing his place. The F are you doing? If you're going to act like a dog, you'll be leashed like one too. The girl laughs at that, visibly relaxing. She moves to the other side of the train after thanking Izuku. You don't know what I was thinking. The main protests, getting angry at the lack of people helping him free. You don't know my quirk. Izuku slumps back in his seat, getting a confused look from Shinso. Color me impressed. Who knew you had a backbone? It gets a laugh out of Izuku. I'm working on it. What was he going to do? He tenses at seeing Izuku's disgusted expression. That bad? His thoughts were a literal dumpster fire. He blurts out, getting an amused breath of air from Shinso. Once at school, they shuffle into homeroom without much talking. On Izuku's desk is his breakfast, but no sign of Aizawa. When he picks it up, he feels that the box is lighter than yesterday. He said he'd adjust the amount so I'd be able to sleep better. Who knew it'd have to be fine-tuned? Later on into the day, the kids have their gym class. It's mostly weight training, seeing as quirk training comes once they all get settled. In the locker room, Izuku changes without much thought, until he feels eyes on him. He slowly turns and meets Shinso's gaze. Ifng knew it. Shinso mumbles. You saved my life. Izuku throws a hand over Shinso's mouth to shut him up. In turn, Shinso quirks an unimpressed eyebrow and peels Izuku's hand off his face. No one can hear us, relax. Izuku's pacing again. What's your problem? It was vigilantism. I used my quirk on them. He squeaks. You saved my life. Are you telling me you regret that? Izuku snaps his eyes to Shinso. No. Shinso looks at the bandages around Izuku's torso. How bad was it? They woke back up and attacked me. Eraserhead secured them. I was ordered to bring you home. Shinso's eyes widen. You broke into my house, stripped me and cleaned my injury, and then just left? Izuku nods. What, did you want me to think it was all a dream? The shrug Izuku gives says it all. Jesus, you did. I didn't want you asking about my quirk. Or what that villain said. A look of confusion comes over Shinso, before understanding. They called you a monster. So, he does understand. Izuku nods, shrinking in on himself a bit. I don't see why it's a bad thing. People get called beasts when they're really good at something. Think of it like that. You're crying already? Big baby. People used to hurt Izuku's feelings when they called him a crybaby. When Shinso does it, he feels the affection in it. Thank you. Also, your cat attacked my legs. Shinso shrugs at that, like it's a common thing for his pet to do. They leave the room and go do their exercises in peace. Today's their first battle exercise class. Here I am, coming into the room like a normal person. All Might does just the opposite. The class whoops and yells, losing their collective marbles. Everyone seemed surprised by his sudden appearance besides Izuku. He knew All Might was coming for a while now. He's excited to see one of his favorite heroes, but All Might's energy tends to put a damper on his mood. Izuku wasn't even aware that he was holding his breath until he felt dizzy. All Might lets them take their costumes and get changed. Izuku's costume is a green jumpsuit that his mother made for him, with the addition of various sized charger banks in the pockets. They're lightweight enough not to hinder him. On his head are goggles that allow him to shield out light when his quirk fully activates. Sometimes the sun hurts his overly dilated eyes. He doesn't have any actual weapons, except for two. On either side of his thighs are grappling hooks that either have the option to shoot out hooks or scarves much like Eraserheads. I felt inspired. Sue me. They're perfect for apprehending villains without too much force. Izuku looks over to Shinsu's costume. It's lavender and oddly similar to Izuku's. There's a mask that covers the bottom portion of his face, most likely because his quirk relies on his voice. Dear Lord, we're matching. Shinso sighs, following Izuku out to the rest of the class. Well, don't you all look wonderful? All Might beams proudly. His eyes settle on Izuku with an expression that feels like guilt. His energy is saddened. It soon dissipates, and All Might starts talking about the exercise. They have to team up and act as villains or heroes in order to secure a bomb. Sounds simple enough. The teams are drawn by lots. Izuku is teamed up with Todoroki, which is terrifying to say the least. Todoroki barely glances at him, not speaking. No, wait, there was a small nod of acknowledgement. The first round will be Team B, that's us, against Team D. Izuku meets tired eyes. He's against Shinso. Who's his teammate? Sorry Midoriya, he's with me. Shinso nods to Kaken, making his blood run still. I'm going to die. All Might save me, I'm going to die. This is the perfect time to lay in fetal position. You're Midoriya, right? Todoroki's eyes burn into Izuku. They're different colors. He manages a stiff nod. They go outside and wait for the timer to count down, signaling that the villains are out of time to plan. It won't take long. You stay out here and I'll take care of everything. Take care of everything? What, are you going to set the building on fire? Todoroki freezes, staring at Izuku with an almost angry look. Am I wrong about his quirk? Half of him is ice and half is flame. His energy screams that he's purposely upsetting that balance. Are you asking that because you know who my father is? His words sting, despite not being insulting. I hurt his feelings. No? Who's your father? Todoroki blinks at him, confused too. Endeavor. Did you not know? No. I'm not the biggest fan of him, so I never bothered learning his name. His energy is so mean and angry. It's hostile and unlike a hero. How did you know my quirk? Todoroki takes a few steps towards him, trying to intimidate. Izuku takes a step back to regain the space between them. Why are you standing so far away? Izuku's trying his best to keep his distance. Because of my quirk, to answer both questions. What's your quirk? It seems Todoroki got the memo, because he stands still, no longer approaching. Izuku shrugs. It doesn't matter, I don't use it in combat. Ever. His energy just changed. Like he related to what I said. Very well. I plan on freezing the building as soon as they let us start. Stay out of it and we'll win. I want to do the exercise, no matter how scary it is. Kaken's quirk is explosions. He has amazing battle sense and would easily stop your attack. Do you know what powers his explosions? His sweat. He's said it to me 1,000,000 times growing up. I was there when his quirk first manifested. If you freeze the building, it might be harder for him to use it. It won't stop him entirely. Todoroki nods. And the other person? Shinsu's quirk is brainwashing. I don't really know what the conditions to activate it are. Izuku casually takes out a power bank and puts the charger cable in his mouth. It's to help keep my mind off Todoroki's energy. You said you won't use your quirk for combat, but is there anything it can add to the table? Todoroki raises an eyebrow at the charger in Izuku's mouth, but doesn't comment. They're on the 4th floor, in a room off to the right. Assuming the bomb's there, that's the location we need. It's a bit hard to pin them down, with Todoroki's energy in the way. All Might is further away, but still close enough to make me feel gross. Can you keep tabs on who goes where? Izuku closes his eyes and focuses. Can you walk down the street? Izuku doesn't want to be rude, but his quirk can't work properly. Todoroki does as asked, curious. Kaken's in the room. I can track him no problem. Shinso has a very faint presence. It's hard for me to find because of you. Because of me? Did I say that out loud? How do I fix this? It's just that your presence is very strong to my quirk. It's overshadowing everyone else a bit. Understanding flashes in his eyes. That's why you're trying to stay away from me. Izuku nods in agreement. I'm glad he's not offended. What's the collar for? Why are you asking? Izuku asks, painfully aware at how suspicious it makes him seem. If you're going to be a liability, I'd prefer to know now. His tone is cold, closed off. Izuku stays quiet, unsure of how to even answer something like that. Start. All Might yells into their earpieces. Just as he said, Todoroki goes to the door and freezes the building over. There's no sound besides the crackle of ice. Using his quirk only makes Izuku hungrier. It prompts him to take a few more steps back. Are they in place? Todoroki asks, giving Izuku a borderline worried look as he steps back. I can't tell where Shinso is, but Kaken's on the move. The initial plan failed. Now they have to go in and hunt them down. It's a few minutes before the exercise starts, and Hitoshi finds himself genuinely concerned over how this match will go. I can't believe I'm stuck with this Deech. So what's the plan, Kaken? Hitoshi sneers, getting a glare. Don't FNG call me that. The plan is for you to F off and mind your business while I win. I mean, while I'm not suited for combat, I don't like how he says it. Pass. What do you mean, pass? Bakugo screams, storming up to him. You're going to stay out of my way. Is mutiny allowed? Is that an option for heroes? Now that he thinks about it, they're playing villains. He can do whatever he wants. Would I get taken out of the battle for controlling him with my quirk? Bakugo settles a bit, walking around the bomb. You stay here and guard the bomb. I'll take out Deku in half. Why do you call Midoriya that? As rude as it is, he can see why he calls Todoroki that. Because he's a useless Deku. Duh. I don't think I've ever gained such a disliking for someone in such a short amount of time. Not sure I follow, but go off I guess. He saved my life. That's more useful than you've been so far. What did he do to make you hate him so much? Why does the scariest person in their class fear the most harmless? It's none of your DMN business. Hitoshi's sure it's subconscious, but Bakugo reaches up and brushes a part of his neck. He pulls his hand away after making a bit of a scrubbing motion. Hitoshi sees 2 small scars on Bakugo's neck. Maybe it has to do with Midoriya. I'll remember to ask him. Did the nerd tell you what kind of fuckery he can do with his quirk? What? Didn't you two grow up together? Why are you asking me? Bakugo's expression falls a bit, turning serious. He doesn't use his quirk in public. At least not the fucking. Not the dangerous part of it. I don't know if the little sheet has a grasp on it. So he's scared of another hidden part of Midoriya's quirk? What's his quirk? Why won't you just outright tell me what it is? He's dodging for a reason. Bakugo walks around the room, even looking out the window to see their location. He really doesn't want anyone hearing. It's been a long fucking time since the sheet used a quirk near me. I don't know what exactly it does anymore. I only know that it's called Psychic, and that the fucker almost killed me. When we were kids. As tough as Bakugo tries to be, he seems fairly stressed out talking about it. The name of his quirk sounds like it has nothing to do with how he uses it. I'm somehow even more confused. Now you answer my questions, fuckface. Is there anything about those two we need to know to win? Midoriya does very well with tracking people down. He doesn't need to be near us to know where we are. He probably has our location already. Bakugo tenses ever so slightly. Is that all? FING weak. He scoffs. Midoriya said being with Todoroki is distracting. Maybe we can use that. Start. All Might calls. Bakugu's already leaving the room, presumably to stop them before they can get to the 4th floor. After a few seconds of silence, a wave of cool air hits Hitoshi's skin. Einstein, half and half, is freezing the building. Get ready to deal with it. Freezing the building? There's a faint crackling sound. Hitoshi braces for it and jumps as high as he can when it invades the room. It passes him. He lands on one foot, using the free one to kick some of the ice growing onto his shoe. I'm free. He answers into the communicator. Hitoshi hears the distant sounds of yelling and explosions. Should I help or guard the bomb? He'd rather go find them and make sure Bakugu doesn't kill Midoriya. There's a buzzing sound around Hitoshi, and then the lights go out. It's almost too dark to see. The only lights coming from a window here and there. Whose quirk did this? Did Bakugu blow up something vital? Maybe Todoroki's quirk froze too much. If the match is still going, that means the cameras are still active. Shitty Deku took out the lights. I'm stuck dealing with icy hot. That means Midoriya is probably on his way up. To throw Midoriya off the trail of the bomb, Hitoshi leaves the room, slowly walking down the hall. The air is still painfully so. It's even harder to see with the lack of light. They just had to make the walls dark gray, huh? A sudden noise catches his attention. He widens his eyes in an attempt to see better. He hears breathing and movement, but for the life of him can't see it. Hitoshi holds his breath, suddenly feeling nervous. It's just Midoriya. It has to be. The light. A red light helps him pin down Midoriya's location. His collar beeps, steadily rising. Midoriya? Hitoshi calls, hoping to get a verbal response. He's not answering. Does he know how my quirk works already? The beeping light is getting closer. Midoriya passes a door, eyes reflecting yellow from the window. And Midoriya? A few floors below, Bakugu sets off an explosion, distracting Hitoshi. When he turns back to Midoriya, he's gone. I'm F'd. Hitoshi mutters. With the initial plan not working out, Shudo felt fairly annoyed. Bakugu's a bad matchup against his ice. At least Midoriya can hunt them down somehow. Shudo takes the lead, Midoriya lingering far behind. They'll just have Midoriya guide him to the enemy, and Shudo can take them out. About as much teamwork as he can manage. Kaken's on the 3rd floor, he's coming down. Midoriya said that Bakugu will ignore me and go straight for him. I can use that. That's the reason why Shudo's in front, so he can attack freely and keep Midoriya at a distance from Bakugu. Hey, Todoroki? What? He deadpants, exhaling frosty breath. Would you be able to fight in the dark? Shudo feels his heart stop a moment, memories of training with his father surfacing. Well enough. Why? I located a fuse box. If I take out the lights, I'll have an advantage over them. Kaken would probably use his quirk more to create light dash. And he'll strain himself. Is it close by? It's on the other side of this floor, by the back exit. How did he locate it, then? Is his quirk for locating anything? No, that can't be it. He said he'd never use it in combat. That means there's a physical aspect of it. Midoriya catches up to Shudo, walking by his side. Shudo sees that his eyes are switching furiously between yellow and green. Are you all right? Midoriya shakes his head as if forcing some thought out of it. I'm working on it. There's no point being here if I can't help on the front line. He has fangs. Shudo knows Midoriya is struggling to gain control over some part of his quirk, his collar beeping madly. If he starts losing it, I can freeze him. Kaken's on our floor. Make a break for the fuse box now. Shudo says it so he has more room to fight and to give his teammate a break. Fine. Midoriya sprints away. Du. Bakugu jumps around the corner ready for a powered-up right hook. Instead of Midoriya, he hits a wall of ice. What the F dash? He breaks the ice with little problem. This might be an issue. It can't be. Shudo Todoroki isn't allowed to have problems. He throws up more ice, pushing forward. Where's the fucker? Bakugu yells. He's busy. Bakugu has amazing control over his quirk, Shudo admits. Now it's a matter of who can hold out the longest. Their abilities are matched so far. Cutting the lights. Midoriya warns, before they're engulfed in darkness. On my way back. I have to get past you to get to Shinso. Got it? Shudo answers, rolling his eyes at how Bakugo swears like a sailor on crack. Just as Midoriya guessed, Bakugo uses his quirk to provide light. This was Deku's dumb plan, wasn't it? Bakugo almost laughs. Yeah, what about it? Have you ever been to a zoo? Shudo nearly stops his attack, utterly confused. What? I'm saying your dash. Not supposed to feed the animals. Midoriya's voice finishes from behind Baku. When did he get there? How didn't we see him? It might just be his ice, but something cold runs through Shudo at the sight of Midoriya. Bakugo startles and swings around to attack his friend? Enemy? Whatever. He's shot at. A scarf shoots out of a weapon and ties Bakugo up securely. It's like Aizawa's scarf. Bakugo hits the ground with a grunt, screaming profusely at the two of them. Here. Midoriya tosses his weapon to Shudo. I'm going after the bomb. As Bakugo starts blowing up the scarves, Midoriya scurries away. Shudo's left to deal with this angry man by himself. Izuku runs towards the location of the bomb, trying to get away from Todoroki as quickly as possible. He thought he could handle it. Thought he could force himself to get used to it and work by his side. Izuku was horribly wrong. It was overwhelming. Like I was falling asleep and my quirk fully taking over. It scares him. Just focus on getting the bomb. He can vaguely sense where Shinso is, well enough to avoid him. Moving in the dark is laughably easy for him. When he comes to the 4th floor, he stills. Most quietly. As Kaken might say, move like a predator. Midoriya? Shinso tiredly calls out. I can see him just fine. He doesn't seem to know where I am. He moves slowly, trying not to make a sound. My costume ruffles a bit. He needs isolation from everyone. Time to let his quirk calm down and deactivate on its own. And Midoriya? He calls again. I can use that fear to throw him off. He has a plan, but he doesn't know how well he can execute it. Shinso steps forward to find Izuku just as Kaken blows something up. Here's my chance. He rolls sideways into the room on his right, heading for the window. He kicks it open and leaps. One shot. Izuku gets his other grappling hook from his holster and fires it at the roof. He wants to scream in relief when it actually catches, providing tension as he reels in the line. Young Bakugo, you better not set that thing off indoors. You'll kill him. All Might calls over all communicators. Relax. He won't die if he dodges. Before Izuku can even ask what's going on, a large explosion blows out some of the 2nd floor, shaking the building. The force of the explosion jolts the hook off the ledge of the building, no longer providing Izuku with a reel. In the time it takes me to shoot the hook again, I'd be dead. Izuku already has enough forward momentum, he just has to stick the landing. I won't have enough grip strength to latch onto the ledge. Izuku decides he just has to go straight through the window. He extends a leg and kicks against the glass, shattering it. He covers his face as he hits the ground and harshly rolls. Midoriya! Shinso yells. By time Shinso reaches the room, Izuku has his hand on the bomb. Hero team wins. All Might cheers, ending the exercise. Izuku looks up to Shinso with a lopsided grin. You have glass in your arms. Shinso sighs, visibly relaxing now that the exercise is over. Yeah, it's Dash. Young Bakugo, where is Todoroki? They still at the question. It's safe to assume Todoroki was on the receiving end of the blast. He dodged enough, but the dumb F didn't see some of the wall fall. He's trapped under rubble? Shinso and Midoriya exchange looks before sprinting down to the 2nd floor. Kaken stands on a ledge, looking down into the 1st floor. Can you find him? Shinso asks. There's ice and rubble everywhere. Izuku feels his energy all right, but he has to pinpoint the exact source of it. He's over there. He points to a spot in the 1st floor, taking the stairs down. Shinso and Kaken stay overhead. All Might Midoriya found him. We're going to get him out. Shinso calls. Do you need me there to lift the dash? No, Izuku cuts in, feeling bad for snapping. Just have the robots bring in a stretcher just in case. You'd only distract me. He sees an arm hanging out of some rubble and ice. Todoroki's awake, looking at Izuku with a confused stare. Is he concussed? Todoroki, you with me? He softly asks, suddenly aware of how close he is. Why are you here? My quirk was best for this. No one else can see well enough. Can you move? Todoroki makes an annoyed face at him, shaking his head. My right side is pinned down. There's exposed wire and metal. Enough to latch on. I have an idea. If I press this button, anyone with a remote can know my location. All Might, Aizawa can explain to you why you can't be here later. Your weight and movements aren't suited for this environment. Is there another teacher you'd like to help? All Might sounds worried sick, unsure of how to go about this. Izuku sighs, pressing the panic button. Aizawa's on his way. He mumbles. What did you just do? Todoroki asks. Midoriya, is it an emergency? There's a communicator in this thing. Battle exercise. No lights on, Todoroki's under rubble. I'm down here helping him, but I need help. All Might as well. All Might. Already on the way. It sounds like he's running. After a few minutes, Aizawa shows up, barely out of breath. Shinso, Bakugu, go turn the lights back on. The boys do as told, leaving them alone. Midoriya, what happened? I think Kaken tried to blow Todoroki up and collapsed the building on him. Aizawa looks to Todoroki, who nods. Okay, are you fine to give me a hand? Izuku nods. I have an idea. I have grappling hooks. I can try to pull some of the weight off of him while you get him out. Fine, let's hurry up. Shinso drops down by them, coming to help. Great. You can help Midoriya. Make sure he doesn't get dragged when he pulls the rubble up. Shinso nods, coming over to Izuku. Now. Izuku moves behind the rubble and launches the hook at it, immediately being pulled when it begins to reel in. Shinso darts forward and wraps his arms around Izuku to anchor him in place. Their combined strength pulls the rubble up just long enough for Aizawa to pull Todoroki out. Thanks. Todoroki mutters. He looks like he's covered in scrapes and bruises, but nothing's broken. Recover Girl's robots come in for Todoroki to be placed down on, despite his protests. Midoriya. Aizawa calls, getting his attention. Come here. Izuku sees Shinso shooting him a look as he walks over. Do you need a break? Izuku thinks it over, before nodding. Aizawa slaps a pair of Quirk erasing cuffs onto him. Go to the nurse with Todoroki and get your injuries treated. Shinso, you hurt? No, sir. He manages. Good. You go back to the observation room with your classmates. Bakugu. He yells. Yeah. Kaken jumps down from the floor above them with an unreadable expression. You're coming with me. Shudo sits up on the stretcher, annoyed with how everything's playing out. He was supposed to just freeze the building and get everything over with. Instead, he had to get helped by the weakest-looking person in their class. He pressed that button on his collar and Aizawa immediately picked up. Midoriya. The boy in question startles. Why didn't you want All Might to help me? Midoriya makes a strangled noise, lingering farther away. You know how I said your presence is distracting? Shudo nods. All Might's is too. I wouldn't be able to properly focus on being able to find you and help. He looks sick talking about All Might, but he clearly respects him. Is it our quirks? There's no other reason I can think of. Stronger quirks mean stronger presences to him? Yeah, sort of. He hums. He watches Shudo with an odd look, like he hasn't eaten in days. Shudo sees Midoriya fiddle with his utility belt, getting the charger pack he was using before the exercise. Midoriya moves to put the cable in his mouth, but pauses. He realized his quirk isn't active right now. He did that out of habit. Blinking a bit, Midoriya puts the charger away. Shudo's eyes linger on the quirk-suppressing cuffs around Midoriya's wrists. If he's so harmless, why does he have to wear those to walk to the nurses? Shudo's reminded of what he saw. The ice shattered under the pressure of the walls, pinning him down entirely. He hit his head hard enough to decide to stop struggling. In the darkness, he saw the yellow glint of Midoriya's eyes. It looked like his classmate was feeling out his location. When Midoriya's eyes fully settled on him, Shudo felt colder than his ice. He looked up and stared into the eyes of a predator. Only when Midoriya frantically spoke, he realized how stupid he was being. He's weak. Why are those cuffs on you? If anyone should be locked up, it should be Bakugo right now. My quirk is very hard for me to control. His tone is hushed, like it's a taboo to even mention it. Being near you is hard. Midoriya mutters before his face bursts into red. I'm sorry. That sounded so mean. My dash. Your quirk. I get it. What exactly is it? Is it something I actually have control over? No. It's not your fault. Midoriya sighs, unaware that Shudo didn't say that out loud. The realization scares Shudo a moment. He read my mind. What does that mean? What's the extent of this power? Before he can consider asking, they're brought to recover girl. All Might let all this happen? She sighs, looking over their injuries with a sad expression. What happened to you too? I got hit by an explosion, and some of the building fell on me. Jumped through a window. Shudo gives Midoriya a look. Why would he need to? Why was he outside? Young man, did you have a choice but to go through the window? She takes on a scolding tone. No. The explosion made me lose my grip on my grappling hook, and it was either some glass in my arms or possible death. She hums, satisfied yet still disappointed. Very well. You two go have a seat. They get escorted to 2 beds behind a curtain, waiting as recovery girl gets the proper tools to use before deciding to use her quirk. Shudo gets set down, and Midoriya takes the bed closest to the window. The moment she turns around, Midoriya takes out his phone and makes a call. He puts it on speaker, unable to fold his arm well enough to hold it to his ear. Izuku, my baby, are you all right? His face is bright red, embarrassed. Yeah, I called to remind you not to come to my location. His voice is tired. So that's the voice of a caring mother. What happened? Did you lose control of your quirk? Did you dash? Her voice gets quiet. Hurt someone? No. My classmate needed some help, and it was the fastest way to get it to us. I'm sorry if I worried you. It's all right, Izuku. I'm glad that you're using it for uses besides yourself. How about this? Press once for something like this, and 3 times for an oh my gosh send police emergency. Midoriya snorts. What's 2, Mom? 2 means it's in between or you accidentally hit it twice. They laugh, and if Shudo knew how, he might have smiled along with the conversation. Now, Mr. Aizawa came to help, I presume? She knows Aizawa? Yeah, quickly too. I'm very thankful for a hero like him helping me with my situation. Speaking of, are you all set for lunch? With Aizawa handling a good portion of them, I can come by and donate if he needs a break. I understood none of that, and frankly, I'm not sure I want to. I'm good, thanks. Aizawa's really good. His mother makes a noise of content over the phone. Izuku, since he came into your life, you've been a lot happier. Midoriya blushes, rubbing the back of his neck. I think I've been able to focus more on my goals now that my quirk isn't always eating away at me. For a moment, he looks deeply disturbed by something, before snapping his attention back to his phone call. I have to go, Mom. I just wanted to call and say I'm fine. All right, Izuku. Love you. Love you too, Mom. He hangs up and drops his head in his hands. Sorry you had to hear that. These cuffs are hard to be in. He gives Shudo an apologetic look, as if he can tell how out of place Shudo feels hearing the call. You must have a bizarre quirk. Shudo comments. Midoriya looks at him a moment, before giving a very small but genuine smile. Extremely. He chuckles like it's a funny joke. What's the name of your quirk, at least? I want to know about it. It's so bizarre and oddly specific. Any information to help me beat you. The boy looks like he considers even saying the name of it for a while. Psychic. Shudo frowns at the name. That's vague. That's the point. It sounded like he said it to himself. All right, dearies, I got just what I need to make you feel better. Recovery girl waddles back to their beds, ready to help. Shoyuta sits in front of Bakugo, staring intently at the boy. Usually, intimidation works. Now it feels like they're trying it on each other, painfully aware that it doesn't work at all. Explain to me what happened. Shoyuta deadpants, not removing his eyes from Bakugo. The student in question huffs a bit, looking away. I used my gauntlet to blow up icy hot. And why did you use a blast that large inside of a building? Bakugo, I read over your written exams. You're practically a combat genius, and even more so with your own quirk. You know DMN well that you were risking the building itself with that blast. So tell me why. Bakugo looks up at him, body entirely rigid as he glares at Shoyuta. I wanted to win. Usually a student would say they didn't know better. That they don't know why they did something at all. I wanted to prove I'm the best. Because I am. One of these days you'll come to learn that you're just a kid. As far from being the best as the rest of your classmates are. Are you prepared for that? From what I understand, the real MVP of the match went to Midoriya. Bakugo's eye twitches. I've been meaning to ask about your relationship with Midoriya. What about my relationship with Deku? There it is. The first question. Why do you call Midoriya Deku? Shoyuta knows the answer, he just needs confirmation. Bakugo sits up a bit. We call him Deku because he's useless. Shud is about to interrupt already, but Bakugo continues. Deku was a late bloomer, so the nickname came from when everyone thought he was quirkless. It takes a lot of control for Shoyuta not to leave campus right now and yell at their old teachers. The use of the word, we, implies that Midoriya had other bullies. From what I've seen he did. I've also come to learn that all of them simply followed Bakugo's lead. Why didn't they stop when his quirk manifested? He's only ever used it on me. Bakugo's eyes widen, and Shud is sure he didn't mean to admit that. Bakugo nervously rubs a spot on his neck. When he pulls away, showing the small scars on his neck. Shoyuta noticed them the first day of class, but never got the chance to ask. That confirms it. He's never used the main parts of it in front of the extras we grew up with. So they thought he lied about a quirk? He refused to show it. Bakugo nods. You all bullied him and made him feel like some sort of monster. Shoyuta points out, thinking back to the day he met Midoriya in an alley. Because the fucker is a monster. They're both kids. They're both scared and hurt. Bakugo, have you ever considered that both of you were traumatized by what happened when you were kids? That Midoriya's just as scared of. His quirk as you are. Bakugo jumps to his feet, storming up to Shoyuta. I'm not scared of him. Bakugo storms out of the room, leaving Shoyuta to regret how he phrased things. Great, I have to deal with a full class, a new teacher, a student with a dangerous quirk, and a student with a superiority complex. Feeling a headache coming on, Shoyuta becomes fully aware that this is going to be a long year. Now to speak with Toshinori about how this kind of thing could have been prevented. It's been a few weeks since the battle exercise, and Shoyuta is glad to be seeing some improvements made by his students. After witnessing the first group's match, students have been more thoughtful of their attacks and how it could affect those around them. Besides Midoriya, Kaminari and Shinso seem to have been very aware of their quirk's effect on people. Shud has also been helping the class out with the fighting styles that best fit their quirks and their body types. So far, the only students with the same fighting styles as Shoyuta are Midoriya and Shinso. Maybe he can train them personally and get rid of their bad fighting habits early on? Shinso should consider training under Hisashi too, learn how to project and use his vocal cords to their fullest extent. Class 1A wait outside for the bus, lined up by Ida according to class order. The only exceptions to this are Midoriya and Shinso. When the security was breached by reporters, many learned that Midoriya doesn't do well at all surrounded by large groups of people. In fact, he became so overwhelmed during that experience that he began to mentally shut down, letting his quirk act of its own accord. Shinso managed to brainwash him into calming down, and got him away from the crowd long enough to keep him under control. Despite Midoriya having the tendency to lash out at people when his quirk is fully active, he didn't even try harming Shinso. Later on, Midoriya admits his empathy was partially to blame. While he was overwhelmed by everyone's energies piling on top of each other, all of their energy was laced in dread and panic. Midoriya began to feel that as well, drowning in anxiety. That's a part of his quirk he has to get a handle on before becoming a hero. For that reason exactly, Midoriya is going to sit in the back of the bus. Shinso is going to stay with him because he can pull Midoriya out of a panicked state. That, and because Midoriya admits Shinso has a rather calming energy. Shoyuta has also noticed that Shinso seems to be oddly protective of Midoriya. When the class arrives at USJ, Shoyuta greets 13. Why do I not see All Might? He literally had one job to do today. Shoyuta shouldn't be as surprised as he is when 13 says All Might used up his time for the day. Well, we should divide his job evenly. Shoyuta offers. I agree. I can handle the lesson about comforting civilians. They cut themselves off, realizing how it sounds. Not that you're bad at that. I know you do a better job at it. Just not in this instance. 13 laughs at Shuta's jab, turning to the students to address them. As many of you know, I am the rescue hero 13. And this is USJ, my training facility. Shoyuta sees the kids looking around with excitement, eager to train. My quirk is called Black Hole. It can destroy anything I let it touch. I use it to save people, but it can just as easily be used to kill. Actually, I'd say it'd be easier to use my quirk for evil than good. Shoyuta sees both Midoriya and Shinso tense where they stand. I can see why. Both of them are obviously not fond of their quirks. Shinso is just more subtle about his aversion. As 13 continues their speech, Shoyuta sees something strange. Midoriya's eyes turned yellow. Why is his quirk active? The boy drops his body lower to the ground, like he's preparing for an attack. Midoriya? Shoyuta asks, taking a step towards him. Midoriya's attention only gets caught when Shinso puts a hand on his shoulder. He's grounding him. What is it? My quirk says there's dozens of people near the center plaza. I don't see them. Shoyuta feels a sinking feeling in his gut. No one else should be here. 13 quietly tells Shoyuta. His goggles are already on. Are we starting the exercise already? Zero takes a step forward, getting stopped by Shinso. A black mist fills in the center of the plaza, and they watch on in horror as villains start pouring out of it. Everyone get back. Shoyuta warns his students. This is a villain attack. Kaminari, Midoriya, try to get signals out. They're probably stopping our alarms with a quirk like Kaminari's. It's a long shot, but maybe Midoriya's collar can get his location out for help. The students are backing up as told. Everyone except Midoriya. My. We were told All Might was supposed to be here. Told? Bummer. I brought a maxed out beast to act as the main boss. There's a man covered in hands. He must be the main boss. He seems too young. Childish. Well, guess I'll settle for killing of some kids instead. He laughs. Shoyuta turns to tell his students not to engage and to focus on escaping, but he can't. He turns and sees Midoriya still in his spot. His eyes dilated and animalistic, focused on something down in the crowd. He's looking at the large bird villain. The worst part of it is that Midoriya's staring at it, practically drooling. As if that villain's an all-you-can-eat buffet. Hitoshi's heart is beating out of his chest. It's clear that this is a real villain attack, that their lives are at stake. His favorite hero is about to risk his life for them. This still doesn't feel real. Hitoshi watches as Aizawa frowns deeply at Midoriya. Shinso, he calls, tossing a remote. Read the inside cover. 13. Evacuate and protect the kids. Without further explanation, Aizawa leaps at the villains. The class is moving back in fear, besides Midoriya. Midoriya, evac with the rest of your class. 13 orders, hurting. Everyone towards the door. The kid doesn't move. Other Suttons call him, but none can grab his attention. Bakugo, you grew up with him, right? What's up with him? Kirishima asks. The class turns their attention towards Bakugo, who's been actively backing away from Midoriya. Is he scared? Not of the villains, but this literal child. It's his FING quirk. Stay away from him if you want to live. His voice is low and tense, not taking his eyes off the back of Midoriya's head. Hitoshi looks at his classmate. He's obviously not frozen in fear or panic, but he's in some sort of trance. like he's mesmerized by something they can't understand. Before anyone can decide what to do, the same black mist as before starts to block the doors. I'm afraid I can't let you all leave. The mist is a person? The mist comes together a bit more, revealing that it is. A man in a suit stares down the class. The symbol of peace was supposed to be here. Shame will have to take it out on you guys. He does sound apologetic to some extent. We're children. Juri yells at him. I'm a villain. The man shrugs a bit, somewhat surprised she thought that'd sway him. 13 moves to use their quirk on him, but is ultimately stopped by Kirishima and Bakugo jumping into the direct path. No. Do not engage. Defense only. 13 scolds, trying to come up with another plan. No, Moo. No. Moo. The class's attention is grabbed yet again by Midoriya muttering something. This time, the villain before them seems intrigued. His eyes widen as he watches Midoriya. He doesn't face the villain, instead he keeps his eyes on the villains in the center plaza. What's Nomu? Someone asks quietly. Nomu is the name of our creature. The man explains, how your classmate knows this is beyond me. Unless he has some very powerful and desired quirk. He moves towards Midoriya, and Hitoshi is relieved when the class steps between them. 13 jumps in front, using their quirk without worry. That is, until the man creates a portal, causing 13 to injure themselves. It's no fun to have 20 people against me. I'll have to take care of that. Without time to figure what that means, Hitoshi's surrounded by blackness. He's falling. Before he's completely consumed, he can see the villain going to Midoriya. Hitoshi panics and grabs the boy's arm, pulling him into the darkness with him. Hitoshi hits the floor hard, feeling nauseated by the odd movement the floor does. He understands when he gets up. I'm on a boat. There's no sign of other classmates with him, not even Midoriya. There are villains in the water, but it doesn't seem like they've spotted him. Hitoshi tightly holds the remote Aizawa gave him. Maybe now's a good time to figure it out? The remote is small, with a screen on the upper half and 2 buttons on the bottom. He said inside the cover? Turning it around, he sees that there is a cover neatly placed on the back. Sliding it off reveals a note. If anyone is reading this, you've been personally trusted by Shoyuta Aizawa to care for his student, Izuku Midoriya. What? Realization dawns on Hitoshi. His collar. Is this something Aizawa always carried on him? If his eyes are yellow, his quirk is fully active. If he's unresponsive to words, do not touch him. Do not come near him. Only advance at your own risk. What is this about? Do not engage with him hoping you can use a quirk to get out of a situation. Enough time and he can slow down your own quirk, or even render it useless. The left button will administer a small dose of quirk suppressants through his collar. The right will administer large doses. Only use the right if in a life-threatening emergency. Do not press a button more than once in the same PRD of effect. What the hell? Hitoshi breathes. He puts the shield over the remote to keep from accidentally pressing the button. Hey, any brats up there yet? An unknown voice calls from the water. The villains. He wishes he knew if any other classmates are near him. We found one in the water. Oh no. Midoriya? A part of him hopes it is, so he can keep an eye on whatever Aizawa's trusting him to do. Another much more logical part of him also hopes it's not a student at all. A student in the water means that they're surrounded by villains, all with water-based quirks. They'd be as good as dead. Several villains dive down to attack the student, but none of them resurface. The villains look worried, some murmuring about how many of them that didn't have breathing quirks. Hitoshi's heart stops when he sees green coming towards the surface. Midoriya breaks the water with a gasp for air as he whips his head around. Midoriya! Hitoshi yells, getting his attention as well as the villains. His eyes are green again, he looks like he's out of whatever trance that was. A villain charges at Midoriya, and Hitoshi stills. His classmate reaches a hand out, eyes flashing yellow. The moment it touches the villain, he seizes up and sinks into the water. Midoriya's eyes go back to green, but not without a fight. He kicks towards the boat, looking for a ladder or anything. He's stuck in the water. We were told not to engage. I can't let him die. Knock knock. Hitoshi yells to the villains. Some of them have to fall for this. He gets various responses. Some answer the call, some make fun of him, trying to distract them. Hitoshi won. He can feel strings all around him, connecting directly to his mind. If he can reach out mentally and pull, they become his puppets. Stop the villains. A good amount of people fell for it, because the water turns into an all-out brawl between people. We don't have long until they start snapping each other out of my hold. Hitoshi nearly yells when a loud sound startles him. His grappling hook. Midoriya pulls himself out of the water while they're all distracted, hitting the floor of the boat and wheezing. Hitoshi steps forward to help him up. Get away from me. Midoriya snaps, almost sounding like Bakugo. Please. I don't think I can control my quirk for long. That sounds more like him. Midoriya pushes himself to his feet, knees shaking a bit. His eyes flash between yellow and green. Luckily, they're more green than yellow right now. Hitoshi realizes they can escape as is. There's no other students here. The greenette mumbles, desperately reaching for the phone banks that come with his hero costume. Midoriya reaches to put a cable in his mouth. For what? Hitoshi has no idea. All Hitoshi knows is that Midoriya must have a death wish. Stop its dash. Midoriya bites down on the cable, disappointment washing over his face when nothing happens. They're going to electrocute you? Hitoshi's not sure why he bothers finishing the sentence. I was hoping on it. It got wet, but instead they're not working. Sheet. He throws them into the water, pegging two villains in the head. We have to go help Aizawa. He's getting too exhausted to fight on his own. Hitoshi doesn't get the chance to object, because Midoriya wraps an arm around his waist and uses his grappling hook to launch them to another zone. Midoriya drops Hitoshi and takes a hard landing for himself. They landed in between zones, meaning no villains to worry about. What happened with you? Hitoshi finally asks, ready to lose his mind if he didn't get answers soon. My quirk is making it very hard for me right now. Because of Nomu? Midoriya's head whips around to him, eyes wild. You kept muttering it while you were hypnotized or whatever. Should I mention that Aizawa gave me his remote? I couldn't get his attention to brainwash him. My quirk is useless against him. Yes. His voice is soft and full of shame. Midoriya jumps, eyes moving behind Hitoshi. He's staring at Aizawa. Their teacher fights off villains on his own. He's in a lot of pain. The fatigue is catching up with him. How do you know that? They move forward, and while Midoriya urges him to stay away, Hitoshi gets closer. Shinso. If for whatever reason I lose control, if I hurt anyone, why is his voice breaking? Midoriya? You'll have to kill me. Hitoshi's breath catches in his chest. Whatever words he planned on saying next are completely lost. He's serious. I can't just kill you. He breathes, trying to process what the hell's going on. If I lose control and Aizawa can't stop me, it's either you kill me or I kill you. It's not a threat. Midoriya uses a matter-of-factly tone of voice. It's not a threat, just a promise. Hitoshi wants to explain that he has the remote, but keeps it to himself. Who's to say Midoriya won't lose it and target him for it? I'm that I dash, a loud crunching noise gets their attention. They face the source, and find the bird villain practically on top of Aizawa, snapping his arm effortlessly. Aizawa, no. Hitoshi turns to see if Midoriya's still calm, but it appears he's too late. He's not sure if it's on purpose, but he's almost positive Midoriya's quirk is putting a certain aura into the air. It's putting pressure on every cell in Hitoshi's body, screaming at him that Midoriya's a predator. What he's hunting he doesn't know. His quirk is emitting emotions? What the hell is he? It's almost suffocating to be this close to Midoriya. The boy's eyes are DMN near black from the dilation, save for a small sliver of gold that outlines it. Midoriya walks towards Nomu, towards Aizawa. Hitoshi wonders if he should use the remote yet, but decides against it. What if this isn't the kind of emergency that warrants it? What if it slows Midoriya down and renders him unable to defend himself? The lights on his collar aren't blinking anymore. It's only red. The mist villain is back next to the man covered in hands. Kurogyri, Is this the brat that called Nomu by name? The man's voice is ragged as he scratches his throat. He sounds so young. How old are they? He refused to face me before I scattered them. Beneath the hand on the man's face, Hitoshi can see the start of a mad grin that peeks out from the palm of the hand. Now he wants to play hero. Hey brat. Midoriya doesn't even glance at them. This is my Nomu, engineered to kill All Might himself. Any idea where the symbol of peace might be? Engineered? They call it a creature. It's supposed to kill All Might? There's so much information being thrown at him, and for the sake of the investigation that's bound to come of all this, Hitoshi tries to memorize everything he hears. The villains seem annoyed at Midoriya ignoring them. Nomu, kill this brain-dead freak. The bird creature moves on command, focusing its eyes on Midoriya. Hitoshi feels a lump in his throat. In the time it takes Hitoshi to blink, Nomu has moved from its spot to Midoriya. He looks, and sees that Midoriya isn't a splatter on the pavement. He's not broken like Aizawa. He holds Nomu by the head, forehead resting in between its eyes, touching its brain. Nomu isn't moving at all. Nomu, I said kill him. The man covered and hand screams, neck now bleeding from his constant scratching. The bird villain drops to its knees, kneeling before Midoriya. Kurogyri. This brat is ruining everything. Black mist opens up beneath Midoriya's feet, and he falls through, transported away. Hitoshi is alone with Aizawa. The villains turn their attention to him. Nomu, get this one instead. His blood runs still, and the air cold. He would have been dead if it weren't for ice creating a large wall between them. Todoroki. He breathes, feeling nothing but gratitude for him. Ice surrounds Nomu, encasing it entirely. While the ice shakes from it breaking free, Hitoshi moves to where Aizawa is. I can't leave him unprotected. I couldn't even protect Midoriya. I'm pathetic. Nomu shatters the ice entirely, creating a wind strong enough to blow him to the ground. Oi, Misty F-, I wasn't done with you. Bakugo and Kirishima arrive. They're planning on taking him on. Hitoshi watches on in shock as his classmates pin down Kurogyri. Now all that's left is Nomu and the hand guy. Why did you do that? The voice is soft and poisonous, full of blind fury. They look and see Midoriya walking towards them again. They didn't send him far enough away. Nomu! He commands, but the Nomu doesn't move. I thought it couldn't think for itself. Midoriya strides towards it, a blank expression on his face. Bakugo, for the first time, looks worried. Nomu, I said attack. It takes a step forward, but yet again stills. You can't think for yourself. What did this monster do to you? He's calling Midoriya the monster. Fine, attack one of these other mouth breathers. The Nomu listens to that, charging towards Kirishima. The boy gets smacked with an arm, yelping in pain as he's thrown away. There's a sickening cracking sound from the impact. If his quirk is hardening, does that thing have enough strength to break even him? We know you're here to kill All Might, but how exactly do you plan on it? Todoroki's voice is steady. The villain laughs. Nomu here has shock absorption, regeneration, super strength. Just to name a few. It's never fought something and let it live. Nomu hasn't been defeated. Multiple quirks? Nomu, he calls again, sicking it on Todoroki. The boy puts up a wall of ice in time, but doesn't account for just how strong the villain is. It breaks through the ice with a fist and snatches Todoroki. He grunts in pain as the Nomu holds him, and all but screams when he's slammed into the concrete. Why did you do that? Midoriya repeats, approaching Nomu. Midoriya, what are you doing? Hitoshi's surprised Todoroki's awake and still able to speak. Hitoshi sees Midoriya liking his canines in anticipation, staring at the creature. Kirishima returns, staying behind Bakugo strictly as backup. Don't you know it's rude to take someone else's food? For the first time, Midoriya lifts his gaze from Nomu and stares at the main villain. Tamura Shigaraki. Tenko Shimura. Shigaraki takes a step back. What did you just call me? That's your father's hand on your face, isn't it? Shut up. He screams at Midoriya, hands covered in blood as he scratches at himself. The students watch this odd interaction. Hitoshi sees and feels like he's watching a kid play with their food before eating it. Nomu, kill him. Nomu! For the first time since the attack started, Shigaraki screams at the creature, throwing a fit. It seems to work, shocking the bird out of being idle. Hitoshi sees the blur of movement. He hears the screaming of his classmates. He can feel the aura Midoriya's giving off. A large hand swings up to splatter Midoriya, but the impact never comes. Upon contact, it freezes. Midoriya does that creepy forehead-to-forehead thing again, and it bows down. It goes limp. No. This thing is made to kill All Might. It's made to be indestructible. It broke your classmates like twigs, and this stupid FING brat downed it in one hit. You're cheating. Shigaraki. The mist man tries to soothe from beneath Bakugu's grip, but stops when Bakugu threatens him. Nomu hits the ground, no longer moving. Midoriya moves away from it, turning to Shigaraki. It's dead, but I'm still hungry. Hungry? The doors to USJ blow open, revealing a very furious-looking All Might. Have no fear, because I am here. All Might turns into a blur as he defeats any and all villains he sees. When he gets to the main villain, his eyes settle on Aizawa's mangled body. When All Might arrives, Hitoshi swears he sees Midoriya's face crinkle briefly into disgust. Young Midoriya? All Might calls, getting no answer. The symbol of peace moves to touch Midoriya, and Hitoshi blurts out a warning. All Might don't. Aizawa said not to touch him when he's like this. The note. Where's that remote? I can't believe I forgot. Shinso. The voice is soft. He turns and sees Aizawa trying to push the remote to him. I must have dropped it. His teacher can barely move, yet he's trying to do this. He killed my All Might killing creature. What kind of sick freaks are you guys teaching? Shigaraki hisses. Midoriya advances, and Hitoshi hits the right button. A large dose of Quirk suppressants. The boy jumps and slaps a hand to his neck. Soon he turns around and his eyes meet Hitoshi's. Let eat. He seethes, now coming towards Hitoshi. Hitoshi feels more scared of his almost friend than the villains trying to kill them. For the first time since everything started, Midoriya's collar isn't all red. It's beeping again, slowing down as time goes on. His eyes flash green for a split second. Midoriya collapses. Shudo watches his classmate hit the ground, almost in slow motion. Midoriya's eyes roll into the back of his head as his eyes fight for their natural green. The classmates besides him, All Might, and even the villains stare in shocked silence as the sound of him hitting the ground seems to echo. A weight Shudo wasn't aware of lifts from his shoulders. From his heart itself. With that little bit of peace, he finds himself slipping into sleep and giving in to his injuries. Shudo wakes up with a headache and a dull ache throughout his body. The curtains are drawn shut, and he only has one bed next to him. He turns and feels himself tense, angering himself at his jumpiness. Midoriya looks peaceful now. It's a stark contrast to whatever the hell he was before. Then again, Shudo somehow isn't surprised. During the battle trial, it seemed like he read my mind despite having Quirk suppressing cuffs on. If he can do that while having his Quirk suppressed, then what's he like without any restraints? USJ showed a side of him that Midoriya was adamant about never using. He told me he'd never use it in combat, just as I'd never use my father's fire. What caused him to? Why did he go back on his word? Shudo has no idea what to think of him now. It was almost like he used his Quirk against his will. Though, during everything he looked like he actually wanted to use it. The Nomu that broke me was down by him in seconds. That beast that was made to kill All Might himself was brought to its knees by Midoriya. That can mean two things. The Nomu was either much weaker than the villains thought, or that Midoriya is undoubtedly the strongest one in their class, and might even rival All Might in terms of raw power. Based on how easily Shudo was hurt by the creature, he knows it's the second option. I can see why he refuses to use his Quirk in combat. In the bed next to him, Midoriya stirs and Shudo yet again tenses. Is this a side effect of his Quirk? There's no way he has some fear towards Midoriya now, right? I'd like to have a word with my son. A voice calls from behind the curtain, accompanied by the stomping of shoes. His father's come to get him, Just dandy. Your son needs his rest dash, recovery girl gets cut off. Don't tell me what my son needs. The curtains ripped open, and Shuto manages a glare at his idiot of a father. Shuto. What do you want? He spits, you heard her. I need rest. No, what you need is obviously more training. His father's fire flares a moment, and for once, Shuto feels differently about it. Some of that ever-lingering fear of his father has been dulled down. It takes a moment to realize why. The most scared I've ever been in my life is now not because of you. It was Midoriya. Shuto doesn't understand how he should feel about it. He's scared of the boy, yet not. Upset, yet happy he's having this effect on him. Shuto decides he'll just have to talk to Midoriya once he wakes up. Oh, you listening, Shuto? His father sees. To be honest, no. I wasn't. It feels good talking back. He tunes out the rest of what his father says, relaxing a bit when he leaves. Recovery girl informs him that several of his ribs were either cracked or broken. He also dislocating his arm when he hit the ground, along with a few more injuries. She's healed them all to the point of just being some bruising. Shuto's attention is caught by Midoriya stirring. The boy's eyes flutter open, and he looks around a bit. Immediately after, he closes them tightly and begins to cry. Shuto knows he should tell the boy he's awake too, but he can't bring himself to. If anything, he finds himself grossly intrigued by the sight of him crying. As if USJ made him look like he wasn't capable of it. The duality of Midoriya, I suppose. Midoriya's eyes open again, landing on Shuto. A look of horror settles onto his features. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry dash, his breath hitches. Stop. He's working himself up into an anxiety attack. You didn't hurt me. Don't apologize to me. Midoriya's shocked out of his episode for a moment. I didn't hurt you? He said I didn't hurt him. God, he's right, but I still let him get hurt. I wasn't fast enough. I wasn't good enough. Midoriya. Todoroki snaps this time, looking annoyed at his struggle. The boy beside him takes a deep breath before speaking again. It's too late. Everything's over with. There's no point in dwelling. Izuku realizes he's right to some extent, but becomes confused by something else. Why are you being nice to me? Todoroki barely even blinks at him, then turns away. Because I know what it's like to be treated as less than a human. Todoroki! He calls before he has time to realize Todoroki never says it out loud. Todoroki huffs, not exactly laughter. Right, you can read thoughts, can't you? Izuku feels his face going red in embarrassment. I don't try to. Sorry. For everything that's happened, Izuku's a lot calmer than he thought he'd be. Maybe it's shock? Who knows? Admittedly, he's glad not everything's weighing on him yet. He constantly hears the thoughts of Todoroki trying to piece together exactly what happened. Izuku tries to drown it out. Recovery girl, can I have some quirk-suppressing cuffs or something, please? Izuku asks, not missing the way Todoroki's energy stills. Of course, dear. How are you feeling? She makes her way over, gently putting the cuffs on and resting a hand on his forehead. I don't know yet. He mumbles, getting a concerned but understanding look. How's Eraserhead, Aizawa? Izuku asks. The feeling of his quirk being suppressed relaxes him. He's what? He's alive. They got him pretty badly, sweetie. He'll pull through. I can say that with confidence. Izuku doesn't like that answer at all. It's not good enough. He wants to make sure he'll be more than just alive when this over. Izuku has a selfish thought. He wonders what he'd do about his quirk if Aizawa wasn't okay. Quickly, he shakes the thought away. It's not about me. Is everyone else okay? Besides you, Todoroki and Aizawa, Kirishima also had some fractures from the Nomu. 13 was incapacitated, but they'll live as well. There were no student casualties. No student casualties? Why isn't she saying no casualties at all? Were there any casualties at all? Todoroki looks to him as he asks, an unreadable look coming over him. Do you not remember? Memories of being overcome with hunger come back to him. He recalls seeing the Nomu, so many different quirks stuffed together into one body. None of the energy was rotten like All Might's, but it was just as strong. It was laced with something, like an old evil mere children shouldn't be able to comprehend. Even so, Izuku looked at the Nomu and smacked a label of guilty pleasure onto it without a second thought. By time he forgot about it, he was forcefully reminded by Aizawa's own screaming energy. His teacher was beyond exhausted. His chi felt like it creaked before it was smashed down by the Nomu. That was the breaking point. After that Izuku, he doesn't realize he can't breathe. Aya? Midoriya? He feels hands shaking his shoulders. Shinso? Izuku breathes, unsure of when his classmate got here. Why are we on the floor? Fog fills his mind. Calm down and follow me. Shinso hoists him to his feet, saying something to Recovery Girl and leaving. Shinso guides Izuku outside by the trees, instructing him to sit down. The fog lifts from his mind. Shinso, I remember how you looked at me. The moment you realized I'm a monster. You're not a monster. Shinso's eyes are scared. Wait, did Izuku say that out loud? You have a quirk. That's all. The sentiment feels familiar. Aizawa said that to me before. He called me human. Reminded me that I am. You saved our lives. That doesn't sound right. I killed someone. Izuku tries to correct, only to meet a glare. He's scared of me. Even with these cuffs on I can feel it. Actually, Shinso trails. I may or may not have let my curiosity get to me and I snooped. If Izuku's eyes were physically capable of popping out of his skull, they might have just run away. You snooped? What does that mean? I eavesdropped on the detective talking to someone about it. Did I meet the detective? I remembered everything already. More importantly, why? Shinso slaps a hand over Izuku's mouth. Dash? Shinso retracts his hand. Sorry, I didn't catch that last part. Shinso almost sounds amused. I said, what were you thinking? I wanted answers. I wanted to know why the most harmless kid in the class snapped in 2.2 seconds and terrified the FING villains. Shinso looks to the grass. Well, I got some answers. Not exactly what I wanted, but still. What did you find out about the Nomu? He shouldn't ask. Izuku knows he should leave this to the adults. Shinso meets his eyes. A new but different kind of fear fills them. It was a person. I knew this. I felt it. But it felt like it was, they said it was about 4 different people put together into a single body. There are some chemicals and materials in the thing that the labs have yet to even name. There's things people have never heard before stuffed inside that Nomu, along with other people's quirks. I knew it had multiple quirks, that it was different people. Something about it felt wrong. I didn't guess that it was a horrible human experiment. Izuku feels sick. Like he just found out how his favorite fast food was made, utterly ruining it. I have questions, Midoriya. I intend on finding out. Shinso sighs, patting Izuku's back in a strange act of kindness he's never done before. But first, are you okay? What? I'm not an a-hole. You were clearly not okay and I'm not going to ask until I know you are. That's awfully considerate of him. Your dash, Izuku doesn't even know what to say to that. Of course he didn't think Shinso was mean or anything. It's just that Izuku thought everyone would attack him for answers more than this. I'm okay. I can explain. Let's start with your quirk. Shinso keeps his gaze on the quirk suppressing cuffs. That's fair. Izuku reminds himself to breathe. It's called psychic. I can feel people's emotions, sense people and tell the general nature of their quirks, read minds. What else? Read minds? Holy shit. Anyways, at USJ you said you were still hungry. I hoped he wouldn't ask about that. It's called Psychic Vampirism. At this point, Izuku makes sure he doesn't meet his eyes. In order to live I need life energy. Chi without it I die. Shinso hums. He's taking this surprisingly well. So that's what you're sensing when you track people. The Nomu must have had a lot of it, since it was several people stuffed into one. Izuku nods, glad he doesn't have to explain every bit of information. Wait, do you need food? I've never seen you eat unless told to. To that he shrugs. I eat. I don't have to, but it tastes good. Midoriya, what's in those juice boxes? Shinso looks like he doesn't really want the answer. Aizawa's blood. Shinso pales a bit, shuddering. That's gross, no offense. None taken. It's real gross. Does it taste gross to you? Another shrug. It's like Shinsu's entertained by things that scare him. He probably likes horror movies. Only after I'm full, Shinso hums. You killed the Nomu and still said you were hungry? What's full then? Izuku remembers that well. Turning into an energetic black hole. Wanting to drain the entire facility of every drop of life. It goes back to that whole feeling other people's emotions thing. They wanted to kill us. Their negativity made me want to. I couldn't control it. I almost killed you, I'm sorry. The hand returns to his back, making a patting motion. You didn't. You know, I took a liking to you because all my life I've been told I have a villain's quirk. Yet here you are, beating me at my own game. I wanted to protect you, and I didn't realize it. There's a stretch of silence. I still want to protect you, Midoriya. Can I give you one of those remotes? The best way to protect me is to protect those around me. To your collar? Izuku nods. I think that'd be a good idea. I can use my quirk on you, if you want me to. If I have permission, that is. Shinso became quiet towards the end of his sentence. Shinso, you can use your quirk on me whenever you want to. Izuku's greeted by a look of something he can't figure out. It's like disbelief mixed with happiness. It clicks. No one's ever given him such approval over his quirk before. Then again, neither has Izuku. Thank you. I was thinking about this and I had an idea. You're totally allowed to shut me down, Midoriya. What if the two kids who were always told they'd be villains teamed up? Izuku blinks at the tired boy. What do you mean? I'm saying that with my brainwashing to keep you in check, along with your strengths. We'd cover each other's weaknesses fairly well. Shinso, Izuku doesn't know why there's tears in his eyes. He's happy. So happy that someone wants to be near him at all. Especially after all he's done. Let's train as a hero duo. Graduate as one. Somewhere in a bar, a mist man cleans glasses. Kurogyari has just finished. Replacing everything young Shigaraki has destroyed in one of his many fits of rage. All for One has ensured that all is replaced when they break. That his bar will always be fully stocked. For once, it's quiet. Shigaraki is sitting at the end of the counter, doodling on a piece of paper. He's still waiting for that new game console he wants to come in, so he's settled for other things to pass the time. A screen in the corner of the room flickers on, and all attention snaps to it. Have you calmed down, Tamura? All for One's voice invokes fear upon hearing it. Whether that's from a quirk or just from the sheer gravity of who he is, they don't know. Yes, sensei. He keeps the hiss out his voice, attempting some form of respect for his sensei. Good. Now, what happened to the Nomu I gave you? I was told it never even got to All Might? There's no doubt that All for One can see them through his screen. Kurogyari wonders if All for One can see the way Shigaraki clenches his fists, carefully keeping his pinky out. The way he shuffles his feet against the floor in his slippers, trying to find any way not to let his anger show. It didn't. This stupid brat killed the Nomo before All Might even got there. He huffs, reaching up to scratch his neck but dropping hands back down at the last second. A child as UA killed the Nomo. How? Kurogyari can't tell if that's shock or intrigue in his voice. It could very well be that he's impressed that a first year did it. He touched the Nomu and he just drained its HP like that. He slams a hand on the table. Stupid kid cheated. That's all he did? I believe his quirk also changed everyone's views of him. It seemed that everyone in the general area feared him to some extent. It felt like it was in the air. Kurogyari adds. It felt like what talking to you feels like. I see. Some sort of emitter quirk. Anything else? He said he was hungry and almost turned on a classmate. A small laugh crackles through the speaker. If Kurogyari had hair, he knows it'd be raising. We can work with that. Sensei. Shigaraki's voice is softer. He called me Tenko Shimura. The name sounds familiar, but I can't really remember dash. I guess he's not as strong as he thought, then. After all, your name is Tamura Shigaraki. He was close to yours, I suppose? Kurogiri knows that All for One is lying. He's heard many things while working behind this bar. Shigaraki's name being one of them. So why doesn't All for One want Shigaraki to know? Not my job. Not my place. Right. Shigaraki mumbles, falling deeper into thought. Either way, I'd like to see what this powerful Nomu-killing quirk is for myself. Shuda's head feels like it's splitting in two, and at some point, it probably was. Bandages are securely wrapped around his face and arm, and if he didn't find comfort in the feeling of his capture weapon around him, he'd probably feel claustrophobic right now. The first thing that he remembers isn't the villain attack itself, or the excruciating pain and exhaustion he felt. It was Midoriya's expression. How easily it was for him to let his quirk take over and put him into autopilot. God, the kid's probably losing his mind right now. The moment Shoyuta tries getting up, a nurse passes his room and promptly freaks out, instructing him to stay put. After several annoying checkups and questions, he's ready to speak with Tsukachi about what happened. Apparently they still wanted to check on Shuda's mental state. While he appreciates that they'd like to, he's a seasoned underground hero. He's unfortunately seen some things worse than what he witnessed at USJ. Eraserhead. The detective greets, bowing a bit and taking a seat beside the bed. I don't know why he's still so formal, we've worked together quite a few times before. How are the kids? That's all I need. They're all alive. A few injuries, nothing fatal. A weight lifts from Shuda's shoulders. What happened to Midoriya? Tsukachi's eyes widen at that, like it's a high priority. From what Shoyuta remembers, it is. He's an interesting part of this whole situation, but his quirk is currently under control, if that's what you're wondering. Has he had anything since? The detective scrunches his brows a bit before a small smile settles onto his face. Phrased it like that on purpose, huh? Do you want to hear about his side before we get yours? Shoyuta manages a stiff nod. From his classmates, it seemed like he was hypnotized upon seeing the Nomu, only briefly snapping out of it. The trance picked back up when, I get it. I remember the look on his face when he saw me. I tried to cancel his quirk, but I just couldn't. I wasn't there when he needed it. I know. Eraserhead, your student killed a creature that was fit to kill All Might. It snapped my arm like a breadstick. Wait, creature? The wording seems off. It was a human. Until we did some tests and found that it's about 4 people's quirks stuffed together into one genetically altered host. If anything, the staff has come to the agreement that Midoriya put it out of its misery. Shoyuta feels his stomach sink. Villains have done a lot of sick things, but human experimentations like this is new. There's no doubt that this is the start of something big. They want a war, don't they? The villains want to take down the symbol of peace. If they do that, they can do anything. I know. The air shifts into something tense. Rightfully so. What Midoriya did is being considered self-defense. It'll be a case of a quirk going haywire due to fear. The media'll buy that. As for his classmates, I think you might want to talk to them about it. Midoriya might face some backlash if not handled properly. Who saw? Shinso, Kirishima, Todoroki, and Bakugo. Shoyuta hums. Which one of them took it the worst? Bakugo. What? Shoyuta thought Shinso or Kirishima would have. Todoroki might take it negatively, but something tells Shoyuta he's a bit stunted emotionally. Then again, Bakugo being the most shaken up does make sense. You look like you know why? How can you tell? I'm a mummy. When Midoriya quirk manifested as a kid, Bakugo was the one who caused it. Tsukachi takes a deep breath. Do you think Dash? No. Bakugo would never do something that'd put him in harm's way. At least, not if it's not by his own hand. Once they conclude the interview interrogation, Shuda's left to rest once more. He's learned 2 things. 1. He has some explaining to do and a kid to console. And 2. Midoriya is definitely a possible target for the villains. Hitoshi essentially spends the rest of the day staring at the ceiling of his bedroom. Yesterday will probably haunt him for years to come, but most likely won't settle in until maybe 4 or 5 years from now. He's realized that he's terrified of Midoriya, yet wants to protect him. From himself, mostly. Honestly, Hitoshi just hopes that proposing to be a hero duo didn't come off as, "I want to keep you on a leash to prevent this from happening again." It was more of a "we'd literally be unstoppable if we teamed up, so why not?" kind of thing. Hitoshi hasn't gotten good enough at expressing himself to know if the right message was conveyed, though. He said yes, so something must have worked. Every time he closes his eyes, he sees those horrible yellow eyes. The moment he opens his, he realizes they aren't actually horrible. Why am I having such a hard time processing all this? Maybe it's some part of Midoriya's quirk that has a lasting effect? Something to weaken prey over time? There's endless possibilities, and it makes Hitoshi vaguely uncomfortable. Hitoshi recalls his talk with Bakugo during the battle trial, how he reached up and touched a scar on his neck when talking about Midoriya. Hitoshi's smart enough to put two and two together. If anything, it means Bakugo's good enough at egging Midoriya on to the point of attacking. Like the villains did. So, what does that mean? The villains will take interest in Midoriya, and Bakugo too if they see the effect he has on him. He runs a hand through his hair. This is going to be a long school year. A few days later, the school resumes its classes. They only gave 2 days off in addition to the weekend. Hitoshi waits for Midoriya outside the main gate, relaxing a bit when the kid actually shows up. Bakugo lingers behind him, as if he's Midoriya's personal bodyguard. No, it's more like Bakugo thinks he's the only thing stopping Midoriya from becoming a mass murderer. Can you imagine if someone with a quirk like his actually gave in? There's been studies about it. Midoriya startles him, chiming in on Hitoshi's thoughts. Sorry, I'm not trying to snoop or anything. Hitoshi chuckles a bit. Studies on what exactly? He's not surprised that Midoriya's up to date with this kind of stuff at all. Some people became villains so they can use their quirk freely. I guess some are just so unbearable when restrained that people do anything to get rid of that itch. The word, itch, was a weird word to pick. Then again, Midoriya's quirk is a constant itch for him. At their conversation, Bakugo glares at Hitoshi's friend, pissing him off a bit too. Whatcha looking at, Kaken? The future's best hero duo. Hitoshi teases, getting a literal snarl from Bakugo. Don't if they call me that. Why the F would I be jealous of two pieces of sheet that can't even form one whole hero when put together? Guess we'll have to prove you're wrong, huh? Vif does that dash. Fix your clothes, dress properly, tie and all. Then get away from us. He orders, feeling the familiar tug of a puppet on his hands. I wonder if I could ever control them non-verbally? The feeling of using his quirk makes it feels like he's holding a physical weight in his hands. Maybe he just has to learn to use them? Bakugo does as told, and him wearing a proper uniform is a cursed image if he ever saw one. Once out of sight, he thinks he can safely address the look of complete awe Midoriya gives him. Your quirk is so cool. He beams, laughing a bit at Bakugo. Hitoshi smiles sheepishly, averting his eyes. I've never been told that by someone other than you. By someone who didn't add a comment about becoming a villain to the end. He thinks a bit more about those studies Midoriya mentioned as they walk to class. Have you ever felt that? The feeling that you do anything to satisfy your quirk. They sit down in class. Only Todoroki, Ida and Kaminari are there. USJ. He mumbles, still getting looks from his classmates. Every day of my life. I'd literally die. Oh right. Sorry. He'd be an amazing villain, so he'll probably be an even better hero. Midoriya. Todoroki calls from behind them. Are you sure you can be in class right now? You seemed like you need a lot of rest after what happened. Is Todoroki showing concern for another classmate? I'm fine. You're not. Before he can ask, Midoriya scrunches his nose up in disgust, turning to face the door. A very tall but horrifically skinny man enters the room, eyes landing on Midoriya. In turn, Midoriya slaps a hand over his mouth, eyes wide with both surprise, understanding, and a hint of fear. Young Midoriya, I was sent to bring you breakfast here. He hands Midoriya a juice box. Does this mean Aizawa is well enough to teach? Oh my god. While no one knows what he's talking about, the man takes on the same expression as Midoriya. You know. I can. We'll talk later. Did Midoriya just dismiss a faculty member? The man snaps his teeth together and nods. I suppose we will. Lunch. Lunch. When the man leaves, Midoriya looks like he's physically going to be sick. Who was that? Hitoshi asks, snapping a bit to get his friend's attention. I don't know. He sighs, very much so knowing exactly who that man was. He won't pry. Admittedly, he does get a little worried about the look of world-crushing realization that's plastered all over Midoriya's face. Is that Aizawa's? Hitoshi tries changing the topic. Present mix. Maybe Aizawa's also trusting present Mike to help. Midoriya slowly drinks from the juice box, and Hitoshi has to remind himself that not to call his friend Dracula. He gets a sudden scowl from Midoriya. Don't call me Dracula. It gets a laugh from Hitoshi. One by one, the class fills up, and all of the kids quietly talk about USJ, how that Nomu creature didn't even get to fight All Might. Kirishima gives Midoriya a sad look, but it's more of an understanding sadness. The class pretty much screams when Aizawa walks in, dressed like a mummy. As usual, Midoriya doesn't seem too surprised. Yes, I'm alive, now stop screaming before I change that. Aizawa. Who knew that Eraserhead himself could make a joke? It's too bad it's while he's an inch away from death. Or at least looking like it. I'm proud of all of you for doing what you felt was right to protect yourselves and others during the attack on USJ. I'm sorry that you all had to be exposing to this kind of violence with lethal intent so early in your lives, but it will not be the last time you face this. There's counseling if anyone needs it. He's quiet for a moment. I was told that I should address something that happened at USJ. First, raise your hands if you've ever had a hard time controlling your quirks. At all in your lives. Every hand goes up. Hitoshi rarely had trouble, only when it first manifested. Now, raise your hands if you've ever been forbidden from using your quirk. Threatened for even thinking about using it. At that, 18 hands stay down. 2 go up. Hitoshi and Midoriya look at each other, not the other students. Shinso, state your quirk and why you were forbidden from using it. Oh, I see what he's doing. My quirk is called Brainwash. I can take away people's free will and make them do whatever I say. People thought I'd be a villain and I wasn't ever allowed to use it. As a result, I don't know any of my limits. I won't tell them the full conditions to use it just yet. Aizawa nods approvingly. Midoriya? Midoriya's eyes snap to Aizawa, mouth open just enough for his canines to show. You don't have to say it, but now's better than them finding out about USJ from others. The class tenses, wondering what he means. Midoriya takes a deep breath. My quirk allows me to drain the life force from anything. Even plants and animals. I need it to live. If I go too long without it, or if a person's energy is too much, I can lose control of my quirk and attack. There are some comments about how harmless Midoriya is, and how exaggerated his confession must be. I used it once when I was a kid on a classmate, and he went into a coma for 2 weeks. Hitoshi sees the way Bakugo tenses, yet again rubbing that spot on his neck. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. As a result, I've refused to use it in combat. I will never use it in combat. And? Aizawa pushes for Midoriya to just get it over with, but his tone remains soft. And I was the one who took down the Nomu. The class grows quiet, eyes settling onto Midoriya. There are several students in this school who have been bullied for their quirks growing up. 2 of your classmates have yet to learn the full extent of their quirks because of such things. I ask that you all help each other out, and if I find out any of you are bullying anyone else for their quirks, you'll never have a future. You sound like you'll kill us. I advise that you do not ever egg Midoriya on in order to see his quirk in action. Through the bandages, Aizawa seems to give Bakugo a look. They move on to more light-hearted things, like how they'll still have the sports festival to show the world they have a handle on what happened. After they're all dismissed to their next class, Hitoshi grabs Midoriya's arm, reminding him to stay behind to talk with Aizawa. Midoriya, I want to make sure you're not kicking yourself too much over what happened. Don't be afraid to talk to someone about it. You've just started learning control, and you need to remember that progress is not linear. That you'll have hiccups and random events that seem to throw you off. Just keep going. Midoriya looks like he's on the verge of tears, but smiles. Was that too harsh? Aizawa asks, giving the two boys a look. It's not that. Midoriya's mumbling can barely be heard, so Hitoshi decides to take over. We want to be a hero duo. Even with the bandages, I can tell he's doing his Totoro smile. Oh. Yes. Midoriya chirps. Good, duos rarely ever start out together, and I'd like to see one form in Yue. Alright, I'll do it. I'll teach you guys what you need to gain approval. The hero industry would never approve of two kids who didn't try being stand-alone heroes first. There's a stigma around duos. There's a stigma around our quirks, Eraser. Hitoshi starts. Aizawa holds up his free hand. Don't snap at me, I like the message behind it. I'm just telling you what you'll be up against. We'll be underground like you. Midoriya adds, getting a look from Aizawa. We're not going to be hiding but playing a game that better suits us. So, I guess we should hash out the details. At lunch, Izuku waits for All Might to come and get him. His thoughts race. Is that why his energy is so rotten? Is he sick? What if this was from USJ? He could have gotten hurt after Izuku passed out. They want to kill the symbol of peace, but it looks like something already started it. Young Midoriya. All Might's looking like himself again, almost skipping down the hallway. Let's eat lunch together. Izuku nods and follows in his tracks, feeling eyes on the back of his head. Without thinking, he turns around and meets Todoroki's eyes. Izuku blinks at him, becoming confused when Todoroki abruptly turns away. Maybe he's scared of me too now. Maybe I was wrong. In All Might's office, they have a seat. Izuku thanks him for the tea. There's a sudden surge in All Might's energy before steam surrounds him. When it clears, he's the skinnier man again. His energy is more bearable like this. Izuku feels less like he's suffocating, and more like he's just inhaled some gross fumes. Young man, you understand this is secret. He nods aggressively. I must ask how? My quirk lets me sense people's energy and tell who's who. You're pretty distinct, All Might. He nervously laughs as he finishes his sentence. Midoriya, is this why you seem skittish around me? Did I do something to you? No. It's just that your energy feels kind of sick. Like something about it is broken or rotten. All Might hums, before lifting his dress shirt enough for Izuku to see a sickly wound in his side. You feel sick? What kind of monster did this to you? I got this in a fight almost 6 years ago. 6 years? The fight with Toxic Chainsaw? All Might gives a full laugh. After all these years, I still forget what a loyal and smart fanbase I have. He pats Izuku's head before sighing, but no. This was from a fight I asked not to be made public. What? To give that man a name and platform is to give power. It's a death wish. It's a shame that he's back and involved again. Izuku freezes at All Might's thoughts. He was the one responsible for USJ? He blurts out, that means Shimura wasn't the main villain. Excuse me? His face goes red. Sorry, my quirk again. All Might nods in understanding. I see. He's back. The Noma's existence seems to be proof of that. He made the Noma? Izuku feels shame at the sound of his stomach growling. So Shimura isn't actually the main boss? All Might freezes, jaw hanging down in horror. What's wrong? What did you just say? What did you call him? I remember the villain having 2 names. Why does All Might look so sad? I wasn't in control. My quirk was feeding me every thought and possible weakness he had. I got the name Tamura Shigaraki, but it felt like his real name was Tenko Shimura. Are you all right? An air of immense heartbreak fills the room. My master was a lovely woman. She was like a mother to me before she was slaughtered. He takes a breath, trying to compose himself. Her name was Shimura. She had a family, but put her son up for adoption in order to keep him out of danger. Izuku understands. You think Shigaraki was turned into a villain for the sole purpose of breaking you. All Might gives the smallest, most fragile smile Izuku's ever seen. Before it breaks. Soon after, All Might breaks. In a lab hidden underground, there are tanks full of forming creatures. Medical equipment everywhere. At the end of the row stands one lone tank, labeled Izuku Midoriya. Quirk, Psychic. The class has been training for the past few weeks, most of the time by themselves. Shinso and Izuku have been being trained together under Aizawa's teachings. Most of the time the two train together, and then train separately. Izuku's also been getting a few tips from All Might, mostly as a thanks for keeping his secrets. Izuku read All Might's thoughts. He knows it's because All Might feels guilty for breaking down in front of him like that. He said the symbol of peace has to smile for all, and he couldn't give that to me. Izuku wants to assure it's fine, but he gets the feeling that would hurt All Might more than remaining quiet. Hey, you daydreaming over there, problem child? Aizawa calls, moving to attack Izuku. He manages a sloppy dodge and hits the floor of the gym harshly. Even without using his arms he's good. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted. Shinso laughs and helps him up, coming over to the two. We can tell it's pretty obvious. Hope you're this spacey during the sports festival so I can win. I'm probably not going to win anyways. Izuku mumbles, getting dropped by Shinso. I'm not being pessimistic. I just know that there's so many people who are stronger than me. He tries to shove away the energy of disbelief coming from the two. Say the person who killed a genetically made super creature, sure. Shinso gets his shin kicked by Aizawa. That's not a bad thing. In therapy years from now, sure. Right now, it just means he's the strongest kid in the class. Izuku rolls his eyes at his friend. Both of you shut up and get back to training. Izuku's mother made him a lovely breakfast today, as a way of saying good luck in the sports festival. Though, standing here beneath Todoroki's glare, he feels the food fighting its way back up. Midoriya. He starts, narrowing his eyes. In terms of raw power, you are the strongest person in this room. The class starts murmuring, and Izuku can feel Kaken's rage. He tries not to let it get to him. But, you don't use your quirk to its fullest extent. I have more control over mine. For those reasons, I will beat you. Not to mention I have to show my Biasuru father I can beat All Might's protege. All Might's what now? Yeah, we have lunch sometimes but that's it. Oh, okay. Todoroki blinks at Izuku, confused at his lack of a reaction. An arm wraps around Izuku's shoulder tightly. What did you say to him? Shinso asks tiredly. He's just as angry as Kaken. I said I'll beat him. Todoroki seems to answer cautiously. I'm going to kick your butt on the field, pretty boy. Seeing as Midoriya has too much heart too. Todoroki leaves after that, leaving the class to start screaming. That was so manly. Kirishima yells, I was going to stand up for Midoriya, but you did it better than I planned to. Since USJ, Kirishima's been wary of Izuku, but still trying to show support. He's struggling to get past the monster he saw. I understand. The only person who hasn't gotten over it was Deku. Kaken grousels, I don't give F about Icy Hot's declaration to beat you. I'll beat all of you slimy FS so far into the ground you'll sprout roots. Izuku hears Shinso quietly question the use of the word. Slimy, I'll expose you for the freaky F you really are. He slams past Izuku and Shinso and leaves. Did he call us slimy? Do I look slimy? Shinso leans over and asks, startling a laugh from Izuku. You know you're a good friend. A faint red comes over Shinso's face. I've never been called a friend so easily and genuinely before. Izuku smiles as they're called down to the field. Can the freshman speaker make their way up, please? Midnight calls from the podium. Izuku feels a bit claustrophobic being surrounded by so many people. With a lot of coaching from Aizawa, it's a bit more bearable. Izuku was told to focus on people he cares about instead of the strangers. Beside him is Shinso, and up in the booth is Aizawa. I can do this. He's quite literally knocked out of his thoughts when Kaken shoves into his shoulder, pushing past him and onto the podium. I lost to him by a single point. I would have been up there giving a speech if I had one more point. A shiver goes through him. He'd probably faint. I just want to say I'm going to win today, win the spot as number one hero, and dash. Kaken locks eyes with Izuku, glaring, beat every villain into the ground. He walks off stage. Kaken's energy isn't the usual arrogant yet angry one. This is a serious air, one that shouts that he believes in what he says. He's going to push himself too far. Midnight announces that the first round is announced purely by chance, with a spinning wheel. Come on, Wonder Boy, use those powers and guess what the first thing is. Shinso nudges him with an elbow. That's not my quirk and you know it. Humor me. Izuku rolls his eyes and closes them, saying the first thing that comes to mind. An obstacle course? The wheel stops and Midnight announces. All right, kids, first found is an obstacle course. Anything goes so long as you stay in bounds. Line up over by that entrance and we'll get this show on the road. Shinso and Izuku stare at each other with open mouths. No way. Izuku breathes. That had to be a coincidence. Next, I'm going to ask you to guess combos for safes. Shinso teases. Did I really do that? Maybe now that he's allowed to use his quirk, training it is also unlocking other parts of it? Izuku doesn't know if that's a thing, but it could be. The students are herded together in a tunnel, waiting for it to start. Izuku's starting to feel a bit nauseous from all the nervous energy around him. Don't focus on them, focus on what the first obstacle will be. Shinso interrupts his thoughts, probably catching the look of worry he had. Izuku swallows hard and nods, closing his eyes. This is probably the first problem. He responds, I don't even need a quirk to know that. It's just a matter of who gets ahead first. What's the solution for us with non-physical quirks? All right, kiddos. Mike yells from the booth, ready to begin. Izuku feels a large surge of energy from Todoroki, who stands up front. When Mike says start, jump as high as you can. Izuku mentally tells Shinso. It took literal weeks of practicing before they could use two-way telepathy. Izuku found that he has to have an emotional connection to a person in order to implant thoughts into their mind. Shinso can answer if he tries to direct it at Izuku, allowing his quirk to pick up on it. Got it? Shinso answers, no longer startling as much when they first started learning. Over time, it gives the both of them headaches. Start! Mike practically screams. What's the point in giving you a microphone? Shinso and Izuku jump as ice crackles into the air, freezing the feet of people below them. Use your quirk to try and repel people. Shinso suggests. I can't. Too many people near me. His friend knows that large crowds make it hard to use his quirk with much control. Shinso nods. All right then, my turn. This beach is empty. Shinso screams, getting students yelling back yeet at various volumes. Izuku can feel the moment he has them all under control. Izuku can also tell how hard it is on Shinso. Form a bridge and let my friend and I out. The students do as told, bending down before them and letting the two walk over them. Shoyuta, what have you been teaching these kids? Present Mike yells. Most of my class escaped Todoroki's trap. Class 1A has fought villains. They've simply learned not to hesitate much sooner than the other classes would have. The first obstacle are robots from the entrance exam. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Shinso asks, stopping in front of them. I can. Izuku jokes back. They've been focusing on a lot of moves that they can only do as a duo. As it turns out, Izuku's quirk is so complex it can incorporate other people's quirks through having a direct connection to their energy. They sprint towards the first robot they see, and Izuku slams a hand against the metal. His other hand grabs Shinsu's. Izuku's quirk taps into the energy of the robot itself, while Shinsu's quirk focuses on controlling the robot. Together, they can brainwash energy itself. The robot extends an arm, allowing them they climb on. As long as they don't lose connection, it should work. We're going to have such headaches after this. Take us to the finish line. Shinso instructs, almost getting thrown off when the robot moves to obey. What's this? Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinsu of Class 1A are riding a robot to victory? If I'm reading these notes correctly, neither of their quirks can do this. These two have been training together for several weeks to combine use of their quirks together, planning to be the first ones to ever graduate as a hero duo. Aizawa introduces, sounding like he has a faint smile. Riding the robot, it takes them past the first and even second obstacle. They're in third place, seeing Todoroki and Kaken starting the minefield. The moment the robot steps, it's tilted back, throwing them off of it. I guess this is where we do things on our own, huh? Izuku asks, watching Shinso stretch after getting off the dirt. Shinso nods, looking like he has an idea as he stares at some of the metal from the robot. Go on without me, I'll catch up. Shinso reassures, practically shooing Izuku along. Good luck with whatever you're planning. With that, Izuku starts off on the field. He can sense where every mine is. Small surges of energy thrum beneath his feet when he steps too close. If he wanted to, he could probably drain the electricity from them so they can't go off, but that would give others too much of an advantage. Instead, he settles to sprint forward, dodging mines the best he can. It probably looks like a funky dance to other people. In seconds, he passes two very angry classmates. They stop trying to fight each other to get past Izuku. What do we have here? A large explosion distracts them. Midoriya, it's me. Keep going. Shinso calls. I trust him. Izuku takes off while Todoroki and Kaken are distracted. Present Mike announces that Shinso used a pile of mines and roboparts to propel himself with a giant explosion. Todoroki and Kaken realize they've gotten off track and run towards the finish again, only to find a foot on each of their shoulders and an explosion with their names on it. As Izuku's leaping to cross the finish line, he feels Shinso behind him, flying. Neither of them can tell who got first. When they make it out of the tunnel, the crowd screams and cheers for them. It's a nice, completely unfamiliar feeling. The two hold a hand into the air and wave, before crashing into the grass. Izuku has a splitting headache already, and it's safe to say Shinso probably has one too. Now we'll see which of these two won first place. Aizawa announces as the screens change into a replay of the final moments, moving in slow motion. No way. Shinso laughs. They tied for first. For the first round, first place goes to both Hitoshi Shinso and Izuku Midoriya. That's a duo for you. While Izuku and Shinso laugh at the absurdity of it, Izuku feels eyes on him. It's not the same as the people in the crowd watching on. No, this is far different and far worse, but he can't tell how. Midnight announces that they'll have to compete in a cavalry battle, working in groups of two to naturally. Hitoshi and Midoriya decide to be a team on their own with Midoriya riding piggyback. He's still so light. I doubt I'll tire. The number one winner was supposed to wear a 10 million point headband, but there are two first place winners. Instead of them each getting a 10 million, they'll each get 5. It will be worth 5 million points. Instead of wearing the full point value of their group, these two will wear their own points. Meaning whichever groups they're in will have 2 headbands. It raises the stakes. Miss Midnight, doesn't that guarantee their group's advancement? Kirishima asks. Yes, it can. But also consider that they'll be the most targeted groups of the match. It balances out. The students seem to understand. They're given 15 minutes to think of groups. So, we each wear a headband. If we team up and manage to keep at least one, we'll go on. Hitoshi confirms, smirking at how Midoriya's already nodding in agreement. Not to mention Midoriya can't be surrounded by other people for that long. He's better off with a team of 2. Both boys have awful headaches, and Hitoshi's sure he caught Midoriya wiping blood from his nose not too long ago. Together, they can use their quirks and operate as a single unit, but only while keeping contact with each other. Separated, they can't use those abilities. It's as cool as it is restricted. They've even tried it through objects. If Midoriya holds one end of a rope, and Hitoshi the other, there's no effect. To think his quirk can fuse with others. It's badass and scary. When it comes to brainwashing energy, Hitoshi takes almost all of the backlash. Midoriya only acts as a gate of sorts. They deny everyone who asks to be part of the team as politely as they can. It was hardest to tell Uraraka no, for Midoriya at least. Hitoshi had no issue rejecting others at all. The two sit and wait for the 15 minutes to run out. Midoriya keeps looking around. It's not frantic, but not calm or subtle either. What's the matter? Need chi? Hitoshi asks, trying to keep his concern from showing. No. Not right now. It's just that I keep feeling like someone's watching me. Maybe because I know we're on TV, he whines, And I know that we're all being watched. This is different. Separate. Separate? Maybe it feels like that because it's a different intent? You're being watched for entertainment and competition. Is there an outlier? Midoriya closes his eyes to concentrate a bit more. Like they want to hurt me. He mumbles. Hitoshi immediately feels alarm, discreetly trying to look around. That still might be the competition aspect of it, though. That's not a good enough answer for me not to stress out. The tense air is only broken by Midoriya's stomach loudly growling as he's openly staring at Todoroki. Hitoshi laughs. Are you sure you're not going to kill someone? Hitoshi teases, you're drooling. With a forced shake of the head, he snaps himself out of it. I'm starving. Weeks ago he'd never admit that to anyone. Maybe he still wouldn't if it weren't Hitoshi or Aizawa who's hearing it. We have lunch after this, so I'll hold out. Good, I didn't bring a leash dash. Hitoshi gets pushed as Midoriya whines about his bad joke. Midnight calls the students' attention, saying to get into formation in order to start the cavalry battle. Hitoshi squats down a bit so his devastatingly short friend can hop onto his back. The moment he carries Midoriya piggyback, he can feel the kid's stomach rumble. It disturbs him, to say the least. I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you. Midoriya apologizes, sounding embarrassed. We're raiding the vending machines after this, then. I get the food, you get? The outlet. Bad joke. 0 out of 5. Midoriya unfairly grades. The students line up along the borders of the ring ready to start. Most are groups of 4, along with 1 or 2 groups of 2. Everyone's eyeing them already. Think of how to use your quirk to ward people off. Hitoshi asks, aware that Midoriya did something like that at USJ. No one wanted to be near them. It was like a hand was wrapped around their hearts, ready to smash it at any moment. I can try. They'd use their newfound ability to combine quirks, but they decide to rest to avoid more backlash. Instead, they agreed to wait until it's their only chance. A last resort kind of power. The moment Midnight announces the start, all eyes zero in on them. Begin. She calls. There's no leaderboard keeping score of points. There's no way to make sure they stay ahead. It's scary, to be honest. Hitoshi uses Aizawa's training and weaves in between groups to get away, realizing that they have much more mobility like this. There's 1 pair of legs instead of 3. The other groups need a full conversation to even determine what direction to go in. Hitoshi and Midoriya are free from that. Shinso, I know you're, accounting for me when you dodge groups, but you don't have to strain yourself like this. We're going to keep the work even. He noticed that, huh? Hitoshi exaggerated his movements to make sure Midoriya also made it through untouched. Alright, so, whose energies have the most malicious intent towards us? They need to make a proper plan if they'll face against the most powerful. Kaken, Todoroki, and someone from that group over there. He points to a group with a blonde boy as rider. He kind of looks like he has rabies. Hitoshi observes. The moment the group gets closer, Midoriya points out that the energy is from the blonde boy. Quirk. It feels like Kaken's? 2 explosion quirks? What are the odds of that? They keep outrunning people and try to stay away from Bakugo and Todoroki, more or less hurting them towards this group. Now it's not Kaken's. It's like, oh, a copy quirk? Hitoshi asks as the boy approaches. My. How dash, Hitoshi takes control. Give us your headband. The boy does as told, despite the screams from his team. He snaps out of it when someone hits him. My name is Monoma, and I'm here to show what Class 1B is all about. That seems like such a beautiful quirk. Mind if I borrow it? His team moves in the touch Hitoshi. In turn, he and Midoriya scrambles back. They get my quirk and there'll be no points for us to take. Air moves, sneaking up behind them. He feels something reaching for the back of his neck, but it never comes. Midoriya? Hitoshi asks, turning and seeing Monoma closing his eyes tightly. God, what is this? There's noise and feeling and smells everywhere. What? I can't even tell what this is besides something to drive me insane? Is this your quirk? He's rambling, unable to focus long enough to switch quirks. Monoma's eyes are yellow and dilated as he looks at his teammates. We should go. Hitoshi reminds when Midoriya tenses. He'll kill his own team. It's not our fault he decided to tweak out and copy your quirk. Shinso, please. Hitoshi sighs, knowing Midoriya's doing those puppy dog eyes. Fine, he grumbles. Monoma, are you hungry? Yes. What is dash? Copy someone else's quirk and drop Midoriya's. He does as told, visibly relaxing. What the F is wrong with that kid? Monoma asks softly. Keep your headbands, one. The risk outweighs the reward. They leave, leaving Hitoshi staring after them. Or they could just not use our quirks for our headbands? The realization that Midoriya's holding his breath puts his guard back up. Who is it? It's Todoroki. They turn in time to see the opposing team charging towards them. Midoriya. Todoroki. Greets? Hitoshi feels threatened more than greeted. I'm going to take those headbands now. It was a cue. Yaoyorozu pulls a sheet out of her skin as Kaminari moves to be towards them. It's an isolated sheet. Kaminari's going to shock us. Hitoshi strains to get a look at his friend's face, seeing him baring canines. Wait a second, is Kaminari able to beat Midoriya? Electricity is just energy? 1.3 million volts. Hands shoot out from either side of Hitoshi's face as Todoroki's team lets Kaminari go nuts. Hitoshi can feel the electricity going through him, but it doesn't hurt. Midoriya's using me to absorb it. The energy is going from Kaminari to Midoriya without any issue. Now the problem is that he won't stop. Kaminari? Yaoyorozu asks, watching the exchange. Recognition sparks in Todoroki's eyes. We made a mistake. He mutters, not taking his eyes off Midoriya. Midoriya. Hitoshi put his head down a bit, before bringing it back up and smacking his friend in the face to snap him out of it. Calm down. He shouts. There's no more energy being taken. Kaminari's reduced to his short-circuited self. Thanks. Midoriya whispers. Hitoshi feels Midoriya's blood drip onto his shoulder. I don't think I broke his nose. Well, Shoyuta. Your class is www. My call's over the speakers. There's less than 1 minute remaining. Everyone hold on. Ida says just loud enough for Hitoshi to pick up. Before he can even warn Midoriya, their team has passed him. Tenya Ida pulling out super moves? Ida. Todoroki asks, now several meters away from where they were. We don't have time. Midoriya confirms his headband is gone. It's called Reciproburst. Ida starts. A super move that stalls my engines after. I didn't tell anyone for this advantage. But you're telling us the exact kind of backlash it has? Hitoshi's sprinting towards them as the clock counts down. Midoriya. He calls, leaning forward so his friend can reach out. There's a burst of heat that he can't see, but he hears gasps of disbelief from both Midoriya and Todoroki. I got one of them, but it wasn't ours. Get your butt over. Here. Bakugu screams, launching into the air. He smacks the dirt when Present Mike announces that time is up. Hitoshi doesn't feel bad for laughing at Bakugu at all. We still advance, but I kinda wanted first. Midoriya sighs, getting an agreeing nod from Hitoshi. In first place we have Team Todoroki, then Team Midoriya in second. Third is Team Bakugu, along with Team Uraraka in fourth. There's a pause. In all honesty, we didn't expect there to be 2 teams of 2 advancing. Uraraka and Mei Hatsum teamed up into a duo. To make up for the lack of people advancing, we'll have the next group go too. Midnight decides. In 5th place is Team Tetsu. Along with Tetsu, Ibara from 1B advances in that group. In 1A would be Aoyama and Tokoyami. Very few teams decided to pick people from outside their own class. Midoriya makes a comment about being relieved so many of his classmates are doing well today. We will go on a lunch break, along with games that every student can take part in. Enjoy. Aizawa sounds tired. The moment they're allowed to leave, Midoriya grabs Hitoshi's wrist and brings him towards the cafeteria. That hungry, huh? Not as much, actually. Kaminari helped. Turns out his electricity is laced with his chi. It's so cool. It's easy to forget this killing machine is a Quirk and hero fanboy. Todoroki is staring at me like he wants to speak with me and I'm nervous. I could stay with you. Hitoshi offers as Midoriya buys him snacks from the vending machine as promised. Thanks. I also wanted to get a break from being surrounded. Oh, that's fine. We can probably take food outside or to one of the waiting rooms. They do as planned, getting trays of food and sneaking away to the furthest training room from the cafeteria they can find. Hitoshi pretended not to see both Bakugo and Todoroki glaring at them as they slinked away. Neither of them have talked about the fact that they're against each other in the first round. Honestly, they're discussing anything but that. What little peace they had is interrupted by a very angry-looking Todoroki standing in the doorway. Midoriya, come with me. Hi. Long time no see? That's not funny. Before I say anything, I am not going to discontinue this. I'ma finish what I started. I read all the comments on here. I know you guys love the story and am so pumped that you do. I do too. But I've mentioned throughout the notes and stuff that this story is very hard for me to write. Why, but it is. So I have a plan. I have a new FIC that I'm doing called God is Dead. I made sure of it, that you can look up. It's a FIC based on a carry I have. Yeah, the horror story carry. It's darker than this FIC. The reason why I'm writing it is simple. God is Dead is closer to the story style than Regan is. I'm hoping it'll get me back into the right headspace to finish this. That, and I plan on fully finishing this once Regenerate, Fate is done. Also God is Dead has Deku and Kaken realizes what a beach he's been and Deku may or may not be closer to a villain than a hero. It's not a happy story. So, what have I been up to while procrastinating this? Lots of stuff. I have a YouTube channel, https www.youtube.com channel ucor8jsuzwygetyoikudimjuswcq. I'm making a comic. Listen, this story is more important to me than anything I've ever done ever. https www.webtoons.com and challenge self-aware list, title _no3300088. Please at least give the comic a chance, so I love it so much. I also made a Twitter, where I spout off dumb shit a lot, at Jellofello 2. My art Insta, Jellofello 22. My TUMBLR, Jellofello. That's it? Seriously, thank you guys for being so patient, cause I know how it feels to not have a FIC update in a while. I just really want you to know that I will finish this. I know how it ends, and oh boy, it's gonna hurt you. Chapter text. Now, I'm sure whatever you need to speak to Midoriya about, you can do it here. We're a team. Shinso tries, not exactly easing Izuku's nerves. Todoroki's furious. Did I do something? Maybe because I almost hurt Kaminari? Oh god, I have to apologize to him too. This is about Midoriya, not you. Midoriya's a threat, you aren't. Oh. This is just another person calling me a monster. I get it. Izuku rises to his feet, meeting the gaze of his friend. Midoriya? It's fine, Shinso. I deal with this sort of stuff all the time. He meets Todoroki's face. Let's go then. They walk in a tense silence down the hall. Izuku's almost happy Todoroki breaks that silence. You don't have to linger so far back from me. He calls, turning at Izuku, who is several feet behind him. I know what you want to talk to me about, I just want to keep a safe distance. Todoroki's nose crinkles at that. Did you read my thoughts again? No. Then how do you know what this is about? The boy sighs. Never mind, wait until we get there. The two walk around the arena, to one of the back tunnels. They each stand on their own wall. Todoroki stares at Izuku with an intensity he hasn't seen before. Midoriya. I went back on my word and I used my left side out of panic. You overwhelmed me into using my fire and I despise it. I overwhelmed you? Usually, it's the other way around. Yes. Todoroki answers tensely. Like it physically pains him to repeat that he felt vulnerable, and knowing him it probably did. You got close and I was reminded of how strong you really are, and it reminded me of All Might's overwhelming power. Midoriya. Why yes. His energy is so cold. More than usual. You and All Might have something beyond a teacher and student relationship. You two both have energetic, all-powerful quirks. Tell me, are you All Might's secret love child or something? It takes a moment for Izuku to really process what's just been asked, before he sputters. And no. He laughs, struggling to contain it. I feel so bad for breaking the weird atmosphere here, but oh my gosh. Have lunch every once in a while just because he understands the burden of a quirk that's too strong. Izuku tries to focus on breathing. This is not what I thought would happen. At all. Shinsuke's going to lose his mind when Izuku tells him Todoroki thought he was All Might's son. I see. In any case, Endeavor is my old man. You learned that not too long ago when we fought in the battle simulation together. You said you didn't like him. It feels so long ago. Todoroki's energy is flickering about again, but it feels like he's trying to subdue his own inner turmoil. You're the only person I've ever met that's thought that. Tell me why. It's not a question. It's a plea he's trying to disguise as a demand. You know I can sense energy. Izuku starts, unsure if looking directly at Todoroki is the way to go right now. Todoroki nods, face still expressionless. I told you I can tell some nature of a person's quirk based on it. Another nod. That's how you knew I had fire and ice despite never using fire. Yeah. This is a very awkward conversation, and Izuku gets the feeling it's only going to get worse. Well, I never liked Endeavor because his energy was always, what's the word, oppressing? At that, Todoroki's eyes widen ever so slightly. Izuku's right. I thought it was just because of his quirk, but I think it's just him that's messed up. Messed up? I don't know. He just feels like a bully. Bully is too nice a word for it. What? Endeavor has been the number 2 hero for years. No matter what he did, he's always been miles behind All Might. I have to beat you because of this. I don't understand. Izuku admits, suddenly wishing Shinso were here with him. I meant what I said. You are the most powerful in class in terms of raw energy. I am made to surpass my father and to surpass All Might. Made to do what? He's at a loss for words. I have to beat you to prove I can do that without using his fire. Izuku notices he calls it Endeavor's fire instead of his own. There's a feeling of dread and pain when Todoroki goes on about quirk marriages, explaining he was born solely to surpass Endeavor and All Might. For a moment Izuku feels like he'll drown in Todoroki's sorrow without Todoroki even realizing he feels it. Do you know how I got this scar? Todoroki tiredly asks. Izuku thinks for a small moment. From ice. What? Todoroki tenses. My mother called my left side unsightly because it reminded her too much of him, and she poured boiling water on me. Why did you guess ice? Well, Izuku realizes he should have kept his mouth shut. Your left side is fireproof, right? Up to certain temperatures. He answers coldly. Hotter than boiling water? Izuku is trying to ask as nicely as he can, internally flinching at the way Todoroki's expression changes. Even at that age, yes, I should have been able to withstand it. He's mumbling now, guard dropping as he tries to figure this out. He tries. Again, I don't want to think about this right now. All right. Izuku manages, feeling suffocated by both the conversation's atmosphere and Todoroki's energy. Anyways, Todoroki snaps, trying to regain control of the topic. I picked a fight with you to prove to him I can win without his fire. That I reject every fiber of him and his pathetic excuse for teachings. He declares, I think you're better off fighting someone strong like Kaken. Izuku tries. He's strong, yes, but you're my enemy here. With that, Todoroki begins walking away. I don't care if you really are connected to All Might or not. The point is you're powerful like him and I will beat you without his fire. You'll be a stepping stone for my victory and I refuse to go easy on you. Here I thought he'd be coming to talk to me about what a monster I am. Turns out it's about what a monster his father is. Izuku wonders if he should bring it up to Aizawa. Despite his best judgment, Izuku runs out after him. He feels a little relieved when Todoroki stops. Just like you, I've never had many people to really support me, but I have some people now that do and I don't want to let them down and make them regret it. So, right back at you. I'm going to beat you. At the very best attempt to? How can someone with so little confidence have so much power? Todoroki thinks. Izuku is going to ignore that. Just like me? Wrong. I've had no one to support me, not just a few, none. There's no emotion in the look he gives as he says it. You have me then? Izuku says firmly. What? Now there's expression. His energy is confused and almost scared but not quite there. If you've had no one to support you, then I'll happily change that. I support you, Todoroki. I'll support you by doing my best to beat you. There's a long stretch of silence between the two of them, before Todoroki turns away, his aura settling and going rather calm again. Okay, Midoriya. He sighs, walking away. Hitoshi knows he's staring, but he's worried for Midoriya. Especially if he were left alone with the one guy in class Midoriya drools over. It's not that I don't have faith in him, I just know how worried he gets over things. Needless to say, when Izuku walks into the room looking pretty much as he did when he left, Hitoshi slumps over in his seat with relief. You're alive. He praises, patting Midoriya on the head. He can so easily see the stress Midoriya's emitting, it's almost like Hitoshi's the one with the psychic quirk. He hums, looking thoughtful. Are you alive? What? Well, you seem a bit zombified if I say so myself, Midoriya. What happened? He asked me if All Might was secretly my father and then told me some stuff someone ought to call Child Protective Services on. He trails, rubbing the back of his neck. There's already so much to unpack here. Is All Might secretly your father? Hitoshi questions, knowing it'll lighten the mood a bit. No. Midoriya sputters, waving his hands in denial. Why would he be my father? Well, what case did Todoroki make to explain his reasoning? Okay, so they're interrupted by Present Mike calling for the students fighting in the first round of the one-on-ones. It just so happens to be Hitoshi and Midoriya. They get up and walk down together. They haven't talked about it yet. Should we have, I don't know, rules? Midoriya starts, seemingly feeling the same as Hitoshi. How about, we can use anything we know about each other. And I mean anything. It feels fair. I think that should be fine. Midoriya nervously laughs. A moment pauses that's full of awkward silence, then it's filled with their own laughter. Gosh, what are we doing? Midoriya giggles. Gotta know. Listen. Let's just both do our best, anything's fair, just don't go easy on the other. Deal. They split up so they can walk out of their respective entrances. The moment they get told to walk out onto the stage, Present Mike starts talking. Hey. These two have tied for first in the obstacle course. They've got second place on their two-man team. These two are planning to be the first students to ever graduate UA as a duo, now being pit against each other. This is Hitoshi Shinso versus Izuku Midoriya. The crowd loses it. Hitoshi holds his breath a moment, realizing how well they've actually done so far. He's proud of them. Now, Shoyuta, these two are in your homeroom, correct? They are. Eraserhead confirms. What do you think of this matchup? I think it's a shame they're being made to fight this early in the matches. It would be an interesting final fight, more than an opening fight. He hums honestly. In terms of who'll win Hitoshi and Midoriya exchange a look before Aizawa finishes. I have no idea. They know the ins and outs of each other's quirks, personalities, and fighting styles. It would be if I had to fight you, Present Mike. Interesting. Alright, enough stalling, for these two friends turned foes, start. Knock knock. Hitoshi tries right off the bat, knowing full well Midoriya wouldn't fall for it. Midoriya smiles though, worth it. If only I could respond to my friend's knock knock joke. Midoriya sighs to himself, before launching an attack. Hitoshi dodges a left hook and tries to swipe a leg out from under Midoriya. Hitoshi dodges again when Midoriya swings with his right. Holy shit, I didn't know I had muscle memory. Aizawa's training is already paying off, then. He didn't even think to dodge, he just did. Same with Midoriya. His friend's form is really solid, and while he's impressed, it doesn't bode well for Hitoshi winning this fight. Midoriya, guess what? Hitoshi mentally asks as they fight. It honestly feels like when they train together or when they spar. Just in front of an audience and on national television. What Shinso? Midoriya answers, sounding fed up with him already. Hitoshi lands a punch on him, knocking the boy down. Chicken butt. Midoriya grabs his leg and pulls, knocking the wind out of Hitoshi when his back smacks the concrete. Alright, didn't like my joke. I'm going to kill you. Midoriya huffs, trying to throw him out of the ring. God, finally. Hitoshi chuckles, regaining his breath and breaking free. He gets some distance between them, eager to catch his breath and try to figure this out. Hey Midoriya, I wonder where that pretty boy you stare at is. Shinso. Midoriya's face turns red, and Present Mike makes a quip about him being out of breath already. You know it's not like that. He seethes, no real threat showing through. Do I? For the smallest moment, it almost looks like Midoriya was going to verbally answer him, biting back a response at the last second. Is embarrassment really all it takes? Maybe I ought to ask the crowd what they think. He offers, rolling out of the way. You wouldn't dare. This is how Hitoshi's going to be disowned, isn't it? Fine, yeah, I wouldn't dare. That's a lot of social interaction I'd prefer to be spared from. Well, these two are maintaining a full conversation by the looks of it. They can't hear us? Present Mike phrases it like they can't. That's actually a bit relieving, and it looks like Midoriya feels the same way. I could be telling you casserole recipes and they'd have no idea. Midoriya mumbles, stepping out of the way of Hitoshi's kick. I'm sorry, what? That was extremely random, Hitoshi thinks. Is he hungry? Is that really his focus during this fight? Yeah, I'm getting hungry. Midoriya answers his thoughts. I know I don't need to eat food to live, but I kinda want some sort of casserole right now. I don't know what kind. Wow. We'll go out for food after this then. Hitoshi offers, landing a punch on Midoriya's ribs. The boy winces and jumps back, looking up to Hitoshi. Promise. That's new. Midoriya doesn't ask for promises like that, especially for small things. Yeah, I promise. Mid-fight they both pause, pinky promising. It feels frivolous in a way, but Hitoshi likes it. Present Mike doesn't comment on it at all. Hitoshi is suddenly reminded of what Izuku said after the obstacle course. He said it felt like he was being stared at by people who want to hurt him. He tried to ease Hitoshi's nerves, but it stuck with him. He'll ask more about it after the rounds. Hitoshi gets disoriented when Midoriya elbows him in the head, and suddenly he's looking at the sky. He feels the itch of grass poking into his back, legs and neck. He knows he's lost. With a sigh, he closes his eyes, waiting to hear it. Hitoshi Shinso is out of bounds. Midnight calls from somewhere off to the side. He forgot she was by the ring. To be honest, he was totally caught up in fighting Midoriya. It was hard to remember the whole world is looking at them. Izuku Midoriya wins. The crowd erupts into yelling. There you have it. Present Mike yells, we have one half of the duo advancing, the other is not. Midoriya helps Hitoshi to his feet, and they stare a moment, before Midoriya hugs him. It's a rare display of affection, and Hitoshi can't remember if they've ever actually hugged. It feels. But you did great. Hitoshi says, patting the shorter boy on the head. Oh, you're all sweaty. He hums, shaking his hand. So are you. And would you look at that, no hard feelings, and Shinso is being a good sport about his loss, a good quality to have. Present Mike finishes. They leave the ring, slowly walking to where their class is seated to watch the next rounds. That was fun. Midoriya chirps softly. Hitoshi nods in agreement, still catching his breath a bit. I can't believe we were so nervous to fight each other. It felt like when Aizawa has us train together. Right. Hitoshi agrees. Further down the hallway, Midoriya's eyes flash yellow a moment, then he heaves a sigh of relief. It confuses Hitoshi. You know that feeling I mentioned earlier? He asks, getting a curious nod in response. It goes away when we're not out there. Where the audience can't see us. Hitoshi realizes. Do you still think it's hostile? Yeah. Maybe it's just all the people who see us as competition, like Todoroki and Bakugo. He wants to ease Midoriya's nerves. Thanks. The boy walks on. Let's think about who you could be fighting next and how you could counter Dash. You're fighting me next. What? They turn and meet Todoroki, who stands covered in frost. You finished your match already? Hitoshi questions, stepping in between him and Midoriya without realizing. Of course I did. I'll drag out my fight with Midoriya, though. If Todoroki was willing to ever emote, Hitoshi's sure he'd be sneering. Right? Midoriya, I'm guessing I was right about what I said. No. Hitoshi's head snaps to his friend. Todoroki's right here, but I still don't feel that malice. Is something going on? Todoroki asks, furrowing his brow a bit. Maybe. We don't know. Midoriya answers, anxiety showing through a bit more. Didn't you sense the last villain attack before they actually showed up? Todoroki questions, walking to Midoriya despite Midoriya scrambling away from Todoroki. Hitoshi grabs Todoroki's arm as a reminder to keep distance. Yeah. Midoriya looks down a bit. Do you feel that? He thinks a moment. No, I don't. Well, I think it'll be fine as long as you don't sense that. The moment you sense that, Todoroki looks like he's considering his options. Then yell it as loud as you can, and go to someone with a handle on their quirk like me. Last minute jab at him, huh? Deal. Shudo isn't sure what to think. Not about anything in particular, but in general. His focus should be on winning. On proving his F-tier candle of a father wrong. Yet he can't bring himself to focus as much as he wants to. It's the things Midoriya said, isn't it? Shudo keeps replaying the conversation in his mind. He lingers on the fact that if Midoriya wanted to, he could have just invaded his mind's privacy for all the information he wanted, yet patiently waited for Shudo to tell him everything himself. Is that what Shudo would do with a quirk like Midoriya's? He'd like to think that he wouldn't do stuff like that, but he thinks he would if he had to. After all, he was raised to use everything he can to win, even if that means violating someone's mental space. Can he blame his father for that? Or is he just lacking in some? Shudo decides he doesn't want to consider anything. Just as he thought he was concentrating more, enough to win his fight against. What was his name? Sir. Or at least Shudo thinks that's it. Enough to win his fight against Zero, he was yet again distracted by something involving Midoriya. The boy said he felt as if someone was watching him with malice, but only when the audience could see. Shudo supposes he could have enemies out there, considering his quirk. As for Midoriya himself, though, his personality is harmless. He can't imagine someone considering him a true enemy, and that's coming from someone who's trying to call him an enemy. Shudo follows them to where their class is seated in silence. He observes their passing conversations. He idly wonders what Shinso must think of Midoriya's quirk. After all, they're together most often, but he's never heard Shinso mention anything negative about him. Alright, they're friends. Shudo doesn't have any first-hand experience with those, but he assumes they don't talk negatively of each other. Once with their class, Shudo sits in an aisle towards the back, away from people. Shinso and Midoriya do the same, no doubt from not wanting to be surrounded by people. Shudo catches Midoriya staring at him, before Midoriya whispers something to Shinso and they switch seats. Maybe I can use his quirk against him during our fight? Mental alarms sound off for Shudo as he recalls some of USJ. Right, it would be an awful idea to try and use his quirk against him. In fact, it would probably backfire on Shudo more than anything. What am I thinking so much for? At the end of the day, I have more training and skill, and he doesn't want to use his quirk. His win is in the bag. Izuku can't focus. Between the stress of being watched like he was before, being on TV, being surrounded by thousands of different energies, and being this close to someone like Todoroki. Well, Izuku might just explode. He switched seats with Shinso to try and get a bit more distance from Todoroki, but it hardly helps. His foot taps on the ground while his other leg bounces. Izuku can tell Shinso's worried. A sick, dying energy is next to a hateful fiery one. All Might and Endeavor are talking? By the feel of it, they're not too far from where Izuku and Todoroki had their talk. If Izuku and All Might were related like Todoroki thought, it might feel like these two meetings parallel each other. Do you think about it? What? Izuku blinks, meeting Shinso's gaze. You weren't listening, were you? I just noticed. Something weird. Izuku hums, what did you ask? Look up. Izuku does as told and sees rocks floating around in the air above the arena. What do you think of Uraraka's plan? Oh. Izuku hums, leaning forward to get a better look. That's so smart of her. By the looks of it, Kaken hasn't even noticed her plan. Though, he can read Kaken's energy enough to know he's suspicious. I think he knows something's up, just not what it is yet. Who do you think is going to win? Shinso asks. Honestly? Kaken. Not to disrespect Uraraka or anything, but the moment Kaken considers someone an enemy and therefore a villain, he'd do anything to take out that threat. Ah. Shinso looks at Izuku a long moment. You have a lot of experience with him. But who knows, you don't know how far Uraraka would go to win. That's a really good point. Despite them hoping Uraraka would win, she loses. The crowd cheers for her and shouts at Kaken for not going easy on her. Eraserhead scolds the audience and Izuku can't help but agree with the scolding. Villains would never go easy on anyone. We can't learn if people go easy on us. Doesn't Izuku go easy on other people? Don't people go easy on him? He should probably talk to Eraserhead about what this means for him. It's time. Izuku knows, logically, he's going to lose his battle against Todoroki for one reason or another, but that doesn't mean he isn't going to at least try. They stare at each other from across the field. Izuku can feel the staggering amount of anger Todoroki's emitting, but he knows it's not really directed at him. It's confirmed by the way the boy glances into the audience, towards the familiar mean energy of endeavor. Izuku remembers this fight isn't really about him to Todoroki, that Izuku is just a stepping stone in someone else's story. He's always wanted to be unnoticed and left alone, but something about this situation bothers Izuku. Up next we have one half of UA's next duo against another powerhouse student. This is Izuku Midoriya versus Shuto Todoroki. As Present Mike speaks, Izuku can feel a surge of energy from Todoroki. It's freezing cold. He's preparing to use his quirk the moment the match starts. It makes sense for most people, but Izuku knows it's not going to be a quick round. He wants to make a show of our fight. Is he powering up his quirk knowing I can tell? Izuku is either overthinking or Todoroki's counting on that. Am I overthinking about overthinking? Oh geez. He decides to move from his spot the moment the match starts in case it's too powerful to block. Start. Midnight yells. He barely makes it out the way of ice shooting along the ground. It's powerful, but it wouldn't have pushed him out of bounds. So he did try and trick me. Izuku's trying to mentally recount what Todoroki knows about his quirk. Todoroki's getting closer to him as they fight. He's trying to drive Izuku into a corner and force him to step out of bounds himself. I'm not going to lose. Because of that. It's a good strategy, but boy does Izuku hate it. Izuku doesn't hear any of the commentating on their match. He just hears the crackling of ice all around him and the heaving of his own breath as he tries to outmaneuver. He's getting too close. He's trying not to focus on how hungry he feels right now. The sooner the match is over, the sooner Todoroki is safe from Izuku's quirk. He manages a sharp punch to Todoroki's gut and knocks the wind out of him. Izuku pauses a moment to practically drool over the energy before he pales. Oh no. I should end this match soon. The more they fight, the more he focuses on Todoroki's energy rather than the boy himself. He learns one thing though. You're in pain? Izuku questions, trying to keep traction on the ice. His chi is screaming that he's using his quirk wrong. There's frost forming on Todoroki. I'm fine. Todoroki spits, stomping another wave of ice. This match will be over soon anyways. You're out of balance. You're hurting yourself. Just use your fire dash. I'm not using his quirk. Todoroki seethes, the sudden hatred in his words paralyzing Izuku a moment. I'm here to prove I can win without that half. Oh, so that's what bothered Izuku. Why do you keep calling it his? He asks, before being slammed into a pillar of ice. Luckily it helps shock him into being more aware and less focused on how hungry he is. You need to regulate your temperature. You don't know what I need. Todoroki snaps again. Your energy is all about balance and you're fighting against that. Why are you destroying yourself for someone who doesn't deserve it? He's so distraught. He cares less about the fight and more about making sure Todoroki's spite doesn't earn him permanent damage. I'm not doing it for him. Then what the F am I looking at right now? He shouts. Look at yourself. You're freezing and you can solve that if you just use your fire. Your pain right now will mean nothing to him. It'll mean nothing to you either if you're dead. I'm not using his dash. It's your quirk. Yours. Not his. Todoroki stills while Izuku screams over the roars of crashing ice. When I look at you, I don't see endeavor. I don't see his energy and I don't feel anything like it. It's Shudo Todoroki. Not anyone else. Whatever fire you make is yours and I don't want you hurting anymore. This match has to be over soon. Izuku isn't sure how long until he repeats USJ. All this talk about Todoroki's quirk has him thinking more and more about how he wants that chi. There's a long silent moment where they both stand there. Todoroki's going through turmoil until there's a sudden burst of light. He's using it. Thank you, Midoriya. Is this the first time he's seen Todoroki smile? Fight me with all you have. Midoriya yells at Shudo. Shudo feels emotional. He's remembering a lot all at once and he can't believe he ever forgets some of this stuff. It's been so long since he's willingly used his fire. Some part of him even started believing using it might cause him pain. That's not the case though. He's using his fire and it feels natural. Balanced, he said. Hell, he's already calling it his fire, but that's likely just the adrenaline. Shudo knows there's no rational way this one talk and fight would heal him, but it's a start. They rush at each other, and Shudo is almost giddy. He hasn't even realized he's no longer thinking of his father. He's also a little surprised Midoriya hasn't attacked him with his quirk. It's painfully clear how Midoriya was starting to lose his grip on controlling it. His eyes keep flashing yellow and he's basically drooling, but he's kept himself together thus far and Shudo think he too should consider it progress. Maybe to express gratitude for opening his eyes, Shudo should help him train his quirk sometime. Let's end this. He sends out waves of fire effortlessly, before sending a wall of ice up and towards the boy. The breaking of the ice adds to the surrounding fog. He can't even see where Midoriya is in all of it. Oh, it's not fog. It's steam. They wait for the fog to dissipate. By time it does settle, the arena and Shudo are on edge, waiting to see if he's in bounds or not. Did Shudo win yet, or is this a trap to catch him off guard? The air is clear, and Shudo feels something like dread. Izuku Midoriya, Quirk, Psychic. Last known sighting. The UA Sports Festival. Hitoshi's searching every building he can. He's looking as fast as he can but as in-depth as he can and he still comes up with nothing. He still walks out of every building empty-handed and now he can't stand the empty feeling at all. The emptiness is far too cold, but it's something else, too. It's snowing. It wasn't before. What season was it last? Hitoshi grasps and remembers it was last blazing hot, mere hours ago. Yes, it was the middle of a heat wave. He was running out of buildings feeling like he was set ablaze, but his hands were still cold and empty. Why do you still bother? A voice calls from down the hall. It beckons Hitoshi to go back into the building and out of the cold snowfall. Why do you keep going? A sharp pain floods him, a sense of loss overpowers the emptiness, and he realizes he knows this voice. Has the hallway always stretched on this long? Have voices always bounced around and echoed this much? Tell me, Shinso, tell me why. I don't know what you're asking me. He answers, feeling the slight sting of cold air in his lungs. He didn't feel that before. Hitoshi reaches the end of the hallway, meeting a dead end. It's a wall and there's nobody there. Turn around. The voice is back and now behind him. He's almost scared to face this voice he once knew and cherished. Hitoshi complies, and he's unsure if he should feel terror or relief. Izuku. He trails, stepping forward, wanting to reach out and grab him to make sure he's real. Why do you keep looking when it's obvious I won't be found? What are you talking about? Hitoshi stifles a disbelieving laugh. I did find you. You're right here. I found you. What do you expect to find? Izuku carries on like Hitoshi hadn't spoken. Izuku's in his athletic uniform. It's scraped and dirty. His shoes are gone and his hair is longer. How long has it been? Why can't Hitoshi recall? It's winter now, but which winter is it? I found you. Hitoshi repeats, approaching his friend. His movements cease when he gets close. When are you going to quit? Izuku asks slowly. Hitoshi's heart pounds in his chest when he realizes something. Izuku's mouth isn't moving. He's not standing, no. Izuku's propped up on strings. Why don't you quit now? It'll be good for you. Izuku asserts, moving towards him. Feet drag against the white floor. What for? When did the snow get inside? How did it get here? Hitoshi backs into the wall, stuck in a dead end as his puppeteered friend is dragged towards him, demanding answers he doesn't have. The moment Izuku meets Hitoshi, the strings snap. Hitoshi sees snow lifting from Izuku's impact. It's now snowing inside the building. Laying before Hitoshi has been a corpse. Hitoshi groans as his stupid alarm goes off, even more annoyed by the bright sunlight trying to murder his eyes before he even opens them. He'd like to get better curtains, but if he's being honest, he knows that the annoying sun is what helps him wake up every day. He turns over, pulling the blankets up to block the sun, going back to sleep. His alarm interrupted a dream. What was it again? Hitoshi struggles to recall what it was. It involved snow, a building, and... It was another nightmare about Izuku, wasn't it? Not that it's surprising, or even new at this point. He's had at least 2 nightmares a week for the last 5.5 years. Every week since Izuku's been missing. Hitoshi gets out of bed and gets ready for work. Before he has to be in, he agreed to meet up with Todoroki for breakfast today at one of their usual spots. Todoroki's waiting at a table with both of their food and drinks already ordered. He nods in greeting to Hitoshi as he sits, straw in his mouth. The purple-haired hero sits down, examining his food. And if I didn't want French toast today? He questions, already eating it. I am rich, Shinso. I can order more than 1 meal. His friend deadpans tiredly, gesturing with a fork while he talks. Right, forgive me, oh frozen one. He sarcastically answers, smiling slightly at the glare he gets. Anyway, I'm going to cut straight to it. You look like sheet, Shinso. Well, more than usual. What a good friend. Hitoshi rolls his eyes. I had another nightmare last night. One of the repeating ones? No. It was a weird one. This time I actually, saw him. Hitoshi answers, watching Todoroki set his fork down. Oh. It was super effing weird. Usually I don't see or hear anything. It's all just dead ends and depression. Way to sum up our lives. Todoroki mumbles, resuming his meal. I am looking at this conversation and deciding we both need far more therapy than we already go through. Hitoshi mumbles. He sips his coffee, noticing it's starting to go cold. I still have nightmares too. Todoroki admits quietly, or I see someone with green hair pass me on the street and I get both hopeful and terrified until I realize it's not him. I do that. Hitoshi agrees with a small nod. I think we all do that to some extent. Have you talked to any of them? Todoroki asks. He means Class 1A. After what happened during the first year's sports festival, Hitoshi withdrew from his other classmates even more, and it's not like anyone could really blame him. The only person he ended up closer to because of this was Todoroki. Only when I absolutely have to. He answers honestly. Some work missions require team-ups or meetings to exchange info. His former classmates are well-meaning. All exchanges, no matter how friendly, have an underlying awkwardness that both parties can sense. No one wants to talk about what happened. Not to Hitoshi, anyways. The only classmates he's talked to willingly have been Todoroki and Bakugo. It's rare someone even talks about their first year. Hitoshi sits in the stands, watching his friend fight Todoroki. He used his fire. Hitoshi chuckles to himself. He can't say he's surprised Midoriya got through to their other classmate. He can see the hyper smile plastered on Todoroki's face as they're facing off. Where did Midoriya go? It's hard to see with all the steam in the way. There's another color mixing in with the steam. It's purple and familiar. Hitoshi's stomach drops as he recalls USJ, knowing well what he's seeing. Call off the fight. It's a warp portal. Hitoshi is out of his seat and screaming, trying to get down to the stage as fast as he can, still yelling to stop the fight. Midoriya and Todoroki must not hear him screaming. The League of Villains is attacking. He sprints faster, ignoring the stares of people around and the yells of his classmates. Why am I the only one moving? Except he's not. He glances over his shoulder as he moves, seeing Bakugo of all people trying to get down to the stage as well. In the time he takes to look over his shoulder, Hitoshi is grabbed and halted by audience members. He recognizes them as pro-heroes, some others are just concerned citizens. Hitoshi screams and they won't listen to him. He can't use his quirk since they won't even respond. Bakugo's been stopped as well. The steam clears, and Hitoshi feels tears running down his cheeks by time it's all gone. Izuku Midoriya is nowhere to be found. Hitoshi collapses onto the ground, distantly listening to Aizawa and Present Mike announce it, telling teachers to search every inch of the stage, to secure and search all perimeters, and that every has to remain calm. On stage, Todoroki stumbles back a step, completely silent. Hitoshi takes a very deep breath, and then he starts screaming. Shudo watches Hitoshi eat, knowing he's lost in thought. The silence between them is common. Days like these more than others. There's no doubt Hitoshi's thinking about Izuku. Shudo can't tell if it's good or bad that they're still hopeful at this point. Their old classmates haven't said it to him, but he knows most of them think Izuku's dead. Shudo idly wonders what Bakugo thinks. Sorry. Hitoshi mumbles, getting up to get another coffee. I was thinking about when it happened. You know. Shudo nods, allowing him to go get a refill. Shudo was told Shinso was screaming, but he didn't hear a single thing. There's been a lot of nights that Shudo's wondered how different things would have been if he noticed the boy screaming in the crowd. It's been so long, hasn't it? Shudo mumbles to himself. Closer to a decade than never happening at all if you think about it statistically. Shinso answers anyway, sitting back down. When you phrase it like that, it hurts a lot more. Shudo admits. That's how I think about it. Shudo bites back the utterance of depressed and just quietly nods. So, Shinso starts, Mom wants to have dinner tonight, are you coming? Did I miss a call or message inviting me? I know that face. You didn't miss something, she just asked me to ask you when I got the chance. He breathes a sigh of relief. I might be a little late but sure, I'll stop by. Text me a list of stuff if she needs it. I'll let her know. Shinso hums, checking his phone. Shit, I'm late. You'll pay, right? Thanks, gotta go. While the answer was yes, he could have at least waited. Hitoshi gets on with his tiring day of work, looking forward to dinner. Even if it's the same old meals or the same old atmosphere, he likes having something to look forward to. Something certain in his future. He knocks on the door of a Miss Midoriya Inko, flowers in hand. Hitoshi makes an involuntary face when the person opening the door is blonde and angry. Yo. Bakugo mumbles, stepping aside to let Hitoshi in. Are you staying for dinner? Hitoshi asks, I would have brought flowers for you too. He deadpants, dodging a smack on the head from his former classmate. I don't want your cheap butt flowers. Bakugo hisses. Yes, I'm staying. Auntie made more food than she thought. Bakugo's far calmer now. In fact, he's been a lot calmer starting not too long after Izuku went missing. People said he was too depressed to be angry and dumb anymore, but in reality Bakugo started going to therapy when his grades started slipping. The final straw wasn't being constantly told he was shitty to Izuku, no. The final straw was getting an F on a test. Hitoshi. Mom greets him, making him lean down so she can kiss his cheek. He was taller than her when they met, and the difference only grew. Now. After all, she needed someone to take care of, and he needed a Midoriya in his life. Hell, it's not like his parents were ever that close to him. She's more of a parent than they ever were, and he knows that's not just out of her grief. Hitoshi helps make the table, not making Todoroki a plate in case he's late enough for it to be cold. Just like every other dinner, there's a plate set out for Izuku. Hun, are you feeling all right? Mom asks, holding his face a moment. You don't look too well. Did you sleep? Yeah. He trails, not wanting to worry her. You know you can use Izuku's room if you need a nap, okay? She offers with a small shy smile, reminiscent of her son. He's slept in Izuku's room plenty of times before, knowing that he wouldn't mind Hitoshi borrowing the bed. For some reason though, he feels like being surrounded by all of Izuku's belongings would make him feel worse right now. Stop bringing your sadness to the table, it'll F up the food. Bakugo orders, making a face when Mom tells him to mind his language. My sadness goes where I go. Hitoshi mumbles. Look at your fucking face, we can tell. So you're insulting me, but you clearly like me enough to talk to me. What's the signal here? He taunts, dodging a spoon being thrown at him. Boys. Mom whines. Auntie, look at him. That's such a punchable face. One of these days I'm going to dye your hair in your sleep. Hitoshi threatens. So you do have a death wish? Now who needs the therapy? This town is big enough for the both of us, in terms of professional help, dumbass. Hitoshi answers, freezing when Mom gasps. Hitoshi! She looks pale like he just committed a crime. Watch your language. Come on. Saying shouldn't offend you more than when Bakugo says Auntie, he said the F word. Bakugo points. At that, Mom turns to Hitoshi with a look similar to horror on her face. He is only saved from distraught motherly wrath by Todoroki letting himself in. Todoroki, I need you to say F dash, my life depends dash. F dash dot. Todoroki says without hesitation, eyes widening when he too becomes a target of one distraught Inko Midoriya. In his seat, Bakugo howls with laughter. Something Hitoshi doesn't think he's ever heard before. Hitoshi looks down at the ground, laughing to himself a bit. Izuku would be happy we're all like this, wouldn't he? The teachers have looked around every inch of the stadium multiple times, and the result is still the same. Izuku Midoriya is nowhere to be found. They shut down the rest of the festival in order to look for him, but Hitoshi thinks even if they didn't shut it down, the atmosphere would be the same as it is now. So many of his classmates have pat him on the back and given him some variant of, we'll get him back, don't worry. It's only been a few hours but Hitoshi's sick of it. Todoroki has been sitting down silently since it happened, and Bakugo is nowhere to be seen. Hitoshi has been searching for hours, no breaks for food or water, no resting when he needs to catch his breath. He only stops when he hears Aizawa's voice behind him. Shinso, stop. His teacher calls. Hitoshi turns and sees him at the end of the hall. Aizawa catches up to him. Are you going to give me that pity? We'll find him, too? Hitoshi sighs, looking at the ground. I don't pity anyone. Aizawa starts. Hitoshi looks up at him after hearing that. We're going to dash. Find him? See, you're saying it too. Hitoshi snaps, freezing when Aizawa narrows his eyes at him. What do you want me to say that we won't? Do you realize how that sounds? I get that you're sick of hearing it, but Shinso, you have to understand some people need to say that more than you need to hear it. I'm telling you we're going to find him not to make you feel better, but because it's our course of action. Oh. Hitoshi realizes. I understand you're on edge, I understand you're hurting right now, but you need to understand other people are too. We're in this together, and we're going to solve this. I'm sorry, Hitoshi trails. I need you to come with me so we can talk to Tsukachi about what happened. Tsukachi? Hitoshi questions. He was a detective that was involved after USJ, I trust him. He's also a good friend of All Might's I've heard. I see. Hitoshi hums. Hitoshi feels a little uneasy learning they have to leave the stadium to speak to him, but Aizawa explains they're only going to an office in UA's main building. Once there, he's a little relieved to find it really is only the detective. For a moment he feared that there would be other officers or teachers there too. He listens to the man's introduction and shakes his hand before having a seat. I know this might feel a bit too soon, but I'd like you to tell me anything and everything you know that might help us. Detective Tsukachi starts, tape recorder going while he also has a notepad and pen in hand. This isn't too soon. We have to act fast, I get it. Hitoshi can put his own feelings aside to help his friend. He doesn't need time to grieve or process if they get him back right away. I guess I'll start at the beginning. He's not sure what's vital and what isn't. Do whatever's best for you. Don't worry if you feel like you're rambling. The detective's calm but nice attitude is comforting in a way. I don't know when it started or if it started before he told me, but Midoriya felt like someone was watching him. We tried to rationalize it as the audience watching him, or competitors glaring. We tried to make him feel better because we didn't believe something like this would happen. There wasn't any way to know it would happen, Shinso. Aizawa reassures. I don't know why we didn't tell anyone, I really don't. He sighs. I guess Midoriya wanted to brush off his feelings and I wanted to believe him when he said it was probably nothing. Was there anything more specific he said regarding it? The detective asks, giving Hitoshi a moment to think about it. When we asked him what else he felt, he said there was malice in it. Malice? But not from a competitor at all. Ah. The detective hums, writing something down. Shinso, the moment it happened you started yelling about USJ and the league? There was a purple haze I could make out from all the steam. His jaw clenches, recalling the people that stopped him. It was just like that villain's warp portal. It had to be the same villain. Midoriya was targeted. Hitoshi refuses to believe they grabbed a random student, that it just so happened to be Midoriya. If that's the case, why not an audience member? Why not someone in the halls where they didn't have eyes on them? Hitoshi realizes they likely wanted to make it known to the audience, too. Nothing would have placed fear and doubt into the hearts of everyone watching like a student vanishing before their eyes, while they're all helpless to stop it. I see. The detective hums, taking notes. Was there anyone else? He's abruptly cut off by the sound of yelling out in the hall, all three people in the room still before Aizawa's on his feet to go investigate. Once in the hall, Shinso feels like he has to sit down or he just might faint. Midoriya? There's a short woman being held back by staff. She's frantic and crying. Where's my son? She wails, just barely keeping herself from choking on sobs. Oh, the detective sounds sympathetic when he realizes who she is. For a brief moment Ms. Midoriya makes eye contact with Hitoshi as she cries, and it ought to be considered contagious because he finds himself unable to breathe. He hits the ground even as Aizawa tries to steady him. Hitoshi curls his knees to his chest and sobs. Inko's a mess and she knows it's showing. She knows others might think she's being unreasonable. They need to understand how she felt sitting on her couch, watching her son be taken like that. She was sitting comfortably at home while he must have been terrified. Inko knows logically there's nothing she could have done. She couldn't have known this would happen, but she still feels responsible. On the ride to the school, aside from trying to keep her reckless panic driving to a minimum, she thought about everything that led to that moment. How she let him go to the exams, she encouraged him once he started gaining more confidence in himself, she let him go to UA once he was accepted. If she had just said no to these things he would have still been here. Would have been happy? Inko's grip tightens on her steering wheel a bit. She tries to steady her breathing. Her son has never been happier than after he met Aizawa and joined the school, and they both know that. She's going to get her son back, get him a whole lot of therapy, and continue on his road to heroics and decent self-esteem. Until then, she has to do her job and hold it together until she knows he's safe. The school parking lot is just as much of a wreck as she is. It's packed and full of movement. People are trying to leave as fast as they can. People are trying to find a parking spot so they can pick up their kids. The police are taking up a lot of space on their own, and there's people running everywhere she looks. Inko does the responsible thing here. She parks on the curb and tells herself she'll pay the fines later. She thought the noise and fuss around the parking lot was bad, but inside the school is also terrible in its own way. There are several students waiting around for their guardians to get them, and Inko recognizes a lot of them from the festival as Izuku's classmates. The thing is, they must recognize her as well. Most of them avert their eyes from her entirely. Others stare, unsure what to do. Inko knows Izuku looks just like her, and she knows they must see nothing but Izuku when looking at her. She walks around the halls, looking for anyone she would be able to trust to help her. Her goal is Aizawa, but she doesn't see him anywhere. Inko makes her way back towards the teacher's lounge and offices, but she's ultimately stopped. I'm sorry, miss, but you're not authorized to be back here. An officer tells her apologetically. My name is Inko Midoriya, I am Izuku's mother. She announces, hoping she'll be brought to someone to talk to. The officer pauses for a moment, before she realizes. Izuku is the boy that was taken. She keeps her voice steady, wondering just how many officers don't know her baby's name. The officer doesn't comment on what she said at all. I'm sorry ma'am, but you're not authorized to be back here. I want to look for my son. This area is for staff and students only, he trails, as if he just now realizes how he must sound. I'm sorry really. Now if you'll just come with me. The officer putting his hands on her shoulders to guide her out is the final straw. With all due respect, I'm going to search for my son wherever I deem well please. Inko snaps, shaking out of his grip and turning to glare head-on. Don't touch me. Yes ma'am, sorry ma'am. She searches the halls for all of 5 minutes before she gets stopped by a group of officers. After arguing, pleading, and begging for 5 minutes to either let her search or let her speak to anyone, Inko starts losing her hold on her emotions. None of you understand. She backs away from them, hitting a wall. I know you all are just doing your jobs, but you need to understand I'm doing my job as a mother. Her breath catches ever so slightly. I just want to know where he is. If he's safe, if he's been fed. They don't speak. They just stare between each other then at her. I hope none of you will ever experience what I felt. Sitting at home, seeing my baby vanish like that and knowing he must have been absolutely terrified. And all I can do about it is run around looking in places people have already searched, asking for answers no one has, and trying to calm the inner voice that's screaming, "Where is my son?" Inko wanted so desperately to be strong for Izuku right now, but she's not as strong as he or his favorite heroes. Wherever Izuku is, he might already think Inko's a sobbing mess, considering she's who he inherited his crybaby trait from. Where is he? She whines, balling her fists. Where is my son? She pushes off the wall and fights the urge to look at the floor so they can't see her cry. Inko tries to storm past them in order to keep searching in places she hasn't looked yet, but she's ultimately grabbed when she doesn't listen to their stupid warnings. Ma'am, calm down. Where is my son? She shouts at them, struggling to get free. Inko can't help but wonder, if they're so strong and adamant about rules, how did some villains get past them in order to steal the one good thing in her life away? A door down the hall opens and 3 people run out. Finally, Izawa, the other man she recognizes as a detective who was investigating that villain attack from Izuku's field trip. The last person is. The boy meets her gaze before he falls to the ground crying. It's you. Inko takes a deep breath and forces herself to get it together. After steadying herself, she slowly walks over to him, extending a hand. I'm sure I look familiar. She starts with a wobbly smile. The boy she's seen on TV with her son looks up at her after a moment. He silently nods, but takes her hand. Inko helps him to his feet, then gently pulls him in for a hug. He sobs into her shoulder and holds on tightly. The boy is lanky and much taller than Inko, yet she holds his weight. It's okay, you can cry, she assures. I'm sorry, why should Shinsu's breath hitches as he tries to stop crying as hard. Be the one crying. You saw me, hun, I have been crying. She strokes his hair a moment, guiding him to sit down after she exchanges looks with Izawa. You're allowed to be upset by what happened, you two are best friends. Besides, you and I can both cry as much as we need to, no one has to make room for another person's sadness. He tries to say something but Inko can't make it out for the life of her. All she understands is that while her son is nowhere to be seen, she still sees another child who needs to be cared for right now. Where are Shinsu's parents, anyways? This is fing stupid. He understands it is, so why the hell is he doing this right now? Katsuki glares at nothing in particular for the 7th time in less than a minute. He's running around looking for stupid Deku, flashlight in one hand and map in the other. The school didn't seem to notice he left on his own. Katsuki decided to search away from the school. Spreading out is a better option than having a sheet ton of people searching the same places over and over. He overheard that some heroes were searching for him too, or keeping an eye out on patrols, but it doesn't feel like enough. Katsuki would probably perish if any of those extras knew he was out here spending his time looking for Deku. Then again, he doubts most of his class would say anything about it, considering a lot of them just went home the Moment they could. If only they had. His thoughts are cut short when he runs into someone harshly. He drops his flashlight when he hits the ground, but he recognizes the voice giving an apology. Icy hot, the F were you doing? He shouts at his classmate. The hell did you come from? I came from. Icy hot glances at his phone a moment. East. That's not what I meant. Katsuki sighs, grabbing his flashlight and getting to his feet. Why aren't you home or the school? Same reason you aren't. I'm not Dash, Katsuki's already set off. Don't think I'm looking for Deku because I care or anything. So why are you? Icy hot asks with a tilt of his head. Katsuki doesn't know him very well, or care to, but even he can tell something's off with Icy hot in his tone right now. As much as I hate to say it, Deku has a strong quirk. He's a FING monster and the last thing anyone needs is him in villains' hands. Katsuki's only doing this because it's the heroic thing to do. It would be irresponsible as a future hero to know what danger this could cause and do nothing about it. But he knows Auntie needs Deku. Katsuki knows Auntie Inko is going to be a wreck and Katsuki doesn't want to see her cry. He snaps himself out of that thought. What about you? Why are you looking for him alone like that? Katsuki questions, pointing the light at Icy Hot. There's so much we have to talk about. Icy Hot mumbles, my entire world shifted because of him and then he doesn't finish the sentence. So you're searching for Deku because of your own reasons? Not because you think he'll be persuaded by villainy? Katsuki rolls his eyes while he asks. I don't think someone who said the things he said to me could ever be a villain. Katsuki couldn't hear what they were saying from the audience, but he's glad he didn't if Icy Hot reminiscing over it makes him want to barf. I'll be continuing my search, alone, and you can go F off and search elsewhere. Oh. Okay. Icy Hot hums, wait, Bakugu? What do you want from me? Did you see anyone else from our class searching like we are? Katsuki knows Shitty Hair wanted to search around a bit, but he got dragged home. Other than that though, not a single person. He answers bluntly. What about Shinso? I haven't seen Cabbage Head, no. He's probably crying somewhere. Katsuki would like to leave now. I might find Shinso then. He might know something. Why are you telling me that? I don't fucking care. Bakugu, I think this is the first time you and I have ever really spoken like this. Icy Hot realizes. God, can it be the last time too? It's been 2 weeks since Midoriya disappeared. 2 weeks since Hitoshi screamed, thrashing wildly trying to escape the people holding him back from getting to him. 2 weeks since he sobbed in Inko Midoriya's arms as she told him it was alright to be sad even if they were going to get him back. 2 weeks since school has since upped its security and put guards in every hallway and added even more cameras. 2 weeks since Hitoshi learned how many of his classmates gave in to their fear and stopped searching for Midoriya. 2 long painful weeks since the last time he heard Midoriya's voice and laugh, or saw his best friend smile at him. Every day has been nothing but pain for Hitoshi, but he knows he has to keep moving forward in order to find Midoriya. Hitoshi's parents didn't have much to say at all about what happened. It was both relieving and hurtful. He knew it was because they were disinterested, not that they wanted to avoid upsetting him. He's found himself spending more and more time staying after school or out searching. There's somewhere he's been meaning to go, though. After class ends, Hitoshi decides he's going to SCK it up and visit her. He has her address somewhere, from the night Midoriya vanished. Shinso. Todoroki's calling him. Yeah. He responds. Todoroki has been as quiet as usual the last couple of weeks, but he's looked a bit more thoughtful. Are you busy after school? Oh, well I was going to visit Midoriya's mom. He admits, pausing before saying the name. I want to go with you. There's a sudden shine in Todoroki's eyes and Hitoshi thinks he can't say no to a face like that. Sure, I guess it can't hurt. The only thing that does hurt is the tense, awkward silence on the way there. Hitoshi says in a breath, then makes himself ask. Why are you so eager to go? I want to know the person that raised someone like Midoriya. The answer is immediate and honest. Midoriya must have really had an impact on you? Yes. I want to thank him, and then I want to help him. Help him. Hitoshi questions. Before he was taken, I was thinking that maybe I'd help him train his quirk. Huh? What? Todoroki narrows his eyes. Nothing. It's just not surprising Midoriya has that effect on someone. I see. Oh, they live in this complex over here. Hitoshi points and leads the way. Todoroki pauses a moment. I've never been in this area before. Or anywhere else that we walked through. You've been searching for him a lot too, right? Hitoshi asks. Yes, I have. Most of our classmates have gave up. I know. It's not right. I know. Todoroki, you're not very good at keeping flowing conversations. I know. There's a moment where Hitoshi was going to glare at him, but he sees Todoroki crack the smallest smile, and he realizes he made a joke. He's never heard Todoroki make a joke before. They arrive at the right apartment, and Hitoshi knocks. When the door opens, both teens stand shocked. Who is it? Ms. Midoriya calls from inside the apartment. Nothing, Auntie, just a couple of fucking salesmen. Bakugo answers, trying to slam the door on them.